welterweight fighter in the world. He was from Australia. His name's Jack. Yeah, and he lost last night to Islam. There's a guy named Islam. His last name I can never pronounce, but he represented Australia very well. I don't know if you didn't. And then you don't know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. All right. Well, that's all right. Just one moment. I'm here. Just got to wait for this other device to go. And then we are. We're going to show you some world-class shilling. All right. Tight. All right, just a moment. We're going to blow these people's minds, and then we're going to get them in here. If they let me talk. Sometimes I get really into it, and they'll cut me off halfway through, which really pisses me off. And they'll be like, all right, that's enough. And I can't stand when they do that. Because usually you let somebody show. Unless you're going to tell them a different time, they at least get 3 minutes to be able to tell you what they do. And I only talk about good things. But we'll see what. And then I'm going to blow these people's minds. Okay, so here we go. So you guys be quiet in there. And then we'll get to see this happen. Hey, they're letting me up already. Maybe. No. We are changing lives throughout the world, but especially Nigeria. All right, let me go. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, they're going to let us talk. Come on, dog. Let me talk. Let me talk. Dog. Let me talk. I requested. Dog, we get it. We're pinning it. We're retweeting it. We're tagging our friends. Let me talk. Dog. It's called Shill Alpha Management by Mr. Light. Yo, dog, let me talk. Dog, okay, here we go. No, we're not. STFU, dude. Come on, let me talk. STFU. Shut the F up. Let me talk, big man. I don't normally, I do sometimes say these things, but this is my internal monologue. Come on, let me talk. Dog, are you serious? You're the only dude talking, and you've been talking for like 25 hours. Let me talk, man. Okay, let me up. Okay, yeah, we're turning in, dog. Nobody's gonna want to join your space if you talk this much. You've got to let other people talk. Dog, I've got so much alpha. Your cup is gonna be overflowing. I'm full of amazing information. I'm bursting at the seams. Let me talk. Dog, I'm gonna worth of alpha. Let me talk, dog. Dog, I will encourage you. I will tell you that you're the best. I will hold you. I will love you. Let me talk, man. Dog. Dog, we can't pin the post if you don't let us up. Dog. For the people of the future, if you're watching the stream, the way that Mr. Light is doing this is the worst way to do it. Let me talk. The best way to do it is to be like, oh, Rabbi's in here. Hey, Rabbi, how are you? Talk for as long as you want. You're the best guest we've ever had in this space. But instead, we have to listen to Mr. Light just blah, 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 blah. Mr. Light, let me talk, dog. Doug, we've pinned the post. We've retagged 85 people. We've reposted. We've liked. We've commented. Oh, he's not seeing requests. Dog, it's not my fault that your app is jacked up because I'm telling you, I've requested. Mr. Light, you are dropping the ball majorly. I'm about to change your life. You have no idea who's on the other side of this phone. Yes. Hi, baby. Let me up. Yeah. Are you unable to call people up? He's not. He's got something wrong with his app. All right. So for anybody in the future watching, maybe this isn't on Mr. Light. Maybe it's on Elon Musk for not creating a platform that's easily usable. Dog, Mr. Light, I'm leaving and I'm coming back. Yo, big dog. I've requested. Okay, one guy can speak. I'm gonna start waving my hand. Wave. I'm waving my hand. Yeah, we can hear you, dog. We can hear you. I'm glad yesterday was a blast. Call on me, dog, or I'm going to go to another space. Call on me. Call on me. Dog. Call on me. Dog, can't you see my hand waving at you? Yes, I do. We're not keeping the alpha to ourselves. Call on me. Dog. Yo. Welcome. How you living, baby? Dog, Mr. Light, you are dropping the ball. Your space sucks. I don't know why you can't call on people, but I would have changed your life. I would have changed your life. I'm like an angel investor. I'm like an angel. Man, you're okay. I'll give him another chance. Dog, call on me. Take your time, big dog. This is your world. We just live in it. Come on. I'm waving at you, man. You would think, like, hey, this guy's waving at me. Maybe I'll send him an invite. Psh, psych. No, let's talk about the Jumbotron some more. Dog, make the other guy the host. Maybe he can bring me up. This is like making Michael Jordan sit on the bench. Come on. People, don't you understand? I could change your life in an instant. I could motivate you to climb mountains. Come on. Dog. Okay, I'm going to give him 1 minute. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. Okay, normally I would leave, but they're saying that they're going to bring somebody up. How don't you see my hand? Literally, it's flashing. What more do you want? Quit with this Jumbotron garbage. Talk to me. This is the worst. These people need to look at the audience. One person is waving their hand frantically. Come on. Call on me. Dog. Hey, somebody else got called up. Okay, if you can call them up, then why aren't you calling me up? It's Rabbi. Doug, no one gives a shit about your Jumbotron. Literally, no one cares. They care about me speaking and changing your life. These other guys are talking about me. They see me. Doug, I'm going to close this app and I'm going to reopen it. And if Mr. Light does not call on me, I'm throwing fists. Come on, baby, let me in. I can change your life, Mr. Light. I can change your life. Your whole world is going to change. Just call on me. Big Dog. Mr. Light. Dog, no one cares about what this person is saying right now. Literally no one. No one cares. Call on me. Call on me. Come on. What more do I have to do? Dog, I press the button. I close the app. I reopen the app. I press the button again. And I'm waving frantically. Frantically. Come on. Let me talk. I will blow your mind. I will blow Mr. Light's mind. And Daniel the Dev's mind. And G-Stiro. Everybody's mind's going to be blown. I will make your day. I'll make your week. Let me talk. Are you serious? Are you serious? This is garbage. This is the worst. This is the worst space of all time. Let me talk. Dog. Come on. And if you're like, Rabbi, why don't you just join another space? There isn't another shill space because it's getting late. Come on. But it's getting early in Nigeria. People, don't you see? I'm waving my hand, dog. Dog, you are boring. And no one cares about what you have to say. Not really. If you watch this in the future, I'm just kidding around. But just call on me, dog. 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 What is... No, nobody wants you to pin anything up. They want you to call on Rabbi. That's what people want. That's the people are demanding. Dog. People across the world are demanding one thing. It is not food. It is not water. It is not freedom. They want you to talk to Rabbi. Come on. Dog, do you not see my hand flailing? Oh, yes, they let me talk. Oh, tight. Oh, no, I can't hear him. We can hear you. GM, I'm so glad to be here. Oh, thank you for letting me up. I don't know what happened with Mr. Light and why he couldn't see my request, but at least I'm here now. How is everybody today? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Light, can you hear us, big man?
Mr. Light, can you hear us in the house of light? I think he's rocking right now. I think he's rocking right now.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, well, here's some alpha. If you haven't done so, make sure that you update your phone and you back up your phone. Make sure you update your computer and back up your computer. Those are always good things. If you have a crypto wallet, make sure that you have your seed phrase written and in a safe place. Never give your seed phrase out to anybody. And that's some basic information that not everybody always follows in crypto, but is always good advice.
Thank you very much. I think that's very good because most people tend to see it as minor something like backing up your devices, maybe your shots and teeth freeze, yeah. And many partners conspiracy and teeth freeze just because they believe that they were never going to lose their phone or the device they were using at that time. And they lose that wallet. Yeah, so you guys said to back up your devices, your seat freeze. Well, I believe most of us here, many of us here must have written our seat freeze. Not this way, other episode because there's nothing to help us here in UB on this space. So if you're in UB and you know you have a wallet, you've not seat freeze somewhere safe. Please do that now. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you once again. GM to you guys, GM to you, CC. Welcome to the space. GM to you, Gaslighting. Welcome to the space. This is Mr. Light asking you to and also we share fire also. So if you have an alpha you want to chill with us, to wait to request the mic from Mr. Mike and he'll bring you up. From Mr. Light and he'll bring you up. And also, do you have a post you want us to bring up for you on the number, please? Call my attention to that and I'll do just that. Thank you. GM is not me. Welcome to this space. Can we hear your voice? Can we hear you speak? Say GM to the house of light. GM, everybody, GM to the light. Yeah. Welcome to me, GM to you also. Every day, waking up every day is a motivation. But what you get, GM push you to see motivation for them to be motivated. You understand? Consistency will open doors for your talents. Because me, I don't understand your consistency will open doors. Your talents won't. You stay consistent there, right? Because then, GM to you guys, welcome to the space. I think we welcome to this space. So do want to retweet this space, like, and invite your friends to join us. This is the house of light. We cheat together, we drop our bars, we engage on posts, on position motors.
All right, I'm going to light these people up. I'm making their whole day.
And we'll do just that. Yeah. GM to you, Sammy. Welcome to the space. So I was saying before you came in, this is the house of light. The host, Mr. Light, is currently rocking. We'll be back and he'll join us very soon. So if you are here and you want to speak, you want to say something to us, you have an alpha you want to share with us, or you want to engage, people want us to engage with or people want us to engage for you, please do it. Call my attention to that and I'll do just that. And also, if you want to speak, request for the mic, I think that I should be able to bring you up. Yeah, thank you. Rabbi, let's hear you.
Absolutely. First and foremost, just Jiro, you're doing an amazing job in lieu of Mr. Light. Hopefully, they get their issues addressed. All right, here is my pitch to you all. Apologies if you've heard it before. For those of you who haven't, buckle up. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person, and I will go viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I am unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, feel free to look in my profile. I have the link there. It's also in my pinned post. In addition, in my pinned post, I have a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I also have more content than any person ever. You can also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in there. We'd love to add you to the fun. In addition to making you rich and ensuring that I assist world peace, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project, you have a crypto, you have an NFT, you are a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a coach, a mentor, and a friend all for free, please send me a DM. I'll get back to you right away. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want to connect with you. I want to help you to become more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to appreciate the opportunity to share. Boom! That's how it's done, baby.
Yeah, thank you once again, Rabbi. Please, so for this space to be well organized, you have a post and even though you're on this section and speaker section and you want us to bring that up, I think you have to call some attention to that because I think I'm the one committed to being posted here. Yeah, thank you very much. You wanted to say something, bro? Can we hear you? I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yep, yes, sir. Just Jiro, we can hear you. Lumi, did you hear Just Jiro? Do you have something to say?
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you. I don't know, maybe you're not there because I saw you wanted to say something. But yeah, GM to you guys, please let's do it to tag our friends. Our people on CT that you come and join us on this space. On Mr. Light, this is the House of Light. Very soon it's going to be from changing from Mr. Light and space to the House of Light space. And if you have an alpha you want to share with us, please do it to request in line on Mr. Light. I don't know what's happening. It's currently running because I can see that his live spots until it's, I don't know, his voice, I don't know, probably you can hear him, I can't hear him, I don't know. Rabbi, you can go ahead and what do you have to say to us again?
Absolutely. I've got some alpha I can share with the room while we're waiting on Mr. Light, if you'd like.
So that's the
Absolutely. All right, friends. If you're a social media marketer, if you're a graphic designer, if you're in Web3 and you want more business, I have an essentially guaranteed way to get you more business, and it's all free. So this is what you do. First and foremost, you need a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's basically one link that you can put in your profile that has all of your different social media in it. And what this is going to allow you to do, it's basically a business card for the 21st century. In the past, with business cards, people would hand them out and they would have a telephone number and an address. In the 21st century, we have Linktree, where you can have somebody view all of your social media with one link. If you don't have a Linktree, it's very important that you do. Now, many of you want to make more money and you're using Twitter to do that, and that's great. But you have to realize that Twitter isn't the biggest social media platform out there, and their alternatives are free, and you should be utilizing them in addition to Twitter. So, what I recommend is that you get the top 30 social media platforms out there. Everything from YouTube and TikTok and Instagram to Reddit, Imgur, Pinterest. And here's why. When you have 30 different social media platforms, it means that you can get 30 times more people who want to give business to you. You have all of those social media platforms with the notifications that will send an email to your Gmail account. And then, whenever anybody follows you or sends you a message or a DM or whatever it is, you're going to get an email about it. And all you have to do is just check that email. You don't have to check 30 different social media platforms. What this is going to do for you is threefold. The first is it gives you more places to be able to get business. The second is it gives you more places to be able to promote yourself and promote your clients. And thirdly, it makes it much more difficult for people to be able to impersonate you. And that's going to happen as you grow. You're going to get impersonators, and you want to have a platform. You want to have a presence on these different platforms so no one can impersonate you. So I advise you get a link tree. I'll give you the list of the social media that you need. If you just send me a DM, I'll send it to you. But it's the top 30 or so. And it takes you a few days to make these. But guess what? Once you make them, you don't ever have to do it again. And immediately you're going to start getting people following you. Immediately you're going to get people who are going to interact with your content. So the second thing that you want to do is then create content. And we have some of the most amazing content generators at our disposal in 2025. And those would be Grok and Sora and other online AI video creators. So what I advise everybody to do, and I can help you through this, you join my Discord, I'll walk you through it, and I'll answer any questions that you have, is you populate your social media with like 10 or so videos about yourself, about what you do. Hey, I'm a graphic designer, I'm in Web3 or whatever. And you don't have to be online, you don't have to show your face, you can stay as anonymous as you want. But basically, these are going to create AI people who are going to speak on your behalf, basically promoting what you do. And that's going to make you trend higher in all of the social media. Then what you're going to want to do, and I can teach you how to do this, is learn how to make memes with a meme generator. If you already know how to make memes, that's great, but aren't likely marketing yourself with memes. So what you want to do is put your link tree or your handle in the corner of any meme that you make so that people know who did it and know the creative force behind it, and they can connect with you and say, hey, that was really funny, or hey, I really appreciate you marketing my project, I want to work with you further. Then what I advise people do is learn how to clip spaces, especially big spaces with big time hosts. What this is going to allow you to do is tag the host, tag the speakers, get any alpha preserved, and that's going to put you on the host and the co host radar as a very creative, smart marketer. Then what we do, and I do this with everybody, is we get your pitch down to a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. Depending on the host, depending on the environment, you are going to potentially want to have different versions of how you promote yourself. Now, when we are promoting ourselves, usually it's being done just on Twitter. And I want you to, I analogize social media marketing or graphic design or community management or whatever you do as digging for gold. And basically, right now, you're digging for gold with one tool. That would be Twitter. With one shovel, that would be Twitter. I want you to use 30 different shovels. Sure, Twitter can be your primary shovel, but you could have 30 different social media networks working for you, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to be on there. They're going to work for you organically. So many times people come into different people's spaces and they'll say GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. How are you all today? And that's fine. And they'll go in and they'll say, I'm a Web3 marketer. I need a job. Please send me a job. I need a job. I need a job. And that's cool. At least you're going out there. At least you're trying. So I don't want to, I don't want to detract from that. However, there are better ways for you to market yourself. And I want you to be able to go into any space and be able to say, GM to everyone, my name is XYZ, and I'm the best marketer in Web3, and here's why. While all my competition, they're reply guys, and they are raters and they're shillers. And what they're going to do is when you post something on Twitter, they're going to like it, they're going to repost it, they're going to comment GM or something on it, and then they're going to come to you and they're going to say, okay, pay me. I am going to do so much more for you. I'm going to take your content, and of course, I'm going to repost it. Of course, I'm going to comment on it. Of course, I'm going to put a quality comment on it, and of course, I'm going to ensure that it gets seen by my entire follower list. But then what I'm going to do that no one else is doing for you, I'm going to take your content and I'm going to put it on all my social media, my 30 plus social media platforms. And what that means for you as a cryptocurrency owner or developer or NFT developer or whatever your project is, you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people buying your NFT, 30 times more people who are going to be buying your cryptocurrency because I'm promoting you on the entire internet. And additionally, what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to ensure that when someone Googles your project, you're going to show up number one in Google. You're going to show up number one in YouTube. You're going to show up number one in Reddit and in TikTok and in Instagram and on Threads and everywhere else on social media because I'm promoting you and my accounts are strong. So that means that you're going to get more business, and the best part, I charge the same as all of my competition. So you're going to get 30 times a better experience, 30 times a better relationship. You're going to make 30 times more money potentially, all by doing business with me. And that's why my DMs are open, and I look forward to being able to do business with you. Yes, do we have Mr. Lightback?
All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi, for everything you really put down. So, yeah. All right. This has been said, and I want to give you guys a particular thing. So, I want to waste our time. I really am so much like, yeah. So, it's like it was. So let's get to Shout out Rabbi Rothschild in the house. If you want, come up get the speaker. But if you get the speaker, you disqualify yourself from the $10 giveaway at the end of the show. Just saying. But either way, I would, if you don't mind, I would love to have you finish this song, okay? And I'll bring you up. All right, good morning, everybody. It's 7:22 a.m. In Nigeria and other countries in the same time zone. Let's see. The temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. There's a slight small overcast. It's 49 degrees with a windage of 8 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's still cold this morning, guys. Very cold, so I'm very glad that you guys are tuning in and making this part of your routine, even though this has now become a pop-up special. I'm only doing pop-up radio shows now, so I'm not doing it scheduled anymore because I don't want this to turn into a 9 to 5. I want to do this for fun because I see you guys have a lot of fun in here, especially when the show gets hijacked by my co-hosts or when I do giveaways. We have a lot of fun, and I want to be part of it too. So, when I do pop-up spaces, it gives me time to rest in between and feel like I can do this whenever I want to. And so as long as you're following me and you have your notifications turned on, you will be notified first and foremost when I post my purple pill. Purple pill, those who don't know what that means, the purple pill in your bottom right is the comment section and also the post for a live space. Live spaces are identified with a purple pill around it. So speaking of which, the purple pill, how about let's do a fun little engagement game, right? The first game we played was tag your friends so we can get as many people in here as possible. But let's play another game. Let me follow some people first. Agent, Tech Cyber, I'll follow you. Okay, that's all for now. Let's play another engagement. Lorenzo, I followed you. Had Priya. Oh shit, I just went to jail. Sorry, bad one. I'll have to wait until we cool down. So just stick around, maybe participate in the engagement game, and listen to some music while I cool down, and I'll give you my free follow, okay? Free as in you don't have to follow me back if you don't want to. But if you like this space, if the people up top above you are reciprocal and they're giving you love down to you want to come back and get some more follows tomorrow, do please give me a follow and turn on the notification icon so that you know when I will be broadcasting. Because whenever I broadcast, I always invite my friends, and all of my friends like to follow new listeners. Okay, so yeah, I'm still in jail, guys. So just bear with me here. So let's play a small engagement game. Can you guys take a picture of like the morning view for me, wherever you're at in the world, and post it in the purple pill? Don't DM me because the other time I had people like DMing me and I couldn't see them until at the end of the show because it's very hard for me to like check DMs and then the purple pill for your replies. It's a lot of stuff to juggle, right? So if you can help me, I'd love to see your morning views and also your breakfast. Show me your breakfast, please. Show me what you guys are eating. Take a picture, post it in the purple pill. You don't have to type anything, just post a picture. As a matter of fact, I've heard pictures and gifts don't put you in spam. Did you guys know that? So you can, if you type something over and over again, they will throw you in spam jail. But gifts, GIFs, those memes that I use a lot, you see in my replies and stuff like that, and pictures, they don't count. So they're free engagement for you, so you don't end up getting in trouble. So please take a picture of a view. Don't dox your face. I don't want to see your face. I don't want to see your feet. I don't want to see none of that. Like, I don't see street signs where you can be easily located. Like, just show me a view. Show me the sunrise. Show me what you're eating. Show me your food, right? Show me, something that makes me feel like I'm there with you right now, enjoying breakfast and Afro beats in the morning, right? Right before you're about to head to work. So let's engage in the purple pill and show me some love. I'd love to do some traveling while I play music with you guys. Because listening to Afro beats and watching, looking at the pictures, like you guys really bring me there. Like for example, oh my God, the artist Rap Rich Ninja. I gotta give you a special shout out. If you want to come up, I'll give you a speaker role because you're the only one that gave me a 15-second video on your computer screen showing my purple pill. then you do like a pan out to your beautiful home, by the way. I wish I had a home that beautiful. And I just loved it. I felt like I was there with you. It felt like it was a muggy morning. It was kind of like gray, kind of cold. Oh my god! It was like I was right there with you. The only thing that you were missing is like my voice and the show. Like, okay, let me challenge you, Lars. Can you do the same thing again, but like play the actual Good Morning Radio show and have the music like don't record my voice, but like when the beats are loud, you know what I mean? I think it really adds to the effect. That you're playing it right there. So I'd love to see it, bro. I'd love to see it. So guys, everybody, I'd love to see where you're at and what you're having for breakfast. Let me get someone just to do a quick. What do you want? What do you want, Austin? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rabbi, let's just talk. All right. I know you normally like to come up here and chill, but what time is it over there? Your neck of the woods.
10:30 p.m.
10:30 p.m. Same time zone, bro.
Wow, wow, wow.
And Rabbi, you are a man of many hats and many skills and many trades. Is it true that you have a Discord channel and you are live right now, 24/7 Truman Show?
100%. Discord.me/Rabbi. The link's in my profile. Join there for all of your hopes and dreams to come true.
Rabbi, I know you speak a lot of truth and it's very powerful, but I must ask you, how tinfoil is your content? Because me, quite frankly, I love tinfoil stuff.
Yeah, certainly. I really just try to stick to truths that are pretty well known in science or grounded in science, but maybe might not be discussed that much. And I like to discuss them. So things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, Santa Claus machines. If you don't know what this is, it's like a 3D printer that's connected to the periodic table. It's basically like it's a replicator. So I like to talk about that kind of stuff and focus on the future. That's really some of my passions.
You know what, Rabbi? I don't actually. I did it. I don't mean like the really far deep end stuff. That's for like a campfire night with marshmallows and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm really into that stuff, and I really, now that I'm doing pop up spaces, it really allows me to just do my own thing, right? Like if I want to check out other people's content stuff, I'm already in your Discord, bro. I just haven't. I think I just did once, and you were about to say hi. You're like, hey, what's going on? And then I just left real quick. It's like I was like, oh shit, I don't think I'm ready to engage. Feel like I have stuff to do, and I know if I get started with you, bro, we will just go on and on, and on a 24/7 Truman show like yours. It's a trap, bro. It's a trap for me because I'll never leave. Really appreciate you keeping it quick because I know maybe later after a couple more songs I'll give you your full moment to do your thing because man, you are like Bruce Buffer. I'm not gonna lie, you are like Bruce Buffer. Casey, what is it, Casey? Yeah, I just had a quick question for Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, dude, you stream your show 24/7 when you get a chance to like record.
Nobody knows what I'm doing under the covers. I might have an itch.
I like that shit. Alright. That's why I just be looking at your sheet like we were trying to get a sneak peek at it, but I was never able to really see. So maybe we can set up like a subscription so that people want to view that can subscribe to something, pay a little extra.
No, I give it away. It's all over Instagram if people want it.
Casey, you fucking hood rat. Speaking of hood rats, can I do it? Yeah, dude, bro, what the fuck you think I was doing? I was setting you up, come on. Yeah, guys, you guys want to be a mean, an Asian, if you know what an Asian is, he likes skate butt stacks. And he runs shows with Penn Island's not running shows, it's just Penn Island is their father. Bro. And from now on, guys, and all the listeners, if you support Pat just as much as I do, you better call him Grand Master. Dude, don't fucking don't listen. Don't call me none of that shit. As a matter of fact, you call me boss, Grand Master, you call me fucking king, or any of that shit, you instantly owe me $1. Hit the tip icon in my bios, or I will be harassing you in your timeline. Please don't call me none of that stuff. Anyways, Jindu, I saw you came in. Are you waking up and doing your morning routine, or you want to say something before I start playing some music? Oh, wait. Yeah, Jindu, Austin. Okay, yeah, I think he's still a little tired. Okay. Yeah, no, I was going to tell you that, that my goals, right? Back end shit. Bro, man, I appreciate you, bro. I'll be waiting for it. I'm ready. I really enjoyed the ability to meet you like that well. I'm not gonna get real chill. I just want Bella to hear my voice, bro, so she can get warm and fuzzy inside. See, this is what I'm talking about. No, but see, I'm locked in, bro. I'm ready to do big things, dude. I'm ready to take on big things. Hey, no, where's my Asian? Yo, pause, bro. Fuck. So, anyways, Casey, speaking of big things, how the fuck did you get back to 153? Did you recycle your old sales team, or is that really from the ground up? Wait, what? Are you serious? I think so, bro. Go check your shit, bro. You didn't check it? Yeah, Cap. Red's funny. No, that sales thing's a little different thing. I might have to give him one. I was gonna say, just like KC. Oh, okay, 17 members. So the whole 150, you still have that group, right? You're still cultivating. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I want to do that, but I can't work on so many things at the same time because I do a bunch of other shit outside of stacks. I'm not. Yeah, but the thing is, you have 153 members already ready to do something like an activity. Yeah, I might run a 7-day free something like a make, where I just teach some basic ways on how to make money online to all those people in there, and then I might close it so anybody else who wants to join for the 7-day class is $10 or something like that. So everybody is in there right now. Okay. Yeah, it's just when I saw your feedback thing. Now I'm calling everything. Sorry, I was just man, I hope he didn't throw it away because 153 is a lot of hard work, Yeah, no. Actually had a decent turnout for our space too. Me and him are trying to figure out some different things because the comedy is cool, but they can only go so far. So we might be doing a disrespectful show and tell. Okay, you ever? I think I explained it there too. You ever go to one of those restaurants, or you ever heard one of those restaurants where they're yeah. I feel like that's the kind of vibe we're going to a show and tell. You have regular speakers, but not bad speakers. So, do you think? What do you think the adoption rate will be for the listeners in Nigeria? Because that's actually kind of the platform you're building your ideas off of. And to me, Nigerians, sometimes aggressive behavior, jokes, can fly over their head and they don't really understand it. Sometimes they sometimes, it's time to when it's time to head out and set sail, bro. I think the Aussies might be a good place to call home. I was there. Now that you mention it, I was there and I was listening to these people like on with you guys, and I'm like, okay, these guys get it. They're not offended, and they're saying good shit about your mom too, and everyone's kind of laughing at the end of the day. So, yeah, congratulations on that experience, and they were taking it to. Yeah, honestly, some of the Nigerians know how to play ball too. It's just, yeah, exactly. And but the thing is, I did see a couple like people come and go. That's the thing. You're gonna lose. See, like those. So there's like it's 120 to 5 people that leave. So yeah, it's 20. Yeah, that's true. Overall, very successful case. Really proud of it. Yeah, it was dope. It was dope. It was dope. Yo, are you gonna start rocking the hood rat? What, profile picture? Dude, come on, once the movement pops, dude, you have to. Bro, I can't. This is how they know me. And I love the dog. If you send me that picture on Discord, I cook up something with the dogs know it and like a different like vibe. As long as it still has the actual dog. Yeah, the dog. But like, let's say like for example, for Christmas, like you just put a Christmas hat on the dog. No, then I put like Cartier glasses on the eyes and like something drinking or something. Alright, we'll talk about that. Can I get the co-host so I can like? God damn it, dude! Alright, dude, I'm not gonna be an asshole. Alright, what age are you sleep right now, dude? Just you never know, bro. You never know. Alright, I have a feeling as soon as I gave you co-host, you're gonna DM an agent, and you're already working in the back end. You're already trying to bring them up, right? Why does Drew know my tactics, dude? What the fuck? I haven't heard explanation in like a couple hours. Yeah, just be talking to them now, just in case I fucking came on here. Dude, I literally logged on to X to like start up one of these shows because I didn't figure if you want to look at the search. We're live. I was like, he just ditched me in Austin. That's what he's by himself. I'm like, damn. I just wanted to play music today because I got a lot of DMs saying, yeah, let's hear more music and less, chilling and shit like that. So I was gonna just honestly, I didn't want to like market this too much. Just have my core followers tune in, and especially those that want music with their mornings. Like it wasn't really gonna be like a crazy orchestrated thing. It was just a hobby. And that's kind of what I want to do from now on. Right. Well, look, I have one more thing. Yeah. For all like the reply guys and stuff in here, I have an opportunity for you. It's not gonna be money right off the bat because I don't want to say test you guys out, but I want to see what some of you guys are about. So if I would say if you're not in an urgent sense of like you need a job but you want to be for a reply guy, definitely hit me up. But if you're like super urgent, like need money, then it's probably not the right opportunity for you. But for the rest of you guys who are working on other stuff and also want to start growing their backs and whatnot, definitely DM me. Hey, thank you, Casey. Austin, you have any things to say before I move along the show? No, I'm just thinking of. Okay. Yeah, that's really cool, Austin. Thanks for sharing, bro. We're gonna move on to our next speaker. All right, in that case, let's see. Austin, I love you, dude. I brought some of my comedy show to the Good Morning, bro. I gotta stop. Love you, Austin. Nathan, you're one of those that actually likes the music more than the talking, I feel like. So Nathan, tell me how you like this today's Good Morning Radio. So I'm literally just because in the UK is 6:45 for most work 7 years. I go work at night, so I've just been up since 6 enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the music, I'm enjoying the talking as well. Enjoying everyone that's been up on the 6 section 6 more. Maximum respect to Ben. Maximum respect to Ben. And Ben That's my thing's wife. Oh, fuck. Damn, bro. I'm chucked off the bus. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take co-host away. Okay, no, don't do that. That's what. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's good. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoy the vibes here, and not just the music, but also the talking as well too. Because I'm trying to get a lot of people coming up here. Real quick, some use a lot of videos. I feel so fucking bad. Oh yeah, that's so fucking awesome, bro. So you what you send me your salon address. No, thanks. I've got Pittsburgh. I haven't got salon address. Michael Quick. What's your what wallet are you using? I use GUINNESS. And you can't trade salon. I think I can. I just need some time to figure it out. Alright, just let me know and send me over DM. Yeah, I'll send you a DM and I'll show you. Good. Alright, I'm gonna stick to this space and listen to before I still go 30 or half an hour more to like that. So I'm just gonna be and listen to the music and enjoy the vibe. Oh, for sure. I'll keep that in mind and try to keep my best balance out. That way you get some music before you head out, okay? Sure. Thank you very much. I'll take care. And shout out Casey, man. WKC. This is what I'm talking about, New Yorkers, man. You guys have a soft side, but then I don't know if you guys are young enough to remember, or old enough to remember 9/11, but I was still a kid when 9/11 happened. So I was kind of watching the TV and shit like that. And New York typically has that affluent stereotype and mentality, I guess. What are the Twin Towers where we see what two large waves? All right, I'm gonna let that pass because you're a New Yorker, right? So you can kind of all right. That's all right. That really derailed me. Holy shit, dude. it is like made up of it's made up of wheat, right? So it's healthy anyways. Hey, you're making me hungry. The crispy puri made up from wheat, so that is very healthy. Like no, it is not healthy. Like I guess because it is fried from oil. So maybe I mean, air fry. It's okay. I think it's okay. I think a little bit of fried is okay. Like there's other food items out in India that are just super deep fried. You know what I mean? Like honey puri is like a mild indulgence where you kind of want to eat something crispy and crunchy, but you don't want to go overboard. Right? I do. Dubai, I feel like you have a lot to contribute here. Feel free to jump in and have a 3-8 discussion with us. You know, guys, I really want to tell you something. Sure. If you guys ever come to Mumbai, just let me know. I'll let you know too. Yeah, I'll come with you guys. I will make you try it. Super crazy things over here. I'm sure there is. Dubai, what do you have to say? I feel like you're trying to like engage and like connect with us as humans. Look, so amazing. Thank you so much. First of all, for being so much energy. And I'm listening to Mani is a healthy food. It's food and okay, so I'm also vegetarian. Well, let me I'm telling you my story. Actually, I'm going to Australia, and my dinner also with my flight. Yeah, they come to the dinner, and I'm seeing it, open it, I'm seeing it. It's a fish. I don't. Come. I'm pure vegetarian. No, it's a vegetarian. It's a seafood. Seafood is not a one vegetarian. It's a vegetarian. Okay. Take it. I'm okay. Then I pick my bag, some chocolates. I made it. Then I'm landing it. After that, I'm made some food back. So fish food, seafood is not is a vegetarian. I'm shocked how this is possible. Yeah. So my brother, tell me, are you still in San Francisco? I'm at present in the area, but I'm also going to San Francisco. I have a business on the side. Well, my son also. Oh, your son is there. Oh, wow. So you have people. Wow, you have family all over the world. Actually, yes. Wow. Because my daughter is you guys, you sound like you come from a family of hard workers. That's what 100%. Yeah, man. I'm doing the job. I'm an assistant professor. When my weekend start, I'm going one time Australia, one time US. Yeah, very amazing, man. Yeah, hey, just make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Because when you're flying all over the world like that, your sleep gets disrupted. You know what I mean? Your diet, right? It totally throws your chakras off, right? You're sitting on an 8-hour flight and it's compressing your spinal cord, and you're not able to release that energy, right? And it's really building up in like places like your stomach, and so I hope you find the time. At SFO, there's actually a meditation room. Okay, I want you to go there and ask for a meditation room. Arrive a little bit early so you can use the meditation room to stretch. Big room, by the way, big room, nice and dark. I think there might be like quiet, very quiet music in the back. And yeah, you could I remember just going there and people were meditating. I used it to stretch. I like stretching after an 8-hour flight, connecting flights especially, and then I got to do like another 6 hours or whatever. So definitely check that out. I hope you appreciate the tip. SFO is a beautiful airport. Make sure you get your camera ready before you leave the airport, because if it's like your last time at the airport and you don't take pictures, you might not have an opportunity to take them back. So very beautiful place, a lot of good art installations there at the terminals. The food is good too, but it's very indulgent, right? Especially for a vegetarian. So if you are a vegetarian, I would say prepare your meals, right? helps you like maybe turn your flash off, right? Because you don't want to disturb other people. Yeah, I would love to see your journey on my timeline. If you don't mind me sharing your travel to the world and my people that's listening and stuff like that, I would love to repost your. If you can tag me in your pictures, I would love to engage on them, comment on them, have a conversation in the reply section. That way we get natural engagement. And I would love to repost and quote it so I can share your travel journeys on my timeline, okay? 100%. Thank you so much. Yeah. God bless you, all of you. And one thing I request everybody, please follow my brother post, mention, and please, I'm requesting to please everyone on the notification bell also. And please support my brother. And thank you so much for each and every person. You see ups and downs, left and right, please connect with each other and massive followers here. So please support my brothers, support each and everyone. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Love you all. Love you so much. Thank you so much, and goodbye. Matter of fact, if you can do me a favor, can you tag a few of your Indian mutuals to tune into the station right now and see if they enjoy this experience as much as you are? Maybe we get to talk about honey pudding or butter chicken. Actually, I heard butter chicken is actually not an Indian dish. That it was actually Indian immigrants that went to UK and developed butter chicken, right? So biryani and all that other stuff might be Indian, but I heard butter chicken is actually UK Indian. Oh, I don't know. That can be correct. That can be. And have you heard about chole bhature? No. What is that one? I'd like to know what that one is. I would like to listen from Anu what is that. It's very difficult to explain it. Very difficult to explain it. Well, how about this? When you come across it, how about you take a picture instead? Because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and that way it saves you a lot of talking, a lot of typing, right? Yeah. And have you heard about samosa? Oh my God, I love samosas. Oh my Lord! Now that's an indulgence. That's super deep fried, but it's so freaking good. It's crunchy, especially when it's hot, right? You bite into it, you get the hot potato filling inside. Sometimes they put lamb and stuff if you eat meat and you're not a vegetarian. I don't think you guys do beef, so I think it's like lamb. You can customize it definitely in few of the restaurants in Mumbai. You can customize your own samosas. Yeah. A lot of startups are here like that, especially for food. Yeah, but I guess the standard one would be like your basic level potatoes, peas, and carrots, right? Yeah, that is the basic one. Yeah, I like that one actually. But yeah, if you can do me a favor and help me tag some of your Indian mutuals that you know are awake right now during a healthy hour, I'd love for them to tune in because I play music and maybe they might be into Afrobeats. Or you can also tell them, maybe if they engage and give me suggestions in the proposal, I'll play some Indian music too. I want to listen to some Bollywood. How about that? I want to listen to some Bollywood. Absolutely. Yeah. Our music is so tremendous and many things. And you Punjab. I don't know if he's Punjabi, but what's his name? Fatir Khan or something like that. Yeah. Shah Rukh Khan. You like Shah Rukh Khan? Yeah. I mean, it's a family of singers, right? There's someone that's alive right now that's a Khan. Fatir something Khan. And then his father used to be a very famous singer, also goes by the name of something Khan. I just forget. It's been a while since I listened to Indian music, but how about you? Yeah. You know what? You will love it. I have just shared you one of those songs. If you can just check it out and you can see. How about I play it right after this? Right? So that you're not talking. No, it is literally like it will give you goosebumps. Okay, let me get into your DMs and get that. Yo, bro. Yeah. Yo, can I get the co-host back? I didn't Yeah, I got you. Can I make that quick announcement for it? Yeah. Hey guys, I'm Casey, and if you give me the 3.3K followers, I'll give away a salon right here on this wall. Oh, how much salon first? Hold on. I don't want to make it more too hard for very little. How much we're talking about right now? $5. $5 to one lucky winner? Yes, sir. All right. That sounds good. 100. Spam hundreds and let Casey know that sounds good. If not, do a thumbs down, and then we'll negotiate $10. Well, my good. Well, it's either you guys take it or I go to a different space and someone else will take it. But if you guys want $5 line up, go drop me a fine. Mike, you're never gonna get love on stage. You're actually gonna get blocked. Whatever. I'll negotiate. Yo, Austin, look, I want to say something. Talking about giveaways, I probably have a giveaway. Make sure it's a $10. Make sure it's a $10. Oh, you got competition now, bud. He's offering $10. It's today. I've been giving away hundreds of dollars. Please, guys, check it out. Make sure you like. They said, okay, I'll be happy. Space. 6. They do have time. Make sure you guys show up 6 p.m., 6 a.m. You gotta be there. I don't know what time. I think you guys will be. Well, here's the thing. When you make the purple bill, just make it on your time, and X will automatically convert that from their time. So as long as they have their notification, they're not going to do my page. Schedules like 6 p.m. So make sure you guys come up. This box is let's make new friends. I gotta do a thing, bro. 3.3 is hard. It's not really worth it. $5 on it. So once the rats hits 100 members, I'll be voice. And that's like 70 people instead of 150 followers. So everybody in here, a bunch of people in here I follow, they don't follow me back. So you guys are just not welcome. And I don't want to. Oh, come on, bro. That's not the spirit you're made. We're not about rats, all right? That's your channel, bro. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to be. I think that might be kind of racist, but you motherfucker. Y'all want to be up and red? Definitely doing the thing. Blood rats do it better than most people, so if you want to make a shit ton of money, definitely doing that. LKC in the chat, guys. LKC in the chat for me. But LKC in the chat will pay you. I promise you. Where's Chris Dog waiting for his fucking message? He loves to do that. Shit, dude. Where is it? Nah, hold on. Nah, real shit though, guys. 100 members. Blood rats is on the Jumbotron. Give away $5. Every 100 members we get, I'll give away 500. Or 5 salon. Or $5 salon. All right. You heard it. Just joining. You guys are worthless. All right. Anyways, I have this one's for you. This is Risha. I'm gonna butcher this. Risha, Rick Hero. You know what? You got the mic. Can you tell them the title of this day for me, please? By Janakia. Okay, thank you. I got you, bro. So basically, what he's trying to say is, if you don't join the Reds, you're not going to be entered into the giveaway. Cotton supports that giveaway, which is two right testicles. So if you want to gain a third testicle, definitely join up on the Reds and penny up the link. All right, thank you. Without further ado, let's get back to some music. All right. This one's a little bit different because this one's dedicated to Kush, one of our honorary speakers tonight. Right? It's free. Next song is Sonic Cap. So it's from my project, 9-song project, called Douglas, and this channel is. So Douglas means 9 emotional sentiments, and this one channels the emotion of courage and valor. Whenever I play this or listen to it, it gives me so much energy and so much power that I feel like I can conquer the whole world. And I hope that it ignites the same fire in you. So, Sarah Complex, thank you so much. Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much for that recommendation because it really brings diversity. Oh, she dropped off. Yeah, it really brings diversity. Oh, there she is. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. Hey, thanks for coming up to speak. If you want to come up and speak, go ahead and request it. I'll bring you back up. Just hit the request button. I'll see you there. Let's see. Yeah, thank you so much for the button. What did you think about that? Oh, he jumped off too. Okay. There's a speaker. Let's see if I can bring everybody back in here. Let's see what he thinks about. There you go. What did you guys think about that? Despite what we see on American TV about the division of India and Pakistan, it's actually very mixed culture, especially at the border, right? Because people come and go and they mix. It's not really. I mean, there are problems and animosity, but for the most part, people cross the border every day to see family, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very, very diverse, right? Very diverse, though. And both of you guys both play cricket. Yes, yeah, 100%, 100%. That's so beautiful here because it just goes to show you not everything's what it seems to be. And Rabbi Rothschild definitely attest to that. And I'm so happy that I can do these shows on a pop-up basis because I know my core following is turning my notifications on so they know when I'm broadcasting that. Which is likely going to be Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, because I know Canadian Thanksgiving is already over. But yeah, Thanksgiving, maybe Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I'm going to really get my energy to do back to back and just recipe so that I can make each and every one of you during Christmas and do a 25% giveaway. Maybe if I can get enough donors to support me for my giveaway, I will give up to 25 people. But if I don't reach up to enough budget for 25 people, $10 each, I will still give $10 each just at a lower number. But my goal is to try to get enough funds to give away $10 each to 25 people. You know, just to give thanks to our Lord for bringing us all together and being able to connect and network with each other. And you guys are actually the ones providing more opportunity and money than I can ever offer on this platform that I built. You guys are the ones that are connecting now in my community page. And by the way, for the new listeners that are listening that have a new tick, I normally interview to get into my community page because it's 100% verified professionals, over 350 of them now. But if you're tuning in and you've been, sticking around with us, listening to us talk on the radio show, while I play music in between, and you really like the vibes, go inside, join my community. It's not just for the vibes. We are a big, strong network of 350 verified professionals, and we are very diverse teams. It's become a global village, but we are also diverse in trade as well too. So we got everything from graphic designers to photographers, content writing, community managers, moderators, reply guys, Web3 crypto projects. There's a lot of stuff to explore. All you have to do is request to join. I'll let you in. Then once you're in, introduce yourself, make a hello post, and let the entire community, all the other 52 members over 30 now, let them know who you are and what you're looking for. Be a human. Don't just advertise, like a product or something. Like, let them know what you're looking for because people in my community, they want to connect. We want to connect for one reason or another. And so if you make yourself out there, really want to become good friends without any reason. So, Ben, if you don't mind, I want to tell you one trial, which is in Hindi, but I am going to translate it in English. Oh my God, yes, please, yes, please. So it is like that, uh, like in a home, you know the dangerous things, but you don't have a door. But in the other side, you have a door, but you don't know the dangerous things. So in Hindi, it is like, but you guys will not understand it. So say it. You don't know that. You don't know that. We have a lot of people listening. You don't know how many of them are actually. Okay, I'm just speaking. So तुम्हें खतरे का अंदाजा है पर तुम्हारे घर में दरवाजा नहीं है, हमारे घर में दरवाजा है पर हमें खतरे का अंदाजा नहीं। How do you feel about that? No, this shairi is from Altaf Raja, and he's like god level thing in India, like in that 90s. If Anup knows Altaf Raja. This is so awesome, right? Because like, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is why I didn't want to this community when I gained my 500 verified followers. I didn't want to remove the because I saw moments like this happen, and I was just like, it's not worth throwing away from this. These guys are not making genuine connections. It all started with my Nigerian core family members. Eventually, they started feral, very rude to each other, not to follow back, and then eventually they're like, "Who's watching the game? You know, like who's an Arsenal fan or who's a Chelsea fan?" And then from there, it just started to become family. And then now I'm starting to see like if these speakers come up here and talk to each other and kind of take over the show. I really hope you're engaging in the purple pill and tagging your Indian friends and also Pakistani friends in the same page. Just because you're in Miami doesn't mean you can't tag your folks back in Mumbai to tune in with you and be one big happy family. You know what I mean? Let me play some music because I think we should. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'll try my best to do the reply guy thing in the purple pill and respond to you. And I'll look for you, so I'll try my best to look for you, Junior. And yeah. Let me play a quick song from the Shredder team. Oh. 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 Oh my goodness. But it's San Francisco. I would love to, bro. I would love to meet you. I would love to meet you, and I will take you to. So you like horse things? Yes, in terms of water. Yeah, yeah. What was it? So there's a place in San Francisco called Hot One. You ever heard of Hot One? We will meet and eat at Hot One together. Okay. Definitely get in my DM so I can keep in touch. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Casey, what are you gonna say? Mastermind, what? Hello? Oh, fine.
Yo, what up, Lofi? How are you? Stream my life for world peace. Yeah, 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 absolutely. What? What? Okay, so are you a kick streamer? Oh, tight. Okay, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent, awesome, amazing, Lofi. Okay, okay, so I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Lofi, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, it's basically the story of someone's entire life being on camera. That's essentially what mine is. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. And with that influence, I want to make you, your friends, your family all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What'd you say? Yeah, so I will be. I'll be a trillionaire. More than you. Well, then definitely more than you. All right, hey, Lofi, if you don't want to be on the list to be made rich, then hey, you do your own thing. Absolutely. So, as I've said, that data is Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived than any person ever. I'm going to be able to monetize that. I have more social media than any person ever. I'll monetize that. I am already endorsed by cryptocurrencies that are worth $100 billion, but I'll be able to do even bigger endorsements for major corporations, billions of dollars of revenue. and I'll take care of everything that you ever need.
How the fuck did this happen? Like, how did you get into it?
So just one moment. Um, I It was during the pandemic, and basically everybody started. Uh, my job went. Just one moment. I'm trying to listen to this at the same time. This Twitter space. My job went remote, and I got more comfortable being on camera, basically, and then just started live streaming and haven't looked back. Um, okay, so that's what I do. How about you? You're a streamer on Kick. Excellent. Well, very well, man. You're always welcome here. Feel free to always join whenever you want. Chill. I wish I could talk more, but I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, and there are like 500 people in this bad boy, and I'm a speaker, so I've got to listen to when they talk to me. Do you ever do Twitter spaces?
No, no.
Okay, well you're missing out. It's a good time.
Yeah, I just googled it, bro. You can live invest for 69 days.
No, no, no. Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably, but way more than that though. 4 years.
No, that's exactly the time.
No, 4 years.
Well, I just run it like the timestamp for like the call, and it's 69.375 days. Have you tried
Okay,
muting
yeah.
everybody, and then I'll unmute everybody? Go ahead, try it out. I'll stop by later, but I gotta go.
All right, take care, big dog. Enjoy yourself. Pleasure to meet. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
I see you unmute your mic. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything, Bella. I'll give you some time to work that out in your speaker, so you can feel free to interrupt at any time. But Anoop, what do you think about that song that I just played? It's an amazing song, no doubt about it. And this song became so famous. And it was used in that movie also. I think it's a movies, and many people. Yeah, it's a legend person. This person is a wizard. It's and we love all Indian people, all Pakistani people, those persons have listened to music and love the music. So Indian language is an ustad ustad, ustad means, I mean to say, it's a teacher, it's a professor also. It's a ustad means ustad. So it's an ustad who's also really it's amazing. Nice, nice. Hey, speaking of which, I think your engagement worked because I see Manju Suman. I'm following this person and tell them they don't have to follow me back, okay? It's okay if they don't want to follow me. But if they do like to tune in, tell them to follow me and hit that bell icon so they can get reminders whenever I broadcast. Because not only am I going to play Afro beats now, I'm going to now play Pakistani and Indian music in the show. And I don't have a schedule anymore because it's very tiring. So I'm doing surprise pop-up shows, and I'm going to try my best. This is now going to be my new challenge for you guys. Okay, I'm going to try to coordinate 3 time zones. Okay. It looks like between Mumbai, Pakistan, and India, it's only like maybe an hour difference between each other, so I can consider that one single time zone. And then I'll look at Nigeria, and then United States, actually 4 different time zones, because sometimes Casey will want to come in and participate, and he's on the other side of the United States. I don't know if you guys know, but United States is a vast continent, or the Americas rather. But the United States is very vast as a country, and so we have different time zones. I'm all the way on the 3 hours ahead, and right now it's very early for him. But yeah, I will try my best to find a time that works for everybody. That way, everyone can join in at the same time without losing sleep and stuff. And our friends out here and tell them what I just said. Absolutely. you are doing very hard work and you are very serious about this platform. And my blessing always with you. And one day you see your hard work is on a right way, and you are successful. Then it's not done in 1%. I'm, uh, I'm, I'm just talking. I'm also regarded any paper. You are successful. That is 100% you are successful. So don't worry. और मैं जितने भी यहाँ पे हमारे एरिया के दोस्त बने हुए हैं कौन सी संगीत फेस्टिवल्स एक्टिविटीज follow our other post please follow them all and on the notification bell and please support them also. So please I want to request you again to everybody please follow excellent Casey and all speaker panels. Austin is a very tremendous guy. Austin Michael, hello, how are you? You are also a very nice person. Please follow them also and follow the notification bell also. And TNF Stay and Rabbi and Mojo also. I don't know whether it's a man or it's a woman. I don't know how it's person. Because in every space I see this person. But he's also my teacher. And Elias and सभी जितने भी आप यहाँ पर everybody please follow my brother and please push it to the top of the list. I am requesting to thank you so much and one thing I am also requesting to everybody my subscription is on. If anybody subscribe me I am 100% give subscribe back to you. So thank you so much. Hey, thank you so much, Anupai. And yeah, I do see Bojo a lot. Very active person, but very quiet person, and I dig the vibes. Like I kind of understand sometimes. Um, like when I stopped doing these morning radio shows, and I the first day I had school rest, I had a lot of time to just enjoy the app, and so I like to look at all the spaces. about, all right? You give the follow, just forget about it. Because if you unfollow, yeah, because if you unfollow, you also go to jail. Did you know that? No, no, I know I'm fully. All right. So, engage. Yeah. Well, hey, how about this? You want to talk about engage? Let's do this. How about this? If we up here give all of you guys down there a follow, will you request for the mic and at least come up and say hi to us? Like, you don't even have to follow us back. Can you guys do that? That's I'm not asking for purple pill engagement. I'm not asking for reply, guys. I'm just asking you guys to just at least come up and at least let me know if you received it or not. Because sometimes this app plays games, and so if I follow you, sometimes you might not receive it. So you can at least say yes. Don't even say hello. Just say like yes, I received.
How are you, Daniel?
Don't even take me, right? Just I want to see how.
What's good, son?
Stubborn. I'll go ahead and follow you. I want to see how. Same shit, different toilets. You get me?
Word, dog. How'd you find out about me?
Bro, you're a bit of a celeb.
Oh, I know that. I know that. How'd you find out about me?
Bro, your name is amongst money discourse. A lot of people. One thing I want to say, you could make a lot of money if you did a stream on Pump Fund. I don't know if you've experienced.
Baby, I'm live on Pump Fund right now.
No way, really?
100%.
If you invest like $10 into a value bot, it'll bring a lot of traction to the Pump Fund stream. But you have to get like a Pump Fund or a value bot.
I know. I only care about streaming on there. I don't do it for money.
Fair enough.
But thank you. I appreciate it. You're absolutely right. That's an excellent example.
I'll send some of my buddies the link because I always see you going at it and shit. You're always putting in work. So
100%. I appreciate it. Thank you. I wish I could talk more in the middle of a Twitter space, but some other time when you come in here, I won't be as occupied, and we'll chop it up. Okay?
Of course. Have a lovely day, my friend.
You as well, my friend. Thank you for being so nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, welcome, bro. Did you get my follow? Oh no, I didn't. Let me follow you. Did you get it? Let me know when you get it. Thank you very much. Yeah. And don't worry about the follow back, right? You can keep it right there. But hey, if you like this radio show, you're gonna want to follow and then turn on the notification because if you're first time listening right now, I let everyone know that I don't do this schedule anymore, Nigerian time. I used to do it every morning for you guys, but it's become yes, I feel it. It's because perfect. Yeah, make sure you follow us so you can, because we're all part of the community. And then whenever I post a purple pill, a live space, you guys get notified first with the bell. I am not. I'll always do the space. Now tell me, GNF, are you having breakfast today, or are you deciding to skip breakfast today and just go straight to work? No, I'm just coming back from the gym. Oh, nice. So you already ate before the gym? Yeah, what did you have? No, I don't have anything fasting. I will just go back to get food. Oh, okay. Gotcha. When I get to the gym, I'll have something. Okay. Nice. Wow, it sounds like you have a busy morning already, bro. I think some music might help you get through your morning a little bit easier, and hopefully with the music, with some Afro beats, in the blink of an eye, it'll be like 1 p.m. already for you. So maybe I'll play some music for a little bit. I see someone raising their hand. Moses, I'll follow you, and I'll bring you up. I'm just gonna bring everybody that wants to speak up, and I'm gonna mute everybody, and I'm gonna play a little bit of Afro beats, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Good morning, by the way. Good afternoon. love, she got my back. I know you good. I'm happy that I know you good. Say everything I do for my woman. Anything I do when you talk, I go do on. Me and the destiny that I get from my visuals. Loving you, they might eat I really got me, she just take you. Giving me love, you want to take. All of them go to the first day. Put it up, it's not done. Girl, give me love, so girl, you're not in my soul. She ain't done, I'm up to go. She ain't done, I'm up to soul. Say anything I do for my woman. Anything I do, when you talk, I go do for me and the destiny that I get from my visuals. Loving you, they might eat raw. Yeah, that is your mountain. I'm not like your baby. But I let you see me. See, she understand my pain. She like, mangala. Oh, mangala. Aku bakal dapat apa nak? Asal ni gaji aku problem. All of a sudden, dia aku ini. Bukan sama aku ini. Okay, my baby. Oh, all of a sudden, dia aku ini. Bukan sama aku ini. Okay, my baby. Anything I do for my woman. Anything I do, you talk, I go do for. Me and the destiny that I get from my visuals. Loving you, they might eat wrong. And thanks for tuning in, new listeners. I'm actively giving you guys follows, and you don't have to follow me back. That's right, I'm giving blue tick follows, and you don't have to follow me back. It's all right. I'll stick around at the end of the show for a $10 giveaway. Yes, stay after the show. At the end of the show for a $10 giveaway. Specifically looking for people at the bottom, new listeners that are just joining. I want to show you guys how much fun we have on the show. That way, you guys can follow. You hopefully follow me back. I'm not expecting a follow back. You can have mine for free, but I hope you guys will follow me because you're actually interested. You want to tune in. Believe, I just followed you. Thanks for entering this space. Okay, he left, but I gave him a follow. That's all right. Yeah, so just stick around at the end. There's gonna be a $10 giveaway, and yeah, let me play something from the United States. You know, this is like a global village, and there's Afro beats. We got Pakistani music. We got Indian music. Let me show you guys something fancy. Something fancy. It's a little old, right? Might show my age a little bit, but I think this is a very timeless song as well too. This one's actually not American. I would say this is more like UK. So, you know, where's my UK boy out here, Nathan? Where's Nathan at? Is he still here? Let me see. Let me unmute in case he's a speaker still. Nathan, where you at? He's gonna miss out on this, bro. Right, whatever. He's gonna miss out. Let me bring Casey back up as a co-host. You keep rugging, bro. You keep rugging. Wow, there's a lot of new requests here. Okay, I might have to do just like speaker time and then shuffle you guys out. That way you all guys get a chance to speak. So, yeah, let me play something from I would say the UK. So now I gotta come up with something American soon. So, but for now, check this out. It's Sade Smooth Operator.
it down.
Except for one person. Except for one person. But we don't know who's who. Rabbi Yosef says even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now what that seems to be saying is, you say to yourself, well, obviously Abba Chalafta is not murder. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yosef says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Who would that apply to? Amar Rabba says, this is what it say. Shnaim Shayim Omrim to this. Biyatza Chutz Milinehem V'Harag. Sorry, Biyatza Chutz Milinehem V'Harag Shnei B'Turim. All right, so what's this? Rabbi Yosef is bringing the case. Listen to this. You have two people standing together, right? Reuben and Shimon are standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone. But we don't know, was it Reuben or was it Shimon who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. Gemara says, both are going to be potter. Rabbi Yossi, let's go say now the same as Rabbi Yossi, afilu abba chalafta beinehen. Rabbi Yossi says, even if one of the two guys was abba chalafta. In other words, I'm not a thought like this. If it's Reuben and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is, so you'd be tempted to say, it's for sure Reuben. It's for sure Reuben. It can't be Abba Chalafta. Like Abba Chalafta would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Chalafta, ultimately both are potter. Since we do not know the definition who went ahead and shot the arrow, therefore by definition we have no choice but to examine it. I will say this is all part of the same motif, right? Because this is what Rabban is saying in Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, the halacha is reticent to execute anyway. The halacha has come out when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in a case, two guys, Reuben and Abba Chalafta is a good Adar. They're standing together. An arrow shoots forth from between them, kills Shimon. You'd be tempted to say logically, who's the killer? It's got to be Reuben even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. Take a look at Joshua the moment. Allah Amarava, Shalom Hokala Basin Kamar, Kibon Shnayim Omdim, Yatzachit Mebineim. Two people are standing right and an arrow shot forth from between them. Then Yodin Aidon, both are Pater. Rabbi Yossi, Afidu Abachalaf Mebineim. Shakal Yodin Shuchosid, below Zarku, from Mekhaivin Lizdach Mishum Haithazaka. Ubahat to Rabbi Huda Moda, Rabbi Huda Damar Konsul Kipa, Lo Allah Allah, Koi Elaki Kamatana, because you're next right with Masin Sabaki Katani, Shush Nigmadina. Once I said the point of view is that Allah even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this, right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this that Allah everybody is going to be Pater. We'll see there's an interesting answer on this also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that if Abba Chalaf does there, Abba Chalaf does Pater, right? What's the logic? So I was saying, so obviously the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to Pater everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah Pirkei says, do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die. So of course, the first time to be easily misunderstood. Of course, you should believe in yourself. Person should believe in themselves each and every day. So what does it mean? What does that mean? What means people say is a person should never think that they are incapable of performing any avera. Sometimes like you see a particular avera and you're like, oh, I would never do that. I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people would perform almost any avera. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to prohibit it, it means that man has somewhere, somehow, a natural proclivity to do it, right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't have to answer it. So there's this tremendous mitzvah, like even if Abba Chalafta was one of the two guys, even Abba Chalafta is not incapable of shooting an arrow and killing someone. It's tremendous yisod because sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And we'll say in our own lives, I think if we look at our lives, I would imagine that there are averas that I had done that I thought I would never do. I thought they were beyond me. So now, Baruch Hashem, I found the yicholas. I dug deep. Right? And I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we can be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is given the opportunity, I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves about crossing those lines. Incredible result. The Gemara was like, now again, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring to, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Brisa, when he said, even if Abba Chalak was one of the two people, that was about a different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them, the arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys is mamish like a Rav Ladar, so you say, of course it wasn't a Rav Ladar, it was the other guy. No, there's identity and ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be Pater. Now circle back. If you have the type of shard, and the shard ultimately again had its margin, and it got mixed with other shvarim. So the Gemara says, "Shar machirim ma'alya." Now, shar machirim ma'alya means other innocent shvarim. So a shard that was condemned to death got mixed in with other innocent kedra. What's the halacha? Sokmenosan. Ultimately, again, we'll stone all of them. So the Gemara says, now I will say, obviously, this is by animals, right? This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, Konsin also the keeper. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what will we do? We'll go ahead and just kind of passively kill them. Just put them in the pen, feed them barley, and they'll ultimately die. Or by animals, don't feed them at all, and they'll die. But we learned, but is that true? Is that true? So if you have, we'll say, this is a reverse of what we were saying before. It sounds like, so now what the Gemara is suggesting is, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to kill anyone. You can't. So what's the case of machnising also with people? That's the case of a shar. That's the case of a shar. So you have a shar, ultimately, again, that killed someone, and it got mixed in with a chevra of innocent shvarim. So Rabbi Yehuda will, Tanakama says, kill everything. Kill everything. But I want to know, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, machnising also the people. So the Gemara says, listen to this. It's actually, but I listen to this. Interesting case. Let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. If the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is mutter. The offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, but if it only gave birth after the Gemara did, then the offspring is going to be also. This Ari Ba'achirim. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring was bringing it. Let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. And again the group gets further mixed together. Constant also the people. Then in that case again we put all of these suffix cows into a pen together. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Medin also the Beis Din. The second also, Rabbi Shimon says, no, we go ahead and we bring it to Beis Din, we keep the Beis Din, and we stone the group. Omer, Kamachton Nigmar Dina Yolda Vlada Mutaris. Now listen to this. So let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cat that killed someone gave birth to its offspring, gave birth to its cat before the Gemara did, then ultimately the offspring is permitted. Now, what's interesting about that case is, in other words, if we're talking about that it gave birth before the Gemara did, what does that mean? That means that it was pregnant at the time that the cow gored. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, yet Rava says that if you have a cow, a pregnant cow that gored, both the cow and its offspring are going to be usher. Why? Because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of goring. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. In which the Gemara says, similarly, Vlad hanirvas usher ki uvlada nirvus. Similarly, again, if you have a pregnant cow, and the pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are usher. I must say usher in that context would mean like for carbonic purposes. Right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. It's interesting enough. So what do you see from here? You see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of a goring cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, it can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet the Gemara made the distinction. It sounds like everything is dependent on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara did. But in reality, this is not about the Gemara din. The Gemara says, "Ema achalo nigmar dina ibra diyalda vladamoter." Rather, what it means is like this: if before the Gemara din was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mutter, which indicates to us pregnancy happened after the event. After the event, so the pregnancy happened. So the mother gored. Then what the Gemara saying is like this: if the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara did, or before it was delayed, right? It was delayed. Then halacha l'maisa, the offspring is mutter. But if halacha l'maisa again, the offspring. Sorry, but if after the verdict occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, vlada also. Ultimately, the offspring is also. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Okay, so let's talk about it just a second. So if you have this case over here of a cow, right, that was convicted of goring, right? Or for that matter, again, a cow that was sodomized. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted, right? The mother has a change of status. So now what we're saying is like this. Listen to the question. So we're saying this. The mother, let's go with the goring case, right? The mother went ahead and gored another cow. So now what we're saying is as follows. If after the act of goring, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so then the offspring is mutter. If the mother became pregnant and either became pregnant and birthed after the verdict, or even became pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be also. So the Gemara says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? I guess we should have a talk. You know, how these things work. We'll schedule a different shit, right? Right. Obviously, in order for the mother, to become pregnant, so halacha again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father. Right? So l'maisa, now the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zeh golem. Two forces creating one product. Shabbos says, now this is interesting. So now you're automatically, the Gemara is operating under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense according to the thing that says Zeh Gorein Aser. Right? Then even though you have two forces, you have both causations, right? You have two causes. A mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes or word, as long as one of the garments, contributing forces, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, then that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. You must own base will say, Emo, Leman Gomer Zed going mutter, second. There is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is what? When you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent, one of them is guilty, that halacha l'maisa, then the offspring, lav dafka, bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force. What is there to say? Look, where's Michael Neymar? Look at Rashi. Michael Neymar. Rashi says, the heart kishinota la'achar gmardin la'u l'chudei gama la'sha'af min ha'zachar huba tehefeh ve'esir garmu lo shiyabal. So I'll say, so again, if you hold, so this whole thing makes sense if you hold Zeb Zed Goren Aser. But if you hold Zeb Zed Goren Mutter, then Lamaisa, why should the offspring automatically be Aser? To which the Gemara says, Allah Amar Rabina, is very interesting. Rabina says, Ima, if Ad Shalom Nigmar Dina Ibra B'Yalda, V'Lada Mutter. V'im Ad Shalom Nigmar Dina Ibra, V'mish Nigmar Dina Yalda, V'Lada Aser, Ubar Yaref. The Gemara says, you're right. Right, Rabina says, let's reframe this a little bit. In actual if the verdict has not yet been passed, right, and what? Actual so if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mother. Now listen, this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After marriage. Since even though the mother already committed the act of goring, but again, you're not liable until this Gemardin. Say if halacha l'maisa, so the timeline is like this: the mother gored, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the Gemardin. Halacha l'maisa, again, the offspring is totally mutter, absolutely no problem. On the other hand, im ad shalom nigmardin ibra, u'misha nigmardin yalda. Well, let's say again, goring. Right, pregnant, Gemardin, birth. In that case, halacha is vlada aser. In that case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be aser. But what about Zeb Zed Gorein Mutter? Very different over here. Ubar Yaref Imo. Let's say there's another piece here. What's the other piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with the fetus at the time of the Gemar Din, and when the Gemar Din is passed, so that Gemar Din devolves upon the entirety of the mother. The Uber is reckoned as literally again, Yarab literally like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother, and therefore Halacha L'Maisa is going to share in the Torah. Incredible. So there are a number of important halachas that come out over here, which is first of all, number one, in a case, so let's just go through these cases very quickly. In a case where Allah says you have a murderer who got mixed in, right? Let's say in the case of Rabbi, right? A Rotzech Shalom Nigmar Juno who got mixed in with another group of Rotzim Shenigmar Juno. So it's like, so what do you do in that case, right? So let's say Ruben is accused of murder, and Bezdin was going to rule in a certain way, but Bezdin didn't get the opportunity to literally pass in on his verdict. And he gets mixed in with the whole cover of actual murders. So what's the halacha? So it's like, so you pass in, but you cannot pass a verdict in absentia. At least for now, that's how it passes in. Right? You can't pass a verdict in absentia. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that Hebra is exonerate all of them. So that's indeed, we end up passing really like Rabbi Avo. Okay, fine. So we'll say, so without the case, will be for now. Let's go back to it. So we'll say, so next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his Gemara Din wasn't passed, mixed in with the rest of the Chevra of guilty parties. The next case in the Mishnah was as follows. Where let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together, but the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's the halacha? It's very simple. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire Chevra. Now, what was our problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more chomer or a more lenient form of death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. What you see from here is Musfar davar chomer, hara musfar davar kal. So let's say, here's what's fascinating about this. What's fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of convicted murderers, all right, who get mixed in with each other, or they have different misos and different turnings, everyone agrees with the principle that you can execute them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's interesting about this is as follows. In order to point out the death, what do you need? Hasra. Now hasra usually includes the very form of death in which you're going to execute a person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty when ultimately you didn't give them hasra for that death penalty? So it's been a very important result, which is musr davar chomer, havi musr davar kal. Hasra for something more chomer, more stringent, by definition, in order to administer something more lenient. That's the way it works. So in other words, once you receive hasra for a more chomer death penalty, that automatically makes you warrant for a lesser death penalty. What's the case over here? Interesting enough, Rabbi says maybe the case over here is where the agent warns the person stamp. In other words, they said, Rudain, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. You mentioned the Haishanahu, and this reflects the following view. The Sanya, the Sharkhadim, so the Torah, in the Nisan Ose Elevation. The halacha is for any Chaydim, right? For any death penalties in the Torah. And Rashi points out that here, it's actually right across the Rashi, Sharkhadim, so puts the Maces, Sheros Dar Hasra, Zachmona Amaros Sak, Amaros Hasra, we have to see this. Right? Maces, that's the one who incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs Hasra. A Maces does not require Hasra. Because halacha is essentially we throw the book at Maces. So interestingly enough, everyone else, Sharchanim, the Torah, in the Nisan Osin Eleveza. So number one, you can only adjudicate their case in the days of 23. That's number one. Number two, Ve'edin, you also need to do it. Since the Hasra and Allah for the Hasra. So we'll say this is based in 101. Or I should say, Nisan based in 101. Or to execute someone, number one, they have to be judged in the days of 23, Sanhedrin Katan. Number two, they have to be agent. Number three, they have to be Hasra. Hasra. Rabbi was saying that Va'ad Shiodiu Shechayiv Nisas Beis. The Tanakama holds. Furthermore, what do they even have to say? They didn't just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by Beis. It's interesting. They don't have to say what type of Nisas Beis, but they just have to say Nisas Beis. If he says no, but you go over Achir Yuhu, the Eza Miso Hu, he just says natural, not true. It's not enough just to say generically, you're going to be put to death by Beis. Rather, Rabbi Yehuda says, you actually have to articulate what type of Nisas Beis Reuben is going to be liable to. So let's do this. So what's the point of contention of here? So we'll say, by the way, this is, I just want to point out, big machlokes. Fundamental machlokes nature of Hasra. Tanakama says all they even have to say is, even if you do this, you may be liable to death penalty. But Yehuda says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama learns from Mekoshish. So Tanakama learns stuff from Mekoshish. So I will say, interestingly enough, what happened to Mekoshish? We keep on referencing back to Mekoshish. What happened to him? Who was Mekoshish? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. I was saying, I remember again, what happened to Mekoshish? They put him in jail because they did not know what. They knew he saw yesterday's guys. They knew that he was going to get put to death. But rather what? They didn't know which death penalty, which means that what? When the agent gave him Hasra, what Hasra did they give him? There has to be Hasra because Gabriel comes out of Hasra. So what happens? They said, Ruvain, Mekoshesh, stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here that proper Hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, the Koshish or Rosh Hashanah. Don't bring a raya from a Koshish. Don't bring a raya. Right? We'll say to you, do not bring a raya from a Koshish. Why? Koshish was an exception. A Rosh Hashanah means it was Yotzim Lakval. Yotzim Lakval, then Allah comments again, literally, because they did not know what to do with it. This was the first time this happened. But this is not the norm. The norm is when they didn't give Hasra for a death penalty, Allah said they have to say explicitly which death penalty you're liable to. The Koshesh is an exception to the rule. Incredible. Now let's go right there. That was in there, by the way, Allah that's how he passed it. That Hasra does not have to be Nisa specific. Right? The meaning is you do not have to say, Reuben, if you do this, you're going to be subject to Skila, Sreifa, Herek, or Herek. You just need to be able to feel giving. If you do this, you are going to be liable to Nisa space. Incredible. Let's go back there. And it's still a minute stopping. So let's remember again. So then, of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, Hasra for a more cumber form of Nisa, by definition, it works for a more kal form of Nisa. After that, then the problem just is the devil's in the details. So again, which form of Nisa is more Hummer, which form of Nisa is more Kal? Okay, so that condition had a math test. So the Gemara says as follows. So Mishnah, let's come and let's talk. Matzah like a test. We're learning today. I'm instructing in his colors. So let's say if you have a group of people who are Chayiv Sreifas, who get mixed in with a group of people Chayiv Skira. I will say now, the assumption the Gemara is working with like this. The Lashon of Hanisrafin B'Niskalim means the majority of people in this group are Chayiv Skira, and a minority of people who are Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, Yadgunu B'Skila, Shasreifa Kamura. Rabbi Shimon says they should be judged with Skila. Why? Because that it's Skila and Sreifa. So Sreifa is the more Chamer, Skila is the more Kal. And whenever you have a mixture of people, Chayim so you always administer the more Kal Nisa. Rabbi Yehuda, Abba, go to Nisiyah. So Rabbi Yehuda says to his father Rabbi Shimon, Father, don't pass me that way. Right? Don't articulate it that way. For one reason. My period is Sreifa Kamura. Why do you have to even get into a case, ultimately, again, that Sreifa is more Chamer? There's a simple reason. Take booklet, the Ruben is coming in. So watch what happens over here. Right, so the case over here is you have a minority of of Nisrafin who get mixed in with a majority of Niskalim. Right? So minority of people Chayiv Sreifa get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayiv Skila. Rabbi Shimon says everyone agrees that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more kal than Sreifa. Comes along Rabbi Shimon son Rabbi Yehuda and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chavra get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? Because the majority of the group gets, because the majority of the group are Niskalim. That's why they should get Skila. So how should we frame this case? So the better way to frame it is a minority of Niskalim get mixed in with a majority of Nisrafim. Right? So a minority of the group are Chayiv Skila, get mixed in with the majority of the group that are Chayiv Sreifa. Rabbi Shimon says this now makes more sense. Rabbi Shimon says the group should be judged with Skila, right? Even though what? Even though the Niskalim are the minority, the group should be judged with Skila because Skila is more kal than Sreifa. Okay. Yachi Ema Seifa Chum the Chum say Yadunu b'Sreifa Shaskila Chamura. The Chum say no, they should be judged with Sreifa because the Chum say that Sreifa is more kal than Skila. Skila is more kal. So they proclaim the Ruben Nisrafin in you. It's even simpler. We're talking about a minority mixed into a majority of Nisrafin. It should be given Sreifa. Nothing to do with what's more kal, because the rove. Which the Gemara says Hasam. This is the Rabbanan talking to Rabbi Shimon. Liditach the Amit Sreifa Chamura. The Gemara says, "Quite you, Rabbi Shimon, you hold that straight." So therefore, again, I'm not hold this about now. We'll see the Rambam next week about the actual hierarchy. Once we get through the Nisa's Bezdin, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. And what's an interesting exchange? Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. Gemara says, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? Rabbi Shimon said that halacha l'maisa skila, right? If a group ultimately again of Nisrafim gets mixed in with a group of Niskalim, so the majority are skila, minority are shreifa. Rabbi Shimon says give the group skila. Why? Because shreifa is more common than skila. Rabbi Shimon and his son said, fathers, don't say that. That was his lesson. Fathers, don't say that, because you're going to have to get into this, you can just use roll. So now says this. I'm going to Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel says to Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, Shilina, sharp one, which means a slipper. Right? Rabbi Yehuda, you're a very smart young man. Tapa Pe Aleph, Lo Tema Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father that way? Rabbi says, we're going to see over here, so ultimately again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda to task for how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. Rabbi says, there's a number of beautiful things happening over here. Number one, the general Yisod. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. That it's never something pushing to go ahead and discipline someone else's kids, right? But Lamaisa, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. Now let's say, but what I want to point out over here is something interesting. How Shmuel points it out. Did you notice how Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Musar? He doesn't say, what's the matter with you? He doesn't say, ask his pardon. Right? And give him a class. Guys, he doesn't give him a. What does he say? Shmuel, Rabbi Yehuda, you're come trouble. You're big come trouble. So we'll say sometimes the best way to give Musar is not by deconstructing people, but it's by building them up. This is the Aaron HaKohen approach. Right? The Aaron HaKohen approach to Musar was not to say what's the matter with you. Who are you? Right? Why would you do that? The Aaron HaKohen approach was to go ahead and show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact beneath them. So such a profound yisod over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father Rabbi Shimon. But how does he call him to task? Not by demeaning him, casting shalom, but by saying to him, Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are a Talmid Chacham, you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. You need to act. And I was like, this is the way to get Musar. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's one thing to kind of come out sharp and to cut knock them down. So the truth is, also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure we all have, it really doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, oh, now that I've been beaten down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Like, generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. When you build people up, right, you're great, you're fantastic, you're amazing. So let's talk about this thing that just occurred. So suddenly now you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you, I think you're fantastic, and that's why you could be better than this particular behavior. So always the problem. Both say Kappa Pei Aleph. So the Gemara says, you can't really so Shmuel says to you can't really speak this way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, Disanya, Harishaya Aviv over Al Divrei Torah. Let's say I see my father violating Divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo Yomer Lo Abba, Avarta Divrei Torah. A son should never say to a father, Father, you violated Torah precepts. And Lo Omer Lo Abba, Kaf Kasid Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Israel says, isn't that the same thing? So, Hainuha. Right, so the father is eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that one should eat a cheeseburger. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying father don't eat a cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying again, father is eating the Torah, don't eat a cheeseburger. So the says, Ella, Omer, Lo, Abo, Mikra, Kasu, Bakara, Kafu. Rather, a son should say to his father, Father, you know, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is written. In other words, the son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing wrong. So as I said, that is the way you get. And by the way, that is codified in the Shulchan Aruch. Again, remember, it's still but a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be incorrect. What's that? Just want to end off with something very important. Look where we ended. I'll say. As the Mishnah, Pei Aleph, Amud Aleph, perfectly in line with that. You know, if in our daf journeys, there are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. Here's the side, same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On the both side, we're just busts of the dumb. It should give us tremendous physics in how HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world as well. A lot of times, like we see things through the day, we're wondering, you know what? This is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can make it where we need to make it to, as busts of a dumb, as human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has come to come, should strengthen our bitachon and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That the Rebbe will also always get us exactly where we need to be, choreograph the events exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. Losai, Chavis.
They will say shit that's just not true. That's like the strategy of a person who's stupid. They're like, oh, well, I'm getting shadow banned in this here, and people don't see it because of da-da-da. Shut the fuck up. You're not funny. You know this because your whole life no one has thought anything you said was interesting. And now you're surprised that you're not winning in this online argument. Let me give you some facts and some news. You're never going to win an argument anywhere you go because you suck. You're not funny and you're dumb. That's why. They already know this. They're not popular people. Nobody likes them. And you are straight up just ignorant, bro. You don't know what socialist, communist, any 2 plus syllable word means. First of all, those are not easy things to understand. Yeah. Those are tough, difficult concepts to grasp. People get PhDs discussing that shit. So if Gerardo can't accurately reflect all those things, it's not that. That does not make him stupid. You need to fart out your ignorant opinion because you like to hear. First of all, listen. Yeah. Let me. Or no, go ahead. Yeah, don't attack my fucking farts. They're pretty bad. They almost killed Mario. Mario Mazzella almost died. He actually responded to YouTube saying that. That was pretty funny. Sounds like it's freaking funny, but save it for Big Island, okay? Funny people, I don't want you to respond. The you have for capitalism is embarrassing, basically saying, quote, it's good to keep poor people poor because they could invent something, end quote. Like, what the fuck? Let me tell you, first time I didn't quote that. I might have farted that poor. What's this woman's name? not going to say your name. All right, yeah, you're right, I should. But let me tell you something, whoever you are, and I'm talking directly to you now. Gerardo may not understand completely, and neither do I, by the way. But I'm saying myself as well. Neither of us can probably fully articulate the definition of capitalism, socialism, communism. Like, we can give you what we think it is, probably be pretty accurate. But we're not scholars. But you, 100%, I know this for a fact, cannot tweet about flappers like I do. That's what I was going to say. I know this. I'm going to be honest. This is being fully honest. I guarantee you that you cannot edit like Gerardo does. You cannot film like Gerardo does. You can't make a hit podcast, Easimo Pod. You would never be able to do that because nobody likes what you say. You're probably very annoying to be around. Nobody cares. And also, you probably don't have a PhD, so your idea of what it is, not that you need a PhD to be able to dissemble these things or whatever. I don't know if that's the right word even. But you're, long story short, get a life.
Thank you very much. Dude, that's Dominic and Ryan haven't stood up for me like that.
Definitely silently agrees with her. Keep going.
He's ghostwriter for her.
And then Ryan's fucking way above in the clouds, thinking 3D chess, as Joe Rogan would say. Ryan is really the mastermind of Easimo. It doesn't seem like it, but the success in many ways because of how you don't expect it, but then he drops something, and then that's the magic.
Also, I will say too, I don't know about socialism, capitalism, communism. All I know is that I don't like socialism and communism.
Yeah, I don't know how much I want to get into the politics. You're not a political guy.
I don't like it. But also, I'm willing to say that my mind changes a lot, and nobody has changed my mind on the fucking red flags that come with, being red.
My thing is people that have never done anything impressive at all love to talk shit. Your podcast is impressive. My Flappers pilot is amazing.
Yes.
I've done stand-up in some venues that some other people couldn't do, and so these people that are just random people being they're dumb, they suck or whatever. It's you're saying that because what have you done? Nothing. So keep it to yourself. Unless you want to most of our comments are positive. We should get to the point where we can talk about something we like on this podcast. I love to be angry.
I know,
I don't know what that is, because some of the YouTube comments have just filled me with joy.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest. You're the guy that was I want to see what's next in the video thing. I'm fuck yeah. Hell yes. The guy wrote cock on one of the episodes. It's you're saving my life.
He went back farther than...
He went to some random episode and wrote cock. I almost cried. I was ready to enjoy it. The YouTube comments are more... I like them more than when I fucking get tons of retweets. Every YouTube comment, I'm just that's awesome.
I stopped listening to voicemails because of how many people hate on me. I told you about that, right?
Dude, what's that? Because he has a voicemail.
We have a voicemail line for Easimo. Oh yeah, let's counteract and tweet his voicemail line, dude.
No, I'll have Discord before I have that.
Oh yeah.
I'll let people talk shit in my face, but I don't want to hear voicemails of people. That's too... And one more thing about Gerardo, I'm just going off in you.
Yeah, it's just, there was one that was Gerardo, you suck, and that's all they said. And I was why was that?
Yeah, well, just because you want to fuck Dominic doesn't mean you have to shit on Gerardo, okay? We all know.
Everyone wants to fuck Dominic.
And the women and the men that say they're straight, but then they look into Dominic's eyes, and then all of a sudden...
And what Dominic tries to do is this.
Yeah, we know why you're not like that. It's funny that your podcast is you have a Lord of the Flies thing, Jack and Ralph.
Yeah.
And then Ryan's the rock that kills Piggy. Push Ryan on his fucking Piggy and kill him. Fuck, man.
Anyways, we're already an hour and 5 in, dude.
Damn. Good. We gotta do these segments though. Alright, Chicken and Whisker. Alright.
Dude, I look up scholars so much now because of this podcast that I get recommended his tweets every time.
Good. I don't miss being poor, but I do miss doing stand-up more than a handful of times a month. Because Scott, big news in Scott's life is, promotion after promotion. He's balling. getting married, doing a lot of very busy man, so he can't do stand up as much as he used to, which is sad, but also, you know, I mean, with success comes responsibility. What are you gonna do? With great power comes less open mics. With great bar jobs comes a life that's more rewarding. Right, and then our favorite segment is Heather. Okay, is it? No chance. All right, Heather said before the pandemic, I wanted to do things, and now after the pandemic, I don't want things. Is this relatable? All right, not really, but I'll like it's kind of like. Oh, I saw you like her. Live on screen. I'm not retweeting Heather. No, not this time. I don't think it's worth a retweet. But yeah, I mean, the pandemic did make, like, you know, it's like you'd be inside, I want to go do something, and then, you know, like you'd be exhausted from work when you're back. I don't know, just watch all these, there's so many shows on now that are so good, you know. Just watching, We Own the City on HBO is fucking awesome. I think that just ended. I was watching Ricky Gervais on Ricky Gervais special, Under the Banner of Heaven was out. Norm had a special. Like, there's so much shit going on. Ali Sadiq, did you watch that yet? I haven't watched it, but I just was on that show Nightcap. I was with, shout out to, what's his name? Schwartz. No. Oh my god. I'm so tired that I forgot the president and this guy I was just talking to his name. Oh, the 17th president. Andrew McCain. Oh, Mikey Sheck. Mikey Sheck was at, fuck him. I can't remember the name of it. He was opening for him at the Laugh Factory in, where is it? Long Beach or something, or either that or the store in La Jolla. But he was with Ali Sadiq, so he was like fire, like crushing and opening for him. That special, I watched it twice already. It's amazing. I want to see it. I like that guy. Like I said last time, he was very funny. Yeah. So it's cool. You know, as I say, these guys like him, they should be the guns getting shots. Yeah. This is the real, to me, this is the real issue when you talk about unfairness and like racism and like sex and just like not getting the shot or whatever. Like that's the real thing is that there are black guys like Ali Siddiqui who should be getting it more than they're getting. Ali Siddiq. I love saying Siddiqui. Sorry. Ali Siddiq. There's guys like him that should be getting the shot and they're not for whatever reason. And you know that's what I struggle with more. But on that same token, he's creating his shot, dude. Yeah, he's creating his own shit. And that's not a basketball play. What do you mean? Like creating, it's shot creation. I don't get it. But I guess what I'm saying, I shouldn't have said it. I don't understand what you're saying, but I always want to know if like, let's say you see one person, like, and they're like about to fall off a bridge, right? They have like one hand, like on the thing, and then one hand is reaching out. You just, what you say then? If it was Kangara, it was not. I was gonna be like, I was hoping you were gonna say yes, and I'm like, what if it's Kangara? And like Kangara fall to his death, because he's the worst comedian in the state. Ken, where are you, man? I haven't seen you in a while. You're playing poker. I hear you're losing to women. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cancel me now. Alright, that's it. Bye. Bye.
All right, Joseph, good morning. Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos as his chus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba Aleinu L'Tova, Stephen Terry Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yahrzeit, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Mel and Karen Ram, Le'ili Nishmas, Mel's grandmother, Esther Bas Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have an Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a reflection should have one. The Karach Hashbach Shemitz should bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedayim. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 79. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Ayin Ches Amud Beis 78b. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is all right, pretty far up on the daf, but all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, supposed to remember again, just we're kind of starting like point in the middle of something over just to reorient ourselves a bit. You know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with a case over here where Reuven injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die, but hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuven until we figure out what ends up happening with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the makar? What is the source for this concept, ultimately, again, that you could hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is, what you're going to do with them. So the Gemara said, Rabbi Nechemia, Yolef Megadif. So Rabbi Nechemia learns out this concept from Megadif. Megadif was the blasphemer, the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu befarhesia in public in the desert. The lo haviyada ibak talahu v'chavshua. Because again, Rabbi Nechemia says the Megadif is the paradigmatic example. Why? Because the whole chap with the Megadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him. They held him. They put him in a holding cell because kilo parash maya salah. They did not know what to do with him. So Nechemia says, that's the makar. Sometimes when you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, "Rabbanon megadef hora shah haisa." The Rabbanon say, no, you can't bring a right from the megadef because the megadef was an outlier. Hora shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purposes, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm; it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. Kidisanya, Yodea Hayamosha Leinu Shama Koshesh B'Misa. Remember, you're both say there were two instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. Okay, let me reframe that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something and Moshe Rabbeinu did not know what to do with the individual. One of them was the Makoshish. The person was Mechal Shabbos, violated Shabbos before Hesya in public. And the second was the Megadef, was the person who blasphemed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. The Gemara says as follows: Yodea Haya Moshe Rabbeinu Shemekoshish B'Misa. Moshe knew that the Makoshish, the guy was Mechal Shabbos. Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Misa. Shneimar Mechalaleha Mos Yumas, because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Elo Lo Haya Yodea Be'ezem Misanera. What didn't Moshe Rabbeinu know? Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar Kilo Parash Mayaselo Aval Megadef. Lo ne'amar bo lo ne'amar bo ela farish la pi Hashem shelo haya Moshe yodea im hu ben misa kol ikar im lav. But by the Megadef, Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. Now Moshe Rabbeinu knew, obviously something has got to happen to this guy. He did something terribly egregious. But what is his punishment? So Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea. Therefore, they had to go ahead and incarcerate him. So according to the Rabbanon, because Moshe Rabbeinu had absolutely no idea what to do with the Megadef, he cannot serve as a source for this concept of chavshua, of incarceration. So Bishlam of Rabbi Nechemia had an triv umdini. So here's what's interesting. So now, in going back for just a moment, sorry. we had this concept. Of umdini. Umdini means that Bezdin evaluates or evaluates. So remember again, we saw this in the Mishnah. That I will see this in the next Mishnah as well. That halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be liable, Bezdin has to evaluate if the injury was strong enough to cause death, if the weapon used was capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, according to Rabbi Nechemiah, I understand why the Torah records two different concepts of umdini. Chad, one case is amdu lemisa, the chaya. So one is talking about a case where Bezdin originally says, so Ruvain hit Shimon. Bezdin, right? Shimon didn't die instantaneously. So what happens? Bezdin evaluated the situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. Shimon is going to die. What happened? The chaya. Mazel tov. Shimon lived. And what's the halacha in that case to both sides? The halacha is that Ruvain goes free. In the other cases where Ruvain again injured Shimon, Baruch Hashem, Shimon looked like he was going to die. Then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery. That in that case also Ruvain goes free. According to the Rabbanon, why do you need two of these evaluations? So what is talking about a case where literally again, Ruvain injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. Bezdin evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. And the halacha therefore is that Ruvain goes free. L'chad amdu l'chaim umeis. And one is talking about a case where Ruvain injured Shimon. And then what happened? So Bezdin said, okay, he injured him, but halacha l'meisa, he didn't injure him in a way that's threatening to his life. And then Shimon ends up dying. Even in that case, Ruvain goes free as well. Right? Why does Ruvain go free as well in that case? Because halacha l'maisa, at the end of the day, Bezdin originally evaluated that Ruvain did not do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. Rabbi Nechemiah would say, "Amdu l'chaim umeis lo tzarich kra." No. Halacha l'maisa in the case where Bezdin evaluated it, they said Shimon's not going to die, right? And then he died. Of course, Ruvain is going to go free. There's no shaila over there. Why? Shari yotza mi Bezdin zakai. Because again, once Bezdin already went ahead and said that Shimon is not going to die as a result of these injuries, Ruvain is scot-free already. Now again, he may be chayav for damages, but Allah Chamaisi is not going to be brought back to Bezdin for any kind of deal. Okay, let's say first hard line. It's an interesting case over here. Ruvain injures Shimon, right? And what happens? Bezdin evaluated, and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Baruch Hashem, Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Potrin also. Ultimately, Ruvain is pater. Again, also we'll have to see exactly what pater means. Pater, obviously, what does pater mean? What does it mean? Pater from death penalty, right? The shaila is he going to be chayav in damages? All right, we'll get to that. Amdula misa. But and conversely, let's say again, Ruvain injured Shimon, and then what happened? Bezdin evaluated, and they said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? And then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improved. What's the halacha? Omdin also omed sheni l'mamon. Oh, very interesting. At that point, I will say, obviously, if Ruvain injures Shimon and Bezdin says, okay, Shimon is going to die, there's no financial judgment against Ruvain. Why not? Right? You can't be chayiv both misa and mamon. You can't be chayiv death penalty and monetary compensation. Now the second case is very interesting. So Ruvain injures Shimon. Bezdin says, okay, Shimon's going to die. So therefore, again, we're waiting for Shimon to die. Then we'll execute Ruvain. There is no monetary judgment against Ruvain. In this case over here, interestingly enough, then Baruch Hashem, Shimon has a shtek l'refuah shlema. He has a little bit of an improvement in his condition. In that case, the Brisa says, we bring Ruvain back to Bezdin. Omdin also omed sheni l'maman. Okay, Baruch Hashem. Now Shimon's not going to die. Baruch Hashem will bring Ruvain back to Bezdin for a second judgment to assess monetary damages. Good. So the Gemara says, "In la'achar came hechbet umeis halach." I'm sorry. V'im la'achar came hechbet umeis. So we'll say, what happens afterwards again? So now this is an interesting case, right? So Reuven injures Shimon at first glance. So basically says Shimon's going to die of his injuries. So obviously we're going to wait till Shimon dies. We'll execute Reuven. Then Shimon's condition improves. So what do? We bring Reuven back to Beis for an Omisheni, a second evaluation for monetary damages. Then what happens? Shimon becomes ill again, or his condition worsens, and he dies. So what's the halacha in this case? Halach achad omed ha'imsai direg nechemia. And Nechemia says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Reuven to death because there's too much going on over here. So we'll go after the second evaluation, which is damages, and Reuven will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, Ein omed achar omed. Chum say, no, we don't go ahead. We don't do valuations after valuations. That's too confusing. Tanya Idach, another brayso. Amdua lemisa omdin os l'chaim. So listen to this will say, if halacha l'maisa, Reuven injured Shimon, and Beis Din judged Reuven that he's going to be put to death. And then what happens? If Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation. All right. L'chaim ein omdin oso l'misa. But interestingly enough, if Reuven injures Shimon and Beis Din initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, we do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially what we're saying is like this. We'll change the evaluation when it benefits Reuven, which is in line with the general motif that we are reticent to put people to death. That's what's happening over here. So therefore, if Reuven injures Shimon at Beis and says, Shimon's going to die, and then Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Reuven injures Shimon and at first glance Beis Din says Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is a monetary case, not a capital case, and then Shimon's condition declines, we will not go ahead and switch the evaluation. What happens if we originally evaluated the situation and we said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improves, right? So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation for monetary damages. And if halacha afterwards Shimon's condition worsened and he died, so the halacha is mishalim nezek v'tzar liyarshu. We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again in that case, since there was already a monetary judgment against Reuven, we'll make Reuven pay the damages to the inheritors. Me'emasai mishalim, just in general, by the way, when assessing damages, you say, especially in these kind of cases where there's an injury, maybe he's going to die, then he gets better. How do you evaluate damages? From the time of the injury. So we don't. This is interesting. We don't assess damages. Let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improves, and we switch it from a capital case to a monetary case. Rather, we assess damages from the time of the injury itself. And ultimately, again, the Stam Mishnah follows Rabbi Nechemia. Okay. So the way that Rambam paskin is just in this case, because this is actually an interesting case about changing the status of valuation. So the way that Rambam paskin is over, I'm just going to read this to you. He says, "Hamakis chavero be'evan be'egraf u'yosef omnin oso. Imamdu l'chayim nosei chamish dvar v'niftar v'afilu chala hamuka v'hechshvilu meis makmas hamak hari zepater." So first the Rambam says like this: Reuven injures Shimon. If Beis Din evaluates the situation, they say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live, obviously, we'll say, and obviously, Beis Din is consulting doctors with this also. Right? They're not making their own decisions based on this. But I love how Beis Din says Reuven is going to live. Fine. So what do? They assess damages against Reuven, and we're done. And even if the next day Shimon dies, and doctors determine Shimon died as a result of his injuries, that's it. There is no capital liability for Reuven. Once the judgment has been done, that Allah said that Reuven is chayiv financially, the case is closed, even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I feel good. He goes on. If Reuven injures Shimon and Beis Din assesses him and they say Shimon's going to die. So what do we do? We incarcerate Reuven until Shimon dies. In Mace, he hardly come back. In Hekel, in his trapper, unfortunately, so this is interesting. In this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Reuven to death. If Shimon experiences a refuah shalema, we'll get to this, What is, actually we saw this in yesterday's daf, what is the definition of refuah shalema? Definition, that Shimon walks on his own volition outside. Right? In that case, Reuven is totally free. It's totally free. So that's how the Rambam passes. So again, halacha l'maaseh, if based on assesses that Shimon is going to survive, we make this a monetary case, assess damages against Reuven, and Reuven goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day, and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of this injury, we incarcerate Reuven until the time of death of Shimon, then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah shalema. The refuah shalema is defined as walking on his own volition, or his own power, his own power outside. Then we release Reuven. Now, let's say that brought this up yesterday. The one piece I don't know. I tried to look down for this a little bit. Is how long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean that we incarcerate? Like the Rabbi says, we incarcerate Reuven. How long do you incarcerate him for? Until one of two things happens: until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, we keep Reuven incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be mebar and clarify what this is. Okay, so we'll say, so that is the halacha, ultimately again by based on evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This kav is a very interesting case. This kav interesting case. Reuven intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. Okay, so again, his intent, he was going hunting, right? He was going hunting, right? And what happened, right? It's deer season, right? We decided he's going hunting, and he ended up killing a person, okay? Or, for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed a yid. He was going to kill a nephal. Nephal, in this context, is a non-viable child, right? And he killed a regular viable person. Right? In all of these cases, pater. We'll say in all these cases he's pater. Now, why? Because remember, again, in order to be chayiv for murder, there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined, at least in this first case, as you have in mind to kill someone specific. But if, again, I will say in all of these cases, Reuven did have in mind to kill someone specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be pater. Next. This kavim la kosa al masnav, avalo haya bakidei la hamis al masnav, v'halchola alibo, v'haisa kidei la hamisa alibos. Listen to this, what I'll say. Reuven goes over to Shimon, and his intention is to hit Shimon on the leg, right? Very hard. Now, again, but that type of injury on the leg would not have caused Shimon's death. Reuven did not aim his punch, his blow very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. So here I will say, but the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it was intended to be delivered, it causes death. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Pater. Reuven's pater. Once again, because we see in order to be chayiv, for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. And intentionality, we're going to see, really means two things. Number one, intentionality for a particular person, and intentionality to deliver the blow in a certain way. Next, in Skavin Lakos Alibo, Reuven intended to hit Shimon on his heart, top of Ayin test, but the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. But what happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead. And this type of blow, normally when delivered on the leg, this type of blow, when delivered on the leg, normally would not be a death blow. Would not be a death blow. What happens? Umeis. But nevertheless, Shimon died as a result of it. Pater. Because we will say, now why is Reuven pater in this case? Because again, we'll say, what we begin to see is, in order to be chayiv in a capital case, the injury you delivered has to be one that under normal circumstances is capable of causing the death of the individual. So in this case over here, this type of blow on the leg normally would not have been able to cause death. It did in this case, but therefore Reuven is going to be pater. Incredible. This kavin hakos al hagadol for lo hayu bagdei lahamis. Right, hagadol v'halcha lo ala katan v'hayu bagdei lahamis as hakatan umeis pater. Suppose a similar case over here. So Allah again, you intend to take an adult, a gadol, and this type of blow would not normally kill a gadol. but instead you ended up hitting a child. And again, this type of blow could kill a child and did kill a child. Once again, potter. Listen to this case. Reuben intended to go and deliver a blow on a child, and this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. But what ended up happening? Reuben ends up hitting a gadol. Now, under normal circumstances, this type of blow would not kill the gadol. But in this case, Umeis killed the gadol, potter. Again, on both sides, same theme over and over. About this so again, on both sides. So what you see over here is it seems to be according to Mishnah, in order to be chayiv for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of the victim, or intentionality has to be identity of the victim. In order to be chayiv, a capital case, you have to kill the person you intended to kill. That's number one. And number two, the blow, or whatever it is, the mechanism of death has to be something that is capable of truly bringing about the death of the individual. Okay. Next. Let's listen to this. But if Reuben was going to injure Shimon, his intention was to injure him on the leg, and this type of injury is something that would have caused the death of Shimon. And what happened? And he did it. He injured Shimon on the leg. And what happens? I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Reuben was going to injure Shimon on the leg. And the type of blow delivered would have normally brought about the death of Shimon. And what happened? But instead, Reuben delivered that same blow on the heart. And what? And again, he ends up killing Shimon. Why? Because it was a death blow. Since, again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, if it results in the death, it's going to be chayiv. Very interesting. So same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and he injured the adult, or the death blow was delivered in a way that it would have caused the death of an adult. But then he ended up going out and killing a katan, and the katan died. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv. Now, we'll say, now this is interesting. Over here, we'll have to see exactly what this means. But again, the Gemara says, chayiv. Rabbi Shimon says, afilu niskavi lara gezeh, v'harag ezeh, pater. Rabbi Shimon says, no. Even if you had intention to kill A, but instead you killed B, ultimately you're going to be pater. Okay, so let's analyze. It says in Gemara, Rabbi Shimon here. What is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reisha, or is he going on the Seifa? So the Gemara says, if you want to say that Rabbi Shimon was going on the last case, where Rabbi Shimon was placed in the Mishnah, the problem is it shouldn't, right? It should say Rabbi Shimon Polter Mibayale. It should just say Rabbi Shimon Polter. That's it. You don't have to say Niskavi Lara Gezeva Hara Gezeh. Just say the Tanakama said that if Halacha you intended to hit a katan, and the death blow delivered was strong enough to kill a katan, and instead you killed the gadol. Tanakama says you're chayiv. And then if Rabbi Shimon is arguing about it, just say Rabbi Shimon Polter. So rather what? The Gemara says Ella Arisha. Rather, Rabbi Shimon is going on the Reisha. What's the Reisha? Let's hear it. This is fascinating. The Reisha was this carving Narek is Habay Mabarak is Adam. Like if you didn't have intention to kill a behemah, but instead he killed a person, or he killed an Akum. And instead he killed a Jew, or the Nephalim, Baharag is Ben Kriyama. He had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, pater. Now we'll say, now what can you infer from this? Now we'll say, interestingly enough, what you can infer according to the Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama says later on. The only reason why you're pater in that case according to Tanakama is because your action ended up resulting in the death of an entity in a different category, right? You had intention to kill a behemoth, you killed an Adam. You had intention to kill an Akum, you killed a Yehudi. You had intention to kill a Nefel, you killed a Ben Kayama. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But according to the Tanakama, If I intended to kill Reuven, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. Because the Tanakama says the threshold for liability is intentionality to commit an act of murder, even if I end up killing a different person, as long as that person is quote unquote in the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayiv. I'm chayiv. And now comes on Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, Afilu niskavi lara gezeh v'hara gezeh pata. Rabbi Shimon says, no, that is not true. That is not true. In order to be chayiv for murder, two things have to occur. Number one, you have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intended victim must be killed. But if you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot be tried for a capital crime. Now again, there's still other forms of liability. But the nice you can't be chayiv for it. So also, so I just want to point out, this is a rage, just so you understand, this is a raging machlokas. So understand what's happening here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. Okay, if it's different categories, Adam behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nefal Ben not even Katan Gadol, Nefal Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be chayiv. But in the same category, even though again you end up killing the wrong person, you're going to be chayiv. Shimon says, no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only chayiv for a premeditated act of murder with a death blow that is capable of causing death, and with the victim you intended to kill. Incredible. Raging machlokas. So Pshita, the Gemara says it's obvious. Koyer Reuven v'Shimon, listen to this. If Reuven and Shimon are standing together, the Amar, Arnold Reuven Kavachavno, the Shimon lo Kavachavno, and what happens? And let's say again, Reuven and Shimon are standing together, and Ploni, right, the murderer. Murderer comes along and says, "Listen, guys, I'm going to kill one of you. I actually did differently. I'm going to kill Reuven. And by the way, I only have Chavana from Reuven. Right? Right? And I only have in mind to kill Reuven. Like I wanted to kill Reuven. And what happens? He ends up killing Shimon. I don't put Tayyip. So we'll say, okay, so that's great. According to Rabbi Shimon, you're not Tayyip. The Gemara says, listen to this. This is wild. So what happens? What happens if Ploni, the killer, says, Reuven Shimon, guys, listen, today on my to-do list is to kill someone. Right? I wasn't really specific as to who I'm going to kill. Right? So it's going to be either one of you. And he ends up killing one of them. What is halacha in that case? What would happen over here where, let's say, again, the murderer lacked specific intent for an intended victim? What would happen there? Inami, Kasava Reuven, Benimsa Shimon. The other possibility is what happens if the killer intended to kill, we'll call it the person on the left, because ultimately, again, he thought it was Reuven, but it turned out to be Shimon. So interestingly enough, in that case, he had kavanah for that goof, for that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's halacha? So Tashman said, Shimon Omer, Ad Shimon Laponian Miskabe. Shimon says, ultimately, one is only liable for death until literally the killer says, I have kavanah to kill this particular person. My time to Rabbi Shimon is was so again, it turns out that according to Rabbi Shimon, the only time you're going to be liable is when you have specific intent for a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So by the way, my time to Rabbi Shimon, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, the pasuk says, "Va'arav lo v'kama lo." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Va'arav lo, right? Ultimately, like he plans, he schemes for him. And then he rises up against him. So the Gemara says, Achi is kavin lo. Ultimately, again, until he goes ahead and has kavanah for him. So Rabbi Shimon says, essentially, the pasuk says that Allah Lamaisa, you're only going to be chayiv in the capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your actions materialize in exact accordance with your intent. Rabbana Amir Derelianai, Khat Bazorik Ibn Nagot. So we'll say, by the way, the Rabbana say that pasuk of Ba'arav Lo B'Kama Lo, which will say that pasuk really seems to like scream intentionality that you're only going to be chayiv. Excuse me. If you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have a specific kavanah for someone, and that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbana use it for? The Rabbana used that for a different case. This is his prat, the Zorik Evan Lago. That comes to exclude a case where I will say I come along and there's a group of people standing. I throw a stone into a group of people and the stone kills someone. So the pasuk teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now again, when I say I'm not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. I'm not chayiv death penalty for that. So says, by the way, what's that case? But that happens. Let's say, by the way, just like on a moral, ethical level, it's an interesting case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbanan will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now the Gemara, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? Even if we get Tisha Kusim, the Echad Yisrael and Table Kusim. We're talking about a case of 9 Kusim and 1 Yid. So, okay, that makes sense. Why? Because, again, there was a row of Kusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a Kusim. Inami Palgu Palga Safek Mefashas Haka, even if it's half and half. Even if it's half and half, ultimately, again, it's a suffix on whether or not it's capital liability. And therefore, again, I'll be talking wow. What's the case? The case ultimately, again, is where there were 9 Yisrael, right? 9 Yisrael, and 1 Kusi. But nevertheless, I'm Potter. What's the pshat? Davide Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua, right? He's established. And you have a principle called Kavua. Listen, again, this is the famous case of you find a piece of meat, right? And there are nine non-kosher stores and 1 kosher in the reverse case as well. So what's the status of the piece of meat? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept called kavua. Anything that is established within a group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even in a case where you have 9 Jews and 1 kusi, since that kusi is established in the group, it's considered to be like half and half. And now, nevertheless, if I throw a stone into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So we'll say, so again, so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we are left with this raging debate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right, so again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanan, it's chayiv. Why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder, and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm potter. I'm potter from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be chayiv for a death penalty, one, there has to be a premeditated act, a desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So let's analyze more. So Bishlama, that means it's kind of is that what I guess that chayiv? So going to Rabbanan will say that if I have in mind to kill Reuben and I end up killing Shimon, I'm chayiv. Siv, v'chiyinatsu anashim, v'nagfu yishahara. So the pasuk says, well, I told us at the end, that if men are fighting and they end up going ahead and shoving the pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. So I was talking about again when the men are fighting and they end up causing the death of their person. Like so Reuben's fighting with Shimon. His intention is to kill Shimon, but he ends up killing someone else. So therefore the Torah says, the Pasuk says Reuben is fighting with Shimon, and Reuben ends up killing someone else. Reuben is liable in the capital sense, which means that even though Reuben had a mind to kill A, but he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Elder of Shimon, what does Rabbi Shimon do with that pasuk? To which the Gemara says, moment. Rabbi Shimon understands it doesn't mean capital punishment. What does it mean? It means monetary compensation. According to Rabbi Shimon, if Reuben's fighting with Shimon with the intention to kill Shimon, and he ends up killing someone else, so it's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Rabbi says in this case, we'll say over here, where the Torah says, which is talking about the case of where Reuben is fighting with Shimon, right? Reuben ends up falling onto her, hitting a pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasata nefesh tachas nefesh." You'll give one life for another life. Rabbi says that refers to monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Nefesh mamish You say it means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. It says in the Sina above and it says in the Sina below. We'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. But so Rabbi says, so just so you know, so first of all, we have our machlokes, Rabbi Shimon and the Tanakama. Right, so that is still sitting here. About again, I have intentions to Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? Tanakama said yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. So just hold on to that. Just hold on to that. Now, say the Gemara brought up that machlokes, by the way, is really also embedded in how you go ahead and interpret that pasuk, where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh." Rabbi don't understand that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now, by the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi says another opinion. How determine the Bechizkiah? This opinion of the Bechizkiah is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbanon. How so? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is the second line from the top. How determine the Bechizkiah map to be Rabbi Rabbanon? Rabbanon mechayim le nisa. Then it's kavi laro gezav hara gezah. For Rabbi mechayim le mammon. The other time of the Bechizkiah lo mechayim mammon lo nisa. This fascinating. So watch this. So there's essentially going to be three sheets, right? So when I intend to kill Ruvain, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbanon, chayiv nisa. Okay. According to Rabbi, which is also the view of Rabbi Shimon, I'm not chayiv nisa, but I am chayiv what? Mammon, monetary compensation. Now there's a third opinion, Bechizkiah. When I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon, I'm not chayiv nisa, nor am I chayiv mammon. I'm not chayiv anything. I'm not chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion over here, not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? Listen to this. Tana de Bechizkiah is fascinating. Maki ado maki behema. So we'll say, right? Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, maki. So this is very interesting. Torah equates killing not equates, but juxtaposes the death of an animal, the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal. I have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must. I'm put to death. Okay, so watch this. So I'll say when it comes to killing an animal, the halacha makes no distinction whether or not what, a meshogeg or a mezid. Also makes no distinction in whether I have kavanah, don't have kavanah. The day being derech yirida, derech aliyah. Makes the difference if I killing down. And in all cases, the poacher or the mammon, elachayv mammon. I'll say if I kill an animal, makes no difference. Shogeg mezid, aliyah makes no difference. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv monetary compensation to the owner of the animal. Watch this. People say what the Bechizkiah is focusing on over here is this juxtaposition of the death of an animal to the death of a person to show that just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I killed the animal. What's the halacha? I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, there is no distinction about say whether I kill someone b'shogeg or I kill someone now. Let's see sentence. Or I kill a mezid, right? Shogeg or mezid. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Derech yirida, derech aliyah. Whether I kill a person going in all cases of murder. Now the variable is sometimes you chayiv death for killing someone something else. But one thing is clear, which is in all cases of murder, I'm never chayiv mammon. So this is the Bechizkiah shita that anytime you kill a person, you are never chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurred. But one thing is clear, which is you're never chayiv mammon, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is clear, which is what? You're chayiv mammon. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv. Whether you're chayiv misa or not is a different discussion, but never chayiv money. So the Gemara says, "My shem is kavin." Now, what does it mean if you don't have kavanah? Ilay mashem is kavin klal and shogeg. So when we say, so we'll say, what does it mean in the case where it says I'm not miskavin? If not miskaven means it means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all. That's called shogeg. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita she miskaven lazeh ela lazeh. That was like shogeg means I killed someone accidentally. And miskaven means I had intention to kill Ruvain and I ended up killing Shimon. V'katani l'chayv moment el leposhro moment. What do you see? But yet, nevertheless, in that case, I'm not chayiv moment. The bar katalahu. My strip limitre. Hold on a second. Obviously, if I'm chayiv a death penalty, then of course there's no need to exempt me from monetary compensation. Why? Why can we be dragmine? Ella la shmamina la bar katalahu the lav bar mamon. Rather, what do you see here? If there's a case where I'm not liable to the death penalty, and I'm also not chayiv for mamon. What's that case? That case is where I have intention to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon. So I'm not chayiv for Misa. Why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim, and I'm also not going to be chayiv for Mama. So Rabbi said, this might be the most exciting thing that has happened today so far. I just want to point out something amazing. So what we have over here are three different opinions. This is good for Chazar. Three different opinions. Opinion number one. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. What does Tanakama say? Tanakama, I'm liable. Chayiv Misa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention materialized upon someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to obviously, you have intention to kill an Akhl, and you kill a Yehudi, you're not going to be chayiv. You have intention to kill a Behemah. You go and you kill an Adam, you're not going to be chayiv. They felt bar kayam, okay, but assuming your intention materializes in the same category, halacha l'maisa, you are chayiv misa. Rabbi Shimon? I have intention to kill Ruvain. I ended up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter. Now what it sounds like is Potter, but chayiv for monetary compensation, like Rabbi. Then third category comes to Chizkiah. You have intention to kill Ruvain and end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter l'gamrei, not chayiv misa and not chayiv mammon. How do we pass in? The suspense is true. Right? How do we pass in? So listen to this. Maybe that was the wrong expression. Right, but you understand. Listen to this. Rambam, Hilchos Rotzeach, Perek Daled Halacha Aleph. Here it is. I'm miskavin naro gezeh v'hara gezeh. I have intention to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. Potter mimisas bezdin, u'minat tashlumin, u'minat galos. How's that doing, Chizkiah? How's everything? Now, again, I must say, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm saying, Klapi Shmaya, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's also going to be some level of liability. But halacha l'maaseh, I have intention to kill Ruvain, I end up killing Shimon. I'm not chayiv death, right? No death penalty. Not chayiv tashlumin, and not even chayiv galos. Now, what's galos here? What's galos? Remember, I can't wait to get to the second makos. It's so exciting, right? But l'maaseh, again, when does galos come about? Shogeg. So you can't call it a shogeg. Because halacha l'maaseh, again, it wasn't accidental. There was intentionality over here, right? Not chayiv tashlumin, because that's what the Chizkiah said. Apparently, in any case where there's bloodshed, there's not monetary compensation. And also, again, not chayiv because I lack intentionality. It's incredible. It goes on straight. Now, by the way, the way the Rabbi illustrates this is Hazorech ever l'sok edom yisrael v'harag echrei of hakim says basic. So the Rabbi illustrates this in an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So we'll say, and now again, I know that when you throw a stone into a group of people, it's definitely possible it's going to cause death. And in fact, it causes the death of someone. I'm Potter. That's how you pass the outside. Like Rav Shimon, but as modified by Tanakh the Chizkiah. So therefore, I will say again, you intend to kill A, you end up killing B, even if you're in the same category. Potter from Isa, Potter from Tashlumin, Potter from Galas. Absolutely incredible. Riveting. All right, we'll say Mishnah, let's go. We're catching up with the rest of the Daf Yomi world. And here it's Hashem. The section is Ari Bach Hated. This is an interesting case. a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So we'll say, which by the way, it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes based on the decisions you make, really dictates the chevra that you hang with. Right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. Sometimes the person you choose to become also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. So Rotzeach shenis arev ba'achirim. How does that even happen, right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So we'll have to see. Well, in all reality, so besides the Musar has to go with it, that ultimately your actions will dictate, right? Your peer group influences your actions, and your actions often dictate your halacha. Kulam p'turim. I'm sorry. No. Really, the case of it, achira means other people. Other people. So in other words, Reuben killed someone. But Reuben gets mixed up with other people. Now, we'll have to see the exact mitzvahs of this in the Mishnah. But it sounds like we don't know which one Reuben is. Kulam p'turim. Everybody is pater. Okay, we'll see the exact dynamics of that case. Rabbi says, no. Konsin also the kippah. We put them all literally again in the jail cell. Now the Mishnah doesn't spell out the rest, but the rest is we go and we feed them barley until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a smidge of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. Let's say in general, you have a group of people who are all condemned to death, but different deaths, different misos based in. And now, because they all got mixed up, we don't know who is subject to which penalty. And as one can imagine, no one saying, I'm the skila guy, me, give me skila. The guy says, give me sreifa. So no one's coming forward and volunteering the information. So all we know is we have a group of people who are all subject to a death penalty. We don't know which death penalties. What's the halacha? Nidonin b'kala. We administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. Essentially, what that halacha is we're going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent death penalty than the one they are obligated to. So therefore, by definition, if we're not sure which death penalty, we give them the more kalwa. Now, of course, there's going to be a little, as we know, there's a machlokes as to which misos based in which is considered to be more kal and what's more common. So, for example, Haneskalam and Israfim. Let's say the chevra. Some of the chevra is chayv skila, some of the chevra is chayv shreifa. You don't know who's who. So what do you do? Rabbi Shimon already don't have skila. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all skila. Right? Why? Shas shreifa chamura. Because everyone knows Sreifa is more common than Skila. From this they say, no, you don't have the Sreifa. Just the opposite, we give them Sreifa. Why? Skila Chamura. Because everyone knows that Skila is more common than Sreifa. Shimon says, it's not true, it's not true, Sreifa is clearly more common. How do you know that? Because if Sreifa wasn't more common, then a Baskoin who committed adultery wouldn't be singled out for Sreifa. It's not true. Skila is more common. How do you know? Because the blasphemer and the person who worships idolatry gets skila. The Gemara says, what happens if you have a chevra? Some of them are subject to hereg, which is beheading, like sayif, and others are strangulation. Which one gets which is the more kal? Rabbi Shimon says sayif. Beheading is the more lenient form of death penalty from the chenek. Obviously, ultimately, it's chenek. So, interestingly enough, everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That if you have a group of people on death row who get mixed up with each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. We're not sure who's getting which death penalty. Then what's the halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? Clearly, there's a machlokes again in two categories between skila and sreifa, which is kal, which is chalar, and between chenek and hereg, which is kal and which is machar. Incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Tremendous stuff, everyone. Great job.
You're hot. Like you look like this, goddess, but she's been reduced to this, you picture some little Pueblo dwelling, Guatemala woman.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Being I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt today. Our annual Tamazona sponsor for Section 5785 in Tosim Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year in the schools of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Tamazona sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zinn, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. What's with that? Let us deal with a lot ahead of us in Yos Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Chas 78. We are picking up on that Ayin Zayin days 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Marshal says, we'll say some very interesting pieces over here. Rabbi says as follows. Zarak Srabakosa, the Chazar La'achaleh V'Har. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, Srar is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is high. Okay, so what's the detail? So it's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi is right across to the left. Zar Shabakosa, then he's covering the eye of his Chavero. He has the intention to kill his friend. Now watch the game. Zar Shabakosa, the Chazra Mikol Kol La'Cholel, Bahar Go Chayiv, Doha Nami Kol Kohu. So Rashi points out that there are primary keys of intentionality. Well, again, so moving is slowing the rock edge of the wall with the intention that it ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and show this ricochet off the wall. Halakha l'maisa is considered to be the clock of moving, and therefore again it's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says, Tanakh, so again, we further define this kingdom evil, Hamisachakim Bekadr. So what are we talking about over here? This is like the truth of those who go ahead and play a game. Literally play with the ball. Shahar Gubiyazik, Narabi, the Shogun Boy. If they kill someone intentionally, they're Chayiv. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately again, Yobos. So what's the case over here? Let's take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. This is so interesting. Beginning to Yobos, it was common for children, young people, to go and hit the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. In order that the ball will go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. After the thrower would throw the ball, so the thrower would run to the wall. The also. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner in Yokolakade, who deserved for goal. Sash, we talk about the Miskadish is out against Kaveh, the Chazara, Shalachalel, into the Hamas side. So this is like what you not touch ball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like what is it? No. Is it like suicide? Like whatever. It's whatever it is. You throw the ball. Okay, stop. So again, so you're going ahead. You're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea here is to throw the ball against the wall. I know these plays really well. You throw the ball against the wall. Right, the goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, well, yeah, that's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, if you have that type of because remember, again, it was like the idea, in order to be kind of killing someone, there has to be suicide. It's called suicide. That's the name of the game. Please do a little. So, not the best name of the game, but that's the name. So again, if there's intentionality, and the thrower goes ahead and has in mind that he wants to throw the ball with enough force to kill someone who gets it, Then if it's b'mezid, he'll be chayiv because he's a rotzach, he's a murderer. If it's b'shogeg, then ultimately again it's golos. Now I'll say nothing. What's the chiddush over here? What's the chiddush? The chiddush over here is that there is a secondary. What we'll call it is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that'll be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the shot that like the thrower, Reuben is throwing the ball directly at Shimon. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is, I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuben. Kamash Malon, even with the wall, is still considered to be the koach of Reuben. And therefore, again, if there's intentionality, Reuben will be chayiv as a murderer, and if it's b'shogeg, he'll be chayiv golos. Incredible. So the Gemara says b'shogeg golem, pshita. Obviously, if Reuben throws the ball hard enough and it kills Shimon accidentally, then Reuben's going to go to golos. That's obvious. So the Gemara says, you're right. The amazing thing I love is Shikale. The Chiddush is not in the Shogeg case. The Chiddush over here is in the amazing case. And if Reuben didn't intentionally he goes to golos, what's the Chiddush over here? Ma'oditema hasras safeki meaning like the 100. I would have thought that this is a case of what we call hasras safek. What does it mean hasras safek? So I would have thought that this was another again. In order to be chayiv for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and warn someone with a certain level of definitiveness, right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I might have thought that it's hasras safek. Kamash Malon that it is not. Kamash Malon that halacha l'meisa. When someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough that the ball slowly ricochets back, and if halacha l'meisa, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Reuben will be chayiv. Incredible. So this is very important for us. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is well, who's chayiv inside, right? Who's chayiv in Herod? And the example that we've been giving is one who kills another. What we yesterday thought, we were focusing on was misamse, to finding someone. If you can find someone which is direct koach, you are chayiv. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor that could still be considered your koach. So in this case over here, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I would have thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer my koach. Kamash Malon, no, it's still considered to be my koach. Incredible. Okay. The Gemara says, "Tani v'kachim b'Rabbi, Tani Rabbi Avos." She goes, "Ilu hamisachakim b'kadar." So again, we're focused on this playing case. Shahardu toch arba amos potter, futra arba amos chayes. This is interesting. So now, Reuben throwing the ball against the wall. So if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, and again, remember, intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, not do something like this. If he goes ahead and he kills Shimon within valid amos of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be potter. Outside of valid amos, he's going to be chayiv. So what's the pshat over here? So take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi says, "People ilan sakim b'kadar shehadu tov valid amos b'tunim and haya hamuka only b'sod arba amos shakoso. But when we speak a lot to valid amos achom atzasa b'hargasa potter hazorek nikolos." So again, this is talking about over here the shogeg. So if the Shimon was standing between valid amos and the wall, Reuben will be potter. When the valid amos and the wall, Reuben will be chayiv. What's going on over here? Rashi is becoming what's the case? He's becoming correct. Right? If at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than valid amos. He didn't want it to go further. Right? I think unfortunately, and even if the ball went less than valid amos and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuben should be chayiv. The Logan correct. But again, if at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go farther at all, on the tradition at all, I think it's even heavy. And even if it went more than valid amos, what's the case over here? The Gemara says, "Amrulay stam isachikim b'kador kamo mina nikolay." in general, when people play this game, right? Halacha l'maisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting like this: if the ball only goes less than Daled Amos, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be punished. If the ball however ricochets Daled Amos or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he will be chayiv. Okay, now we get to the concept of this, to which the Gemara says. Sorry, good. Remember, now what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when you throw the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately remains high. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be Ruben's koach. So also remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, I go ahead and I tie Shimon up at night, even though the sun is going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke. Ruben's not tired. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. He's not tired. It's not his koach. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Ruben's koach. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, we consider this only. There's a kasha. Very interesting case here. Hamakadosh v'nafal kiddush al yado or al hatzad the akakak no fellow shokes puzzles. So it's a very interesting case here. Paradigm. How do you create paradigm? Remember again. How do you create the paradigm of cut? You take the red apple. You go ahead and you slaughter it. You go ahead and you create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, with minute kindness, right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now what's interesting enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual, right? If the ash drops in by itself, or doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is in doubt. You don't get ash slowness, hamakadosh. First of the intermediate life as in Hashem Kaddish, make Hatas the Ephraim Messinas Ephra Alamayim, Kari Kiddush, in some sense good. So let's say, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of cocoa. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. That's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. If you want to from what's the case over here? Bishop says. If you look at Rashi says over here, Bishop says, first white line, when we tell the koach, we feel the shona, Ella me'atzim, because of the shasas, miyot on the shokes. Shok says, mind Shok says. So let's know what she is over here. You can imagine the case over here where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruben, falls onto the side of the creek, stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the creek, then the koach of Ruben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the ball case. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves Ruben's hand, it hits the wall and ricochets in the air. So Reuben's Korah never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my Korah. The moment that there's cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the fence, it just for a moment, right? You can see it. Falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later slips in. That's no longer my car. That's no longer my car. There's a tremendous Mr. Hospital in that also. You know, the whole avoda of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my car. It's my car. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial car. The moment kind of you stop for a moment, that's the moment where your car ends. The moment where your car ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your car. Incredible. Some of the biker. Somebody says, good. Which is love it. It's very interesting. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. Let's say get in contact with a mace, right? So that you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkler from the water of Hara Aduma. Okay, so now what happens? Nine Shayim Suna ala Cheres. So what do you have? So it's interesting because there's a determined needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Suffolk ala mechad, he's a Suffolk ala cheres, he's a Musa la haza. So puzzle, so they sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the cheres, the original utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's that? Puzzle. Ultimately, it was puzzle. It wasn't based on what we learned, it actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back off the cheres onto the needle, that should still be what? My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills shooting. Right? It's the same idea. Over here we see that puzzle. So we see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer cocoa. To which the Gemara says no. I'm not going to even change it out. Matzah, not mitzvah, should splash back, but matzah. Matzah is about saying that ultimately, again, what we're not sure if you look at it actually here. That's matzah is not lashon mitzu to have a toss. It's not mitzu, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitziah. So what's the case over here? The case over here is where we find hara aduma water on the needle. But when we're not sure of how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needles, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the cheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's kofo. But then there's possibility three. The water hit the cheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would not be good. So therefore, both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Parazuma, to kind of confuse the Gemara's arguments, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, what we thought originally, namely that cocoa will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that Reuben throws the ball against the wall with the intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, so Reuben will be chayiv. Even when it's an intervening wall, that is still considered to be a cocoa. Incredible. Let's go back to Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haman, the Katsu, the Kabray, the Ashkelon, the Kitanayo. Listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he's going to have it afterwards. Releases, right? He ties him up by a dam of water. And then afterwards, he bores a hole in the dam. His friends, bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's that? So the Gemara says, here is the day of Mekayim. These are considered to be arrows of Reuben. Of course, we've seen this expression before. Here, the day is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is chayiv for killing Shimon. So let's see 1 second. How do you need a koach Rishon? You can only assume that it's koach Rishon. Koach Rishon is Rishon force. which means that there is an immediacy. And when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the word comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben tries to shim it up, away half a mile away from the dam. So we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore there will not be liability in that particular case. So it's very important. Okay, so you might go like, Reuben throws a stone upward. Listen to this. The whole from itself. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. It kills Shimon. That's the halacha. Shimon is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now this is very interesting. What do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain slowly. What is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. Reuben is chayiv when the stone kind of comes down and up. Yes, a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, "Only my brother, my time. What's the reason for that? You shouldn't be called holy because it's his koach." But it's also interestingly enough, the fact that the stone comes straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben does. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So whereas my time shows a kohol. He kohol pays the well. What's interesting? If it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. To which I invested $70 a day. The last kohol pays all Zavas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately the master says, kohol pays all Zavas. People yet can't get a little bit started. And ultimately it should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, you're right, Ella, this is very interesting. So this is not the typical case of kohol. Which Rabbi says, seems that the Gemara is introducing a new category of koach kachosh. What does kachosh mean? Diminished koach. Rashi says over there, koach kachoshu. Diminished koach chazak. So this is not like a strong koach. Ela ksas koach. The Idol Arthur Elbishum Shekala Koa Chosa Kazuka, Evan Choser Faras, Avaladain, or Lapsi Mitzas Koho. So it's interesting. You're right. So you're happy now. Your Koa is where the item continues on its way because of your Koa. So obviously, this is a diminished Koa. Why? Because again, Reuben intent was to throw it out. Obviously, Reuben's Koa is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his Koa is still felt wide. Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. Or rather, it's just the gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on the angle at an arc, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach ksas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So let's say, it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far. We see that the categories of koach. Right, there's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object that Shimon kills him, okay, or Reuben holds Shimon down and water kills him. It's almost like we'll call it an indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon, and then there's almost what we call diminished koach. Right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down to the angle of the arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's interesting? Because of the other Basar Maklos, the names listen to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuben. They hit Reuben with Maklos, with staffs, and you guys. Now, whether they did this thing about Sachas doing the Zachar, so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they hit it one after the other, they are putter. Rabbi Yehuda ben Messina says like this. Rabbi Yehuda ben Messina, so again, so to kind of hold the myself, whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again they're going to be potter. Because it's joint responsibility. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And even though Sarah says no, it depends. If they go out and they do it together, ultimately they're going to be potter. But one after the other, the last guy who hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayav. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actually hastened the death of Ruvain. So once a swimmer again in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayav for going ahead and killing Ruvain. It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Rebbe Sira, that's in the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. So this is fascinating. So the passage is, if a person, listen to the Russian, the Eastern man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. And let's say that kol seems to be a little bit extreme. So the person will kill the entirety of the nefesh. So what does that mean? So you notice that Rabbi said, kol nefesh, adi b'kol nefesh. There's only responsibility of what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore they can't do responsibility. But if we get that the same as kol nefesh, kol nefesh. When you say, no, kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's no choice. So isn't that fascinating? So that kol nefesh means only chayiv if you take a life in totality, but if you're only using one of many, you're not chayiv. That you do that to say, kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. For example, Rabbi says, Hakomo, the Bahori gets a trait. This is very interesting. Hakomo, the Bahori gets a trait. Shupatra. Let's talk about our terms over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a treifa, you're potter. You kill a treifa, you're potter. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at actually just what Rashi says over here, Hakomo, the Bahori gets a treifa, Kidon, Nakav, Abeshet, or Kolos Hamor. So it's like a treifa is someone who has some type of fatal internal, or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, very clear. We'll come up with different terms. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees, if you kill a treifa, you're potter. And let's say, why are you potter to kill a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he's dead already. That's halacha with a treifa. So if you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The goat is eating shemayim. The goat is shemayim shukayim. So then we have a goat is eating shemayim. Now, what's a goat is eating shemayim? What's a goat is? A goat is someone who is dying. But interesting enough, goat is doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Goat is not goat is. What typical is on a goat is eating shemayim? Someone is very old. They're just dying. That also people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the ghosts eating shamayim. Right? Remember, there's no one of the other terms because often people kind of want ghosts eat treifa together because they're both imminently dying. But very different pieces. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1,000% fatal. But God says it's just someone who's dying. There may or may not be someone maybe it's not an injury, it could just be old age, or it could be just some type of illness, something else. But shape again is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and everyone agrees that if you kill a goat says you hide, the law is very important. Why? Because a goat says is considered to be fully alive in every way. A treifa is halakhically considered to be dead. A goat says is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end of life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end of life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a goat says, what could be liable for that? So So the Gemara says, so what's the point of convention over here? Goes into the other. What's goes into the other? It's very interesting. Actually says over here, he goes out, Shekalav Logos, Matmas Hamakos, Elanoa, so have you shown him Shrefa. So it's like goes into the other is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a Shrefa injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the Gemara says, Maradam in a Shrefa, Maradam in the Gosis. What if he says, a Gosis BD Adam is like a Shrefa, and one says, no, a Gosis BD Adam is like a Gosis BD Shamayim. So we go, Maradam in a Shrefa, so what is it like Gosis BD Adam? It's like a Shrefa, my time of what's the my time of Ramadan and the Gosis BD Shamayim. Why does he not compare it to the Gosis BD Shamayim? Gosis BD Shamayim goes, how did I stop? Because the Gosis BD Shamayim goes like, nothing happens to the Gosis BD Shamayim. There's no traumatic event, there's no injury, no one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a Gosis. The Gemara says, hi, it's Avdei Maisa. But that Gosis BD Adam, something happened to him, someone did something to him. Umar said, it's not the Gosis BD Shamayim. The one who compares a Gosis BD Adam to a Gosis BD Shamayim might come along with Daniel Shrefa. Why is he not compared to a Shrefa? Shrefa, Mechatri Simonim. How long Mechatri Simonim? Well, say Shrefa is something very specific. Shrefa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this money, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why, again, there's liability. Tiny kind of comes like Shishim. So it's kind of ultimately again, it's up for Shishim. The person will go, as we called before, the person will go ahead and literally strike another Nefesh Adam. Lahabi Hamake es Haviro, Ve'in Posidi Lahabis, Ubo Acher Behemiso, Shuchayim. So we'll say, this is very interesting. Levi goes ahead and hits Shimon. So then hits Shimon. But he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along, let's say then maybe comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. But actually, again, Levi is Chayiv. And Reuben's Potter. Tuesday says, what's the Kiddush over here? In Reuben, the Hamas Pshita, obviously, we'll say, if Reuben delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along, and then of course, remains Potter. What's the Kiddush over here? We spoke to the Hamas Uva Acher so Shuchayim. So what's what are we talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuben delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. Shimon didn't die yet. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. Guess what? Levi's Chayiv and Reuben is not. Whose opinion is this? We start with the same Shita is Kol Nefesh. What's Kol Nefesh? In order to be Chayiv for taking the life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be Chayiv. Incredible. Whereas Amrava, Horrid is a Sheka Potter, so it's just as a part. If you kill a Sheka in the Potter, this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not liability for that. The treifa shakli is in chayim. So if it is a potter, I will say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? See, if you kill a treifa, you're about to fight. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What happens? Versus it depends. If the treifa killed someone in the presence of Beis Din, Beis Din will put him to death. If he didn't kill in the presence of Beis Din, the treifa will be potter. What's the shot? Listen to this. So listen to this. If the treifa kills in the presence of Beis Din, essentially, how can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Like they saw Reuben killed Shimon. Reuben's a treifa. See, he's dead. He's dead. But how can they not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible? So on the other hand, Shalom Beis Din, part of the Hadith that is such a was not important about this. What do you see from such strange in the hospital? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. So, you know, sometimes we see things that are wrong. And when I see things that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help, and someone who sees themselves, you know, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try it out. In this case over here, they can see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a treifa. He's halachically good and dead. I got it. You still have to do something. You know what I'm saying? If you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, do something. About culture says that everything that we see in this world, we only see it because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted you to see it. And if he wanted you to see it, it's because he wants you to do something about it. Now, it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means that he probably wants you to do something about it. Based you saw this guy with a trade bar, to a guy that he's a trade bar. You still have to try to do something incredible. But look at this. Shalom with me, but let's say, Ruben killed Shimon. So Ruben killed Shimon outside of Basin. So now what happened? They bring Ruben the trade bar. Ruben the trade for Basin. So what's Talacha? Ruben's really butter. But you know why he's butter? It's an angel's Shata Yachalazima. Because let's remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, they have got the ability to really get agents on. Now, what happens ultimately when you're agents on is reciprocal punishment. It's not going to look like you're why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because we're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to Asama. Well, any testimony that is not subject to Asama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. So there's no kind of technicality. So you must go, you should Lazima, Rosh Ma'idus. However, as a treifa, Chayiv. If one sodomizes a treifa, you Chayiv. The sodomizer is Chayiv. Treifa Sharabah is maybe it's in Chayiv. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Bezdin, he'll be Chayiv. Not in the presence of Bezdin. He's part of the first part of the Bible saying, if Bezdin Chayiv, it's the God make your head off. So the presence of Bezdin is going to be Chayiv. Why? Because once again, I'll say, how can Bezdin not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom is maybe Bezdin Pata. But not in the presence of Bezdin, the Pata, I should say, Ruben's Pata, the Trip's Pata. Why? The Havila English Shata Yachalazima. Because we'll say, well, same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Ruben. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Asama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Asama possibility. Therefore, I'm not going to say that I. One second. Hasulam is the case. Why do we use both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? It's the same result. Two words is Hanra. However, as I take this, you're right. The Kiddush case of everyone saying is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush over here. The Gemara says, why? It's Shikhaleh. I'm at a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. Now, let's say, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse, right? So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? What is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, potter. Not good, right? But for myself, there's no liability for that. So I read a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no fear there. Kamash one of Shum Hanahu, but it's there no. Come to know that as much as the treifa is halachically considered dead, but technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore again there's liability for that case. Rabbi says fellas, even should even a treifa, but what's more in there again? Well, let's do this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and were then made into agents over them are not put to death, which is what we just said before. And the treifa shit was moved. Yeah, okay. Now let's do this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, like witnesses who themselves are treifas, who testified and then found to be liars, even gentlemen, can be put to death. Rashi says no. No, even witnesses who are saying what even Zolman. Sorry, even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made into even Zolman. Why? Because the thing is, In order to be made into Eidim Zolim, the witnesses who make it into Zolim themselves have to be into Zolim. But let's remember again, how do you become Eidim Zolim? Right, witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be made into Zolim, the witnesses who make them into Zolim always have to be able to be made into Zolim. But the Zolim witnesses who are traitors can't be into Zolim. Why? Because the witnesses that are testifying about themselves are considered dead. So because the Mazinim, the witnesses who make them into Zolim cannot themselves be into Zolim, therefore on a technicality they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short trait to shard chayit. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shard, and Reuben's shard is a treifa? It's a treifa. Like, ultimately, again, a Reuben's treifa shard kills someone. What's the halacha? It's chayit. The shard shard doesn't treifa shard pater. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shard is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa, and the shard kills someone, it's pater. Which again, I've said makes sense because the owner is really dead. Nighttime also, Amrika, Hashari is sakel, the gam ba'avav bimas. The Pasuk says the shard will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Choleka b'karina be'gam ba'avav bimas, karina be'ashari yisakel. Choleka lo karina be'gam ba'avav bimas, lo karina be'ashari yisakel. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be put to death, that's when the shard can be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shard is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shard can't be put to death either. Rav actually says, no, I'll give you shard treifa nani, shard pater. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shard is a treifa, you also can't put the shard to death. Why not? My timer. Kevan be'ilu bailim habu patiri. Shard nani pater says essentially the Rav is going to be like this. Any case where the owner himself will be pater, right? The shard would also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is if he is a treifa, so therefore halacha, the owner will also be pater. Sorry. Since if the owner were a treifa would be pater, so too if the shard is a treifa, the shard will also be pater. Okay, incredible. She's the one like Halef. So I'm Rabbi Kabayat. You should think of the leader of Nachash Ben Shinafu or made the Ticha Makish Isai for Nachash Pater. So let's remember again back in the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon. What's the halacha? So in that case, again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now, what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. According to the Gemara, we have to say it as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there, and therefore halacha l'maisa. Essentially, when Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's fangs. And therefore, again, Makish B'Sayit, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? He's liable to death by beheading. The Nachash Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is Pater. No difference in the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash doesn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. It's already present. You never come to the Chachamim, oh, that's not Hashmi. No, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "L'oras nachash mi'atzmo u'maki v'fikach nachash b'skila v'makish pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. They'll say, by the way that I'm asking is halacha l'maisa. Rambam is ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though Reuben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hand of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Reuben, and therefore technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again, just not on a technicality. Again, I'll say, obviously very bad, but when I say again, that's the halacha Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero, being be'evan, being be'egrov, v'amdu l'misas. What's the interesting case over here? Reuben hits Shimon. He hits Shimon, right, either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? Shimon doesn't die immediately. But Beis Din says, so Beis Din says, okay, Reuven definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay, then what happens? The Hekel Menashaya, Ulachmikan Hikpinimis, then what occurred? Then Shimon Bar Hashem. Shimon Bar Hashem had a shtickle recovery, right? He got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's this? What's how? So you see what's interesting in this case? So again, Reuven injured Shimon, and David saw that this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? That Shimon has a shtickle of full shlema, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? In other words, when he dies, he definitely gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally you see as a result ultimately again of these injuries. But again, in the middle there was this little bit of a refuah. So what's the halacha? But the Gemara says, Tanakama says ultimately again, moving to the Chayes for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia says no, he's partial. Why? Lagan never needs to get Saput. Saput that what? Saput that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injuries he sustained from Reuven, since he did have a little bit of this in the four Shimon. Okay, so as we got Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov is Halik Bachutz Ami Shantel. So the pasuk says Reuven injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amishanto. And the Gemara says that Amishanto means of his own strength. So what's the halacha? 78a, Yimikama happens. And therefore again, Reuven does not have liabilities. You know what? If you sell out a dice call, Shazam Halik Pushuk Vizena. So what's I think you'll have to tell me that the halacha remains that Shimon recovers, that Reuven is not killed. Isn't that obvious? It's really injured Shimon, it's like hit Shimon. Shimon's very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and about and he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So we can't go execute Reuven. How does it execute? If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course we don't execute Reuven. What's going on? Here we go. Elo, Zeh Shamdu Misa, the Hekel Mimashaya, or the Ahakar Hekbit Umeis Shehu Potter. And what the word says, what's going to teach is as follows. The Reuven injured Shimon. And Beis Din says this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a stick on the floor, and as a result of that floor, what happens? Shimon is a little bit of floor, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury, that Reuven is potter. The Reuven is potter. Essentially, what the pasuk is teaching me is, if after the injury there is a stick on the floor, there's no other healing, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Reuven is going to be potter. The Gemara says, V'Rabbanan, hi, not my darsha. So what's the next thing I comment? What did I want to do with this darsha? The Rabbi Shechot Shinoso. This is very true. No. What it is like this. I want to say, in any case of injury, right, when Reuven injures Shimon, and now again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon going to die, he's going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Reuven until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Reuven until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Shimon, right? We did Rabbi Nechemia about incarceration. Let's explain this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitative. That's the goal. Right? Either rehabilitative or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back a functional member of society, or ultimately again you can't come back to society, or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Right? This is not a condition. Hold on, this is right from the beginning of time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with a person. So, for example, the U.S. suggesting over here, Reuven injures Shimon. Is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them until we figure out what to do. So, the U.S. says, Rabbi Nechemia, how do you show? We're Rabbi Nechemia are not concept of incarceration. No, it's in the Kodesh. So, it's in the Kodesh, right? The Kodesh was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So remember again, the pasuk says, they incarcerated him. They didn't know what to do with him. So they got incarceration. Rabbanan is also Mikoshesh. So why don't Rabbanan also not from Mikoshesh? It says Mikoshesh Baktamahu Umoshe Lochava Yada Kadre B'mai. No, Mikoshesh was different. The reason they incarcerated Mikoshesh is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? How to execute it. That's different than in this case, because in this case, when we intershimon, we don't know what to do with Ruvain. Right? Is Ruvain a murderer? Is Ruvain not a murderer? That's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say, let's stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this study of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. Well, it's an excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right, so look at where we began, and let's say, and again, if not right, tremendous accomplishment there. Shkaya, everyone. Detail. Yeah. All right, let's have a great day, everyone. Shkaya, everyone.
Issues with Shin revolving what he doesn't do. He works like 3 days a week and doesn't really offer anything creative. He doesn't think outside the box. However, Korean culture. I don't know if you know the bit, but there's a bit, and it's not really a bit because it's just true.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for touching Pei 5785 Pilsum Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this year in the schus of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar: Stephen Terry Zinn in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan; Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zichron Livracha. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot ahead of us in Yetz Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin days 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says, "Amar we'll say some very interesting things here. Rabbi says as follows: Zarak tzvar b'kosel, v'chazra la'achareh v'harga chayv. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, tzvar is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is chayv. Okay, so what's the case here? So Rabbi said, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi is right across to the left. Zarak tzvar b'kosel, v'niskavin l'harugas chavero. He has intention to kill his friend. Now, what's the case? So Rashi points out that we're talking about a case of intentionality, where ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that it ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, halacha l'maaseh, this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore again he's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says the Tana Tuna. So again, we further define this keep going evil. Hamisachakim b'kadar. So what are we talking about over here? This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game, literally play with the ball. Shahar Governated, Neharagin, the Shogeg Bowl. If they kill someone intentionally, they're Chayiv Nisa. If they kill unintentionally, ultimately, again, goes. So what's the case over here? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We go to English, Hamisachakim, Bekadu, Shahar. This is so interesting. The Gilin Tinogos, Lahakos Hakadra Bakosa Bakar. It was common for children, young people, to go ahead and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. Other than that the ball would go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very far. After the thrower would throw the ball, so the thrower would run to the wall. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. If you call a Chavi, now we deserve to go Sash. We even talk about in this Kavish Targis Chavi, but Hazara Salachara, Ish with the Hamas Chai. So I said, this is like not dodgeball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like what is it? No, no, no. Isn't it like suicide? Like whatever. It's yeah, whatever it is. You know, you throw the ball. Okay, stop. Okay, none of you are correct. So again, so you're going ahead. You're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea here is you throw the ball against the wall. I know this is really little. You throw the ball against the wall. Right? The goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, if he has that kavana, now because remember again, I will say the idea in order to be chayav for killing someone, there has to be a suicide. Okay? It's called suicide. That's the name of the game. It's really little. So not the best name, but that's the name. So again, if there's intentionality and the thrower goes ahead and wants to like throw the ball with enough force to kill somebody, then if it's the chayav, he's not saying he's a murderer. If it's b'shogeg, then ultimately again it's goals. Never say that. What's the chiddush over here? What's the chiddush? The chiddush over here is that there is a secondary. What we'll call it is, I want to call it a secondary force. That would be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the pshat like the thrower. Reuben is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuben. Kamash Mavan, even with the wall, is still considered to be the cause of Reuben. Therefore, again, if there's intentionality, Reuben will be chayav as a murderer, and if it's B'shogeg, he'll be chayav jolos. Incredible. So the Gemara says B'shogeg golden shita. Because obviously, if Reuben throws the ball hard enough and he kills Shimon accidentally, that Reuben's going to go to golos. That's obvious. So the Gemara says you're right. The mazid in Harag is the chiddush over here is not in the Shogeg case. The chiddush over here is in the mazid case. That if Reuben did it intentionally, he goes to golos. What's the chiddush over here? Mal b'teima hasras safeki miyemar dehadre. I'm going to thought that this is the case of what we call hasras safek. What does it mean hasras safek? That I'm going to thought that this you also remember again. In order to be chayiv for a hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and word someone with a certain level of definitiveness, right? But again, maybe in this case, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I might have thought that it's hasras safek. Kamash holon that it is not. Kamash holon that halacha l'meisa. When someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough that the ball sort of ricochets back, and therefore, halacha l'meisa, if it's with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Reuben will be chayiv. Incredible. So this is very important for our sugi. Remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is well, who's chayiv is chayiv, right? Who's chayiv in hereg? And the example that we've been giving is one who kills another. What we yesterday's daf, what we were focusing on was mitzansing. Confining someone which is direct Torah, you are chayiv. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it can still be considered your Torah. So in this case over here, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I'm going to put the presence of the wall makes it so that it's no longer my Torah. Incredible. Okay. George the Gemara says, funny enough, about Rabbi. He's going Ilu Hamisachakim Bakadar. So again, we're focused on this whole thing, please. Shahargu Toch Arba Amos cover. What's the Arba Amos height? This is interesting. So now Ruben's throwing the ball against the wall. So if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, and again, remember intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, now the Gemara says like this: if he goes ahead and he kills Shimon within Dalet Amos of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be butter. Outside of Dalet Amos, he's going to be chayiv. So what's the shot over here? First of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi says, "Imam Sakhu Chador Shahagu Tov Dalamas Turin and Haya Hamuka only so Arba Amos Kokoto. It will speak the last for Dalar Amos Achim Asasa Bahagasa Potter Hazorik Nikovas." So again, this is talking about over here. The show. Say if Lamaisa Shimon was standing between Dalar Amos and the wall, Reuben will be Potter. More than Dalar Amos and the wall, Reuben will be Chayiv. What's going on over here? What's the case? Right? If at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than Dalaramis. He didn't want it to go further, right? Afilu Portanami. And even if the ball went less than Dalaramis and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuben should be chayiv. But again, if at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to be at all. Afilu Portanami. And even if it went more than Dalaramis, what's the case here? The Gemara says, Amar Lei Stam. In general, when people play this game, right? Halacha l'maisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball, and what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this: if the ball only goes less than Dalaramis, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower, and therefore if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be potter. If the ball however ricochets dalat amis or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore halach l'maisa he will be chayiv. Okay, that was it. And now we get to the consequence, which the Gemara says. Amalei, sorry, good. The memra. Did the high calf? No. Now, what's the half of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when Reuben throws the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be Reuben's koach. So also remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's why, for example, again, we'll see this more today, all of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, right, I go ahead and Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke. Reuben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. It's not chayiv. It's not his koach. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's koach, which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's koach? After all, listen to this. Very interesting case here. Hamakadesh v'nafol kiddush al yado o al hatzad v'achakach nofel v'shokas puzzled. So it's a very interesting case here. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember. Again, how do you create the parazuma concoction? You take the red apple, you go ahead and you slaughter it. You then create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, because the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Hamikadesh, first of the intermediate, why Rashi Hamikadesh, Mechakas be'efer nesinas efer alamayim, kari kiddush, some sense good. So let's say, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Reuben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kocho. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, the ball is against all the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. First, the Gemara, what's the case over here? The Shosei. If you look at Rashi says over here, the Shosei, first white line, and the first white line, Lonitas mikvach l'filu rishona else kimo ma'im Shosei. She wants to know what's the case over here. You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruben. A moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the tree, and the koach of Ruben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the ball case. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball ends, it hits the wall, it ricochets immediately. So Ruben's koach never stops. So we'll say a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there is never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my koach. The moment there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my koach. It's like, there's such a hospital in that also. The whole avoda of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of you stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Gemara goes back there. Gemara says, good. Tashma, another case. Very interesting case. You have a needle. Now the needle is ritually impure. Let's say, came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on, you sprinkle on it from the water of aduma. Okay. So now what happens? So what do you have? So interesting in the case where I have a tummy needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechad, safek ala kares, right? Umitza ala hazal. So now I sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the klicheres, the earthenware utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's puzzle. That based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back off the klicheres onto the needle, that should still be what? My koach. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills Shimon. But it's the same idea. But yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer kol. To which the Gemara says no. Not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah means Rabbi say that ultimately, again, what we're not sure, if you look at Rashi over here, that's matzah itmar. Lav lashon mitzvah the havataza. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzvah. Kilomar hazan mitzvah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find para aduma water on the needle. But what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's kofo. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would not. Therefore, both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that kocho will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that Ruben throws the ball against the wall with the intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, Halacha l'maisa Reuben will be chayiv. Even if it's an intervening wall, it is still considered to be kofol. Incredible. I just feel like there. So Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haiman de Katsi the Chavrei, the Ashkelei Bitke Denayo. Listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right, there's like they ties him up by a dam of water, and then afterwards he bores a hole in the dam. His friends, right, bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's talachot? So the Gemara says, Girei Didei Umechayim. These are considered to be the arrows of Reuben. Also, we've seen this before. Girei Didei is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is chayiv for killing Shimon. First of all, second, how do you mean the koach rishon? This is only assuming that it's koach rishon. Koach rishon means initial force, which means that there is an immediacy. So when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up, away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore, again, there will not be liability in that particular case. So this is very important. Okay? Come up. Papa. Zarak Shalomaz. Reuben throws a stone upward. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Baharga, and kills Shimon. Reuben is chayiv. This is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain slowly. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down on the part. Yeah, this is right. Like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, "I'm only my Rabbi, my time. What's the reason for that? Mishum the kochohu, because it's his koach." I was going to say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben contributes. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So the rest of my time, we shouldn't do koho. Koho tezel el. What's that? Interesting. If halach l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. To which ayin chesed dalaf 78a v'ilav koho tezel zagas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says the local occasional zakas tipo miyad connect the below with studding. And ultimately I should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, right, Ella, this is very interesting. Koach kakosh. So this is not a typical case of kofo. It's rather Rabbi says the Gemara is introducing a new category of koach kakosh. What does koach kakosh mean? Diminished koach. Rashi says over here, koach chazak. So this is not like a strong koach. Sas koach. Yeshkan v'haydelo ozlo le'el mishum shekhala koach chozak hashika va'evan chozeres la'aretz aval adayin holech is mutzas koach. So it says, right, real koach is where the item continues on its way because of your koach. So obviously this is a diminished koach. Why? Because again, Reuben's intent was to throw it up. Obviously, Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt. Why? Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. Well, rather, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit on the arch, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far it seems like we have three categories of koach. Right? There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object that Shimon kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down with water kills him. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect koach, which is really throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon, Chayiv. And then there's almost what we call diminished koach, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down at the angle of the arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? Because our Adam Basar Maklos who makes into this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuven. They hit Reuven with Maklos, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this game of Asakos, game of Zah, so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they did it one after the other, they are pater. They are pater. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says like this. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira Omer, Zah Achron Chayiv, Ibnei Shekira Des Misasa. So again, so kind of come a hold, whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again they're going to be pater. Because there's joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And the Rabbi says, no. If they go ahead and they do it together, ultimately again they'll be pater. But one after the other, the last guy who hits Reuven, he's going to be chayiv. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of Reuven. Once it's remember, in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Reuven, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and killing him. Already open it. It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Rabbi Meseira darshan the same pasuk. This is fascinating. Listen to this. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is if a person, listen to the lashon, v'ish a man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. So let's say that kol, it seems to be a little bit extreme. If a person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanan Sabri, Kol nefesh, adi to kol nefesh. The only responsibility is what? If you took the entire life. In order for there to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore there can't be responsibility. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira Savar, Kol nefesh, Kol dehu nefesh. Rabbi Meseira says, no. Kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's also this. Isn't that fascinating? So the Rabbanon, Kol nefesh means when you if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira, Kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rabbi says, Hakol modim b'horei gesatreifa. This is very interesting. Hakol modim b'horei gesatreifa shu pater. Rabbi says, let's talk about our terms over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a treifa, you're pater. You kill a treifa, you're pater. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi, just over Rashi says over here, Hakol modim b'horei gesatreifa kiton nekav habeshet o karos hamoach. Let's say treifa is someone who has some type of fatal internal, some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, very, very quickly, we're going to come up with different terms. That's a treifa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees, if you kill a treifa, you're pater. And let's say, why are you pater for a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is dead already. That's halacha with a treifa. So therefore, you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The ghost is b'dei shamayim. The ghost is shamayim shuchayim. Then we have a ghost is b'dei shamayim. Now, what's a ghost is b'dei shamayim? What's a ghost is? A ghost is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, ghost is doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghost is not ghost. What's the typical case on a ghost is b'dei shamayim? Someone is very old, very ill. They're just dying. I don't say people just sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the Goses Bidei Shamayim. Right? Remember, there's no. That's why I want to define our terms. Because often people kind of lump Goses and Treifa together because they're both imminently dying, but for very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1,000% fatal. A Goses is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be some others. Maybe it's not an injury. It could be just an old age. Or it could be just some type of illness, something else. But a treifa, again, is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and, everyone agrees, that if you kill a goses, you're chayiv. The goses is very important. Why? Because a goses is considered to be wholly alive in every way. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A goses is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a goses, one could be liable to it. So the Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Goses b'dei adam. What's goses b'dei adam? It's very interesting. Rashi says over here, so we'll say goses b'dei adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the one opinion says a goses b'dei adam is like a treifa, and one says no, a goses b'dei adam is like a goses b'dei shamayim. So we go, treifa. The one who says that a goses b'dei adam is like a treifa. My time, what's the reason? My time alone is a goses b'dei shamayim. Why does he not compare it to a goses b'dei shamayim? Goses b'dei shamayim was avi b'naisa, because the goses b'dei shamayim was like nothing happened to the goses b'dei shamayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a goses. You might just I is adte maisa. But that goses b'dei adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The one who compares a goses b'dei adam to a goses treifa mechatri simanim. Ha lo mechatri simanim. Let's say treifa is something very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why, again, there's liability. Tani Tana Kali Rav Shishis. Listen, the Tana ultimately, again, we talk about Rav Shishis. The Ish, Yake Kol Nefesh Adam. A person will go, as we could before, a person will go ahead and literally strike another Nefesh Adam. Lahavi Hamake Es Chavero, Ve'ein Bo Kidei Lahamis. So we'll say, this is very interesting. Reuven goes ahead and hits Shimon. But he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. Then ultimately, again, Levi is chayiv. Reuven's pater. Especially Gemara says, what's Kiddush over here? In Mokadil Hagmas Pshita. Obviously, we'll say if Reuven delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course, Reuven. What's the Kiddush over here? Yesh Mokadil Hagmas Uba Akar So Shu Chayiv. What is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuven delivers a fatal blow to Shimon. Shimon didn't die yet, and then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Levi's chayiv and Reuven is not. Whose opinion is this? Ustama Rishita is kol nefesh. What's kol nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking the life, you have to have performed the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Whereas Amrava, Horig is a treifa pater, just as before. If you kill a treifa, your pater. So we'll say this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead, and therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not liability for that. Treifa shagri if you're basing chayim. Show if they're basing pater. Oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? See, if you kill a treifa, your pater, fine. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What's that like? It depends. If the treifa killed someone in the presence of Beis Din, will put him to death. If he didn't kill in the presence of Beis Din, the treifa will be pater. What's the pshat? Listen to this. If they Beis Din, my Tamachayim, it will be Artara Mikrebecha. So listen to this. If the treifa kills in the presence of Beis Din, essentially, how can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? You have to do something. Like Beis Din saw Reuben kill Shimon. Reuben's a treifa. He's dead. He's dead. But how can Beis Din not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible? So on the other hand, Shalom if Beis Din, Potter to have that eat the shit. What's about 41? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see something that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. And sometimes we say to ourselves, you know what, not my problem. Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try to help. In this case over here, they didn't see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a treifa. He's halachically good as dead. I got it. You still have to do something. Never say, if you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, do something. Rabbi Kodesh says that everything that we see in this world, as we only see it because of Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now, it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means that the heart wants you to do something about it. Beis Din, you saw this guy moving, who's a treifa, he got it, he's a treifa. You still have to try to do something. Incredible. Now listen to this. Shalom if Beis Din. Now let's say, Reuben kills Shimon. So Reuben kills Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? They bring Reuben the treifa, to Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Reuben's going to be pater. But you know why he's pater? Listen to this. It's an eidus shata yachal asima. Because of us, remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to have the ability to be made into Eidim Zolim. Now, what happens ultimately again with Eidim Zolim? Reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because we're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to Hazama. Well, any testimony that is not subject to Hazama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. There's also a technicality. If one sodomizes a treifa, you chai. Sodomizer is chayim. Treifa sherava b'fnei beis and chayshal b'fnei beis and bater. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chayim. Not in the presence of Beis Din. He's bater. First of all, animal says, b'fnei beis and chayim b'ksivyat ha'mikerecha. In the presence of Beis Din, he's going to be chayim. Why? Once again, I will say, how can Beis Din not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei beis and bater. But not in the presence of Beis Din, they're bater. I should say, Reuben's bater. The treifa's bater. Why? The havile eidus shata yachal azima. Is what saying what? Same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Reuben. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Hazama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because you're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, there's no Hazama possibility. Therefore, one second. Hasulam, same case. Why do you need both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? It's the same result. Which murder says Hanuach. You're right. The Yiddish case of Rabbi say is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush over here. The Gemara says why? It's Shrichale. Maldatima, Behavi command the Mishamish Remes Fili Pater. I might have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. I was saying, now what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse, right? So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? I was saying, so like, what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, pater. But not good, right? But for myself, there's no liability there. So I might have thought that sodomizing the treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no chiyuv there. Kamashman d'mishum hanohu, but it's there no. Don't you know that as much as the treifa is halachically considered dead, technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore, again, there's liability for that case. Rabbi says, fellas, Well, let's do this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and were then made into Eidim Zolomim are not put to death, which is what we just said before. Eidei treifa was moved deragim. Now listen to this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again we're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas who testify and are then found to be liars, Eidim Zolomim, can be put to death. Ravashi says no. No, even witnesses are also who are Eidim Zolomim. Sorry, even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made into Eidim Zolomim. Why? Because listen to this. In order to be made into Eidim Zolomim, the witnesses who made you into Zolomim themselves have to be made into Zolomim. Let's remember again, how do you become Eidim Zolomim? Right, witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to be made into Zolomim, the witnesses who make them into Zolomim also have to be able to be made into Zolomim. But the Zolomim witnesses who are treifas can't be into Zolomim. Why? Because the witnesses that they're testifying about themselves are considered to be dead. So because the mazimim, the witnesses who make them into Zolomim cannot themselves be made into Zolomim, therefore on a technicality they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short treifa shar chayim. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shar, and Reuben's shar is a treifa? It's a treifa, right? Ultimately, again, Reuben's treifa shar kills someone. What's the halacha? It's chayiv. The shar shal adam treifa shar. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shar is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shar kills somebody's pater, which again, both said makes sense because the owner is considered to be dead. My time was the reason. Amrikra, Hashari is sakel, the gamba alot yumas. The pasuk says the shar will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Kolecha bekarina be gamba alot yumas. Karina be Ashari Yisakel. Kolecha lo karina be gamba alot yumas. Lo karina be Ashari Yisakel. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shar could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shar is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shar can't be put to death. Rashi says, no, if you do shar treifa nami, shar pater. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shar is a treifa, you also can't put the shar to death. Why not? My timer. Kevan de ilu bailin avu tefili, shar nami pater. Because essentially, Rashi is going to say like this: any case where the owner himself would be pater, right, the shar would also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a treifa, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Since if the owner were a treifa would be pater, so too if the shar is a treifa, the shar will also be pater. Okay, incredible. Shisa was a kaleb. So Amar Rav Bar Yaakov, Kishitim Zalder Yudu Aras Nakash B'Shinafu Omeid Lefichach Makish B'Sayif Nakash Pater. So let's remember again back to the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We have an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hand. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now, what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. According to Rabbi Yehuda, we have to say is as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there, and therefore Allah Lamaisa, essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's hands, and therefore again, makish b'sayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right, liable to death by beheading. The nachash pater, but ultimately, again, the nachash is pater. Don't do anything to the nachash. Why? Because the nachash is like a sword. The nachash didn't do anything because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. No, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. They'll say, by the way that I'm not asking halacha l'oisa, Rabbi Baskin is ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though Reuven himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we do that as the snake killing Shimon, not Reuven, and therefore technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again on gets off on a technicality. You know, we'll say obviously very bad, but Lamais again. That's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis chavero. Vein be'even, vein be'egrov, v'amdur l'misas. What's the case over here? Reuven hits Shimon. He hits Shimon. Right, either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? We'll say Shimon doesn't die immediately. But Beis Din says, okay, Reuven definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay, then what happens? The Heikel Menashahaya, just in case of it. Then what occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery. Right, he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's in this case? So again, Reuven injured Shimon, and Beis Din saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle of shleima, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, when we say he dies, not that he gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally we see as a result ultimately again of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was a little bit of an afua. So what's the halacha? Rabbi Huda says, chayiv. Tanakama says ultimately again, Reuven is going to be chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia Omer Pater Shagalai Mudavar. Rabbi Nechemia says no, he's Pater. Why? Shagalai Mudavar means there's some proof. Some proof that what? Some proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained from Reuven, since he did have a little bit of this before Shalema. Okay, so let's analyze. As you darshan Rabbi Nechemia, Im Yaakov is halach before Hamishan. So the pasuk says Reuven injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Al Mishanto, and the Gemara says what Al Mishanto means of his own strength. So what's that? 78a. And therefore again, Reuven does not have liability. But if he somehow died taught, we'll say, why does the Rabbi tell me that the halacha l'maisa Shimon recovered, that Reuven is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If Reuven injured Shimon is very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and about and he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So Torah says, okay, we don't execute Reuven. If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course you don't execute Reuven. What's going on? We'll say, here we go. Elo, Zesh Shangol Misa, the Hekdom Mashahaya, Ula'achar Kach Umeis Shavu Potter. Rather, we'll say what the Gemara says was coming to as follows: that if Reuven injures Shimon, and Beis Din says this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle refuah, and as a result of that refuah, what happens? Bakshim has a little bit of refuah, and then afterwards he succumbs to his injury. That Reuven is pater. The Reuven is pater. Essentially, what Gemara is saying, what the pasuk is teaching me is, if after the injury there is a shtickle refuah, there's a little bit of a healing. Even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Reuven is going to be pater. Gemara says, Rabbanan, I've been nakeh my darshan. We'll say that's the Tanakama. What did the Rabbanan do with this darshan? Rabbanan shechoshin also. This is very interesting. No. What it teaches like this. We'll say in any case of injury, right? So Reuven injures Shimon, and now again we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy is going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Reuven until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Reuven until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia, Chavi Shimon Yaleh. When does Rabbi Nechemia learn out incarceration? We've spoken about this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back a functional member of society, or ultimately, again, you can't come back to society. We'll execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that way, locking someone up in a cell and keeping there for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. Right? This is not a chiddush. Torah means this right from the beginning of time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with a person. So, for example, the Gemara suggesting over here, Reuven injured Shimon. Is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them until we figure out what to do. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia, where does Rabbi Nechemia learn out the concept of incarceration? Yalav in Mekoshish. So also there was a case of Mekoshish, right? Mekoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the pasuk says, they incarcerated him. They didn't know what to do with it. So there he learns out incarceration. So I know Rabbana also learned out from Mekoshish. The Gemara says, Mekoshish bar Ktomahu u'Moshe ro'Abba Yada Katlei b'Mai. No, Mekoshish was different. The reason they incarcerated the Mekoshish is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? How to execute it. That's different than in this case. Because in this case, when Reuven injures Shimon, we don't know what to do with Reuven. Right? Is Reuven a murderer? Is Reuven not a murderer? That's a different kind of incarceration. We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up. So we're going to pick up again with this sugya of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. We'll say, excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So look at where we began, and we'll say, and again, it's not right. Tremendous accomplishment today. Shkaya, everyone. Yeah. Let's have a great day, everyone. Off the wall. This is extreme. Yeah. Different dark. I played this in New York. No, I'm saying, I remember it's close to anyone who's not from New York. Suicide. Yeah, because the goal was to try to get the person running the ball. And it really is as hard as it gets. Basically, it's a little too ball. It's like those bouncy balls. But imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now he has that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe. He is an expert. Have you listen to Jordan Peterson because what he says about psychology is highly accurate. You've been able to get bills in the past. I'm sorry, Mark. All right, come outside. Good morning. Good morning, Baruch Hashem, an incredible source. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this word share to thank. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. For Tavshin Pei, the Totzim Mishpacha. And that's dedicated all the Shemot Joshua this year in the schools of the Sarah Travels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Abba Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving Yamir, Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Herschel, Ben Yosef Hakori, on the occasion of his 12th yahrzeit in our, and the Zid of Levin and Berman's families in memory of Mr. Williams, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael, Zahon Rafa, Belka, and America, all of the Shamus Havavia, the family in the Kama, all of those who need our Bush Shabbat, and the colleagues from the Mishparak America shall bring home all of our hostages and their holy soldiers be successful to call Maaseh Yidehim. Well, so that's enough us beginning of a lot of to do today, Baruch Hashem. $15,000. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Baba Leis 276b, 12 lines down from the top. Tanarabana. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Tanarabana. Ha'oiv Hashchina, person who loves his neighbors. And the Karibus Klopa, and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hanoi says Bas Achosa, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. and he lends money to a poor person at a time that the ani is struggling. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer. So it's a really beautiful Gemara. Because so many times, like, we go through life and we're wondering, what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? Well, what do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he's going to answer. Right? And I want to know that when I need somebody, that Ribono Shel Olam is going to be there. So, what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsiveness? Right? Responsiveness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? And it's so beautiful. Sometimes Chazal can use these formulas. So it's the formula for success. Someone who loves his neighbors, which means what's interesting about your neighbors is, although to a certain degree you could try to choose them, right? Because you could choose where you live. Once you go ahead and you move somewhere, you definitely can control who lives around you, right? What's after that? What's after that is Mekaybish Krova. Someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. Maybe a certain relatives you do choose, but a lot of relatives you don't choose. So what's the common denominator here? The common denominator is a person who's able to get along with other people. A person who's able to go to forge relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. Diagnosis is the same idea. Now, I'm saying now, actually, the truth is, this you see comes in Chazal more, but Chazal is almost like focus on marrying one's niece, your sister's daughter, but leaving aside the actual marriage of a niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and a niece. So it know this in life that sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest to you. Right? Those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with your family. Right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship with you. So if I could be the kind of person that I go from outside the circle to inside the circle, who can get along with my neighbors, who can get along with my relatives, who can get along again with my spouse, right? Which Chazal are terming it as the sister of my niece with my sister. If I could do that, I will say, what does it take to build relationships in life? What does it take? What does it take? I quoted this a million patients. I'm thinking there's no long answer to this, because it takes a lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need that it takes to build relationships in life is vatranos. A willingness to yield. Like Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that time Rabbi Nachman told Lehios Latron. That's it. Told us it's good to be mevater. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other, because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be mevater. You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? You need to have a mevater. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to leave their trash out, or your trash is going to blow into your lawn, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So Lamaisa, if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, Vatron. You want to have relationships with your family, you have to be mevater. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife, you have to learn how to be mevater. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who could create relationships with others, here's what it says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the it was like, it's interesting because the way to read that funny case is the Hamalba Selam under the Shashta So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an ani at a time that an ani is having difficulty. So look at this last night. It was just lazy. Realize, but it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an ani who's struggling? By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then you're struggling. But you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means is you lend money to Shas even when you're struggling. It's talking about the lender. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mavasha. There's all the similar about tremors. Because what's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being yielding with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mavata. You have to have emotional vatronas, and you have to have financial vatronas. So if I'm the kind of person who is financially mavata, financially yielding, and I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time, the Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mavata for people. You're mavata emotionally. You're mavata financially. You're yielding. You're giving. Because Baruch says, if that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise, I'll be there for you as well. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back here. So let's back to straightforward. Also, that's so this is the pasuk says over here, quoting. This is the Isha Sheika as Isha Ves Imo Zimani. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's Znos. Vaish Yisrael also Ves Hen. So this is interesting. He'll be burned by fire, Sreifa. Also, him, the perpetrator, Ves Hen, plural. That will say. Now, the Pashtus, the Torah telling me over here is, once he married to Rachel, right? Once he married to Rachel, he can't marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. It wasn't who's punishable by Sreifa. It doesn't, Rachel didn't do anything, right? Rachel just married Reuben legally. The fact that Reuben then goes and marries Rachel's mother, that's on Reuben and the mother. So why does it say that Reuben and Esther and them, plural, both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the Gemara says as follows. So I talk about Osovi as Hen, and Osovi as Achaz when they're Yishmael. No, we're telling you the means that Reuben is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. Rabbi Kiva says, Osovi as Shtein. Rabbi Kiva says, no, it means him and both of them. So it's going on over here. Matter of what exactly is the machlokes over here? Rabbi Mashmael's darshan ikamayim. What's the machlokes over here? It's how to darshan the pasuk. How so? Rabbi Shmuel Savar Osovi as Hen. Because it says, right, we say that we go ahead and we put to death Reuben and them plural. Osovi as Achas man. It really means as hen doesn't mean both of them. As hen means achos man. It's a contraction. One of them. One of the women. She came to Lashon Yevoni, calling la'achas hina, because apparently in Greek the word for one is hina. So as hen, one of them. Ve'en also midrash asya, and I will say this pasuk is not, and ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from a different drasha. That he keep sabar also be as hen. What does that mean? Also be as shtehen. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean him and both of them? And again, Rabbi Shmuel is learning out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Akiva is learning out the prohibition of mother-in-law. Mother-in-law's mother. Thank you, mother-in-law's mother. From this particular pasuk, Rava says no. The point of contention is something else. The machlokes of Rabbi says what is the status of the mother-in-law after the death of her life. So again, Reuben is married to Rachel passed. So obviously, when Reuben is married to Rachel, so Reuben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is prejudiced to him. What happens when Rachel dies? Like, does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So Rabbi Shmuel says yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after death, right to the point where the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar Yisrael Bapar. And it's only in Isser. Now we see only in Isser. It's Isser. but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugi on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah, Meiler HaReged, Neheragim, onto a lighter topic. Let's go say, so we go from Sreifa to Hereg. Hereg, remember, again, is decapitation. Right, killing someone with the sword. So the Ibu HaNeheragim, these are the people who are put to death. The other word for Hereg is Saif. But again, classically it's called Hereg, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Harotzeach, someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Yanshe Yeridachas. Number Yeridachas is a city which worshipped Avodah Zarah. So Halacha L'Maisa, and that means the city is put to death. It's killed by Saif. Or a murderer who killed someone, who killed his friend, with a stone or with iron. The Kalash Allah Sokamayim. So I said these sugis are going to get very interesting. Now, Kalash also Sokamayim means he holds his friends under the water. Okay, so he holds his friend's hand under the water. Or he holds his friend in the fire. I mean, not even friends, clearly. But again, you understand the point. So the Gemara Zahar, it always struck me that Elu can also mean fellow. It doesn't have to be a Chaver. But it is interesting that how Chazal the Torah itself also does this. That whenever there's something that will show us you can use for someone else, someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see in general. Like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits to one component to it, on one hand, there's but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Right? In the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something of loss in the commission of the Avera. It's true to personally as well. Right? For every person that I harm, and for every enemy, they could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah, that Torah first, see here, Reuben's killing Shimon, he's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'elu. I couldn't have been this way. So there's that duality, there's that obvious, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also some coldness and fire. Now listen, we're going to see all of this, and Shimon is unable to take his head out of the bowl of water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately again, Reuben is going to be Chayev for this. That's an actual bloodshed. Another case, what happens is Reuben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. And he dies. Potter, in those cases, Reuben are Potter. So listen, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuben is not liable. She sabot hakala. If again Reuben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. She sabot hakala. As Potter, Potter. Why? Because we'll say this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging, it's the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Reuben roused it up. What happens if Reuben took a snake? Right? Literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. Now listen, interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuben. What's the halacha over here? So the Rabbi says then in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuben is going to be chayiv. If the common culture, on the other hand, say that Reuben is going to be potter. All right, so a lot to talk about on this subject. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. It made Milo Namra Yad the Darzal. So this is very interesting. Look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara. Last short line in Rashi. Lo Namra Yad. Kimash Namra Be'eben Yad or Bekli Eitz Yad. So we'll say in these subjects what talks about killing someone. The lashon of the pasuk is if Reuben kills Shimon be'even yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really need to understand is that a yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halachas are going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's actually willing to, like, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Ruben takes a pebble, comes a pebble, it throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? They get out, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit and he dies, Ruben's not going to be hired for that, because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you he's lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal name is kosher because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. Again, when it comes to wood, so ultimately, again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. I'm going to say now, what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat is the third Y line on the bottom. That because iron could stab. So because iron could stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore the Torah doesn't use the lashon of yad. Yad means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be a liability. The Hanimiri did not with us, but this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that halacha l'maisa, one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay, supposed to listen to this, and I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara is like this. The Gemara is both the mentions at the beginning and the end of the Brisa both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the motivation of this question, in the first case, Mishnah teaches us a chiddush. Afagav, the lat imidakol, kevan dein yachol lalos mishan umeis chayiv. So let's say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuben holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuben is chayiv. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. Or Reuben didn't put him there. Or Reuben didn't decide to put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuben didn't put him there. But if Reuben comes up, right? Reuben didn't push him in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuben comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuben did not place him there. Sefer of what's the chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the dogful, keeping the Yacholados Mishan Umeis Pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in Sefer? Reuben pushed Shimon into the water. But see now again, and let's say Shimon dies. If Shimon has the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuben pushed him there, Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. Karbash Minoan. They'll say, how do you know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or Shimon may already even be in the fire. how do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire? Pasuk said, Obe'eva. Or if Reuben treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Obe'eva Hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Ravos is Hamid Samse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzanse. What does Mitzanse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzanse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, Reuben holding Shimon's head under the water, or Reuben holding Shimon in the fire. The Lord said there's a tremendous Moshe in this as well. That's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzanse. So what does Mitzanse mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. You don't allow, I mean, physically, Lord, this is Torah physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's sinful. When you constrict the person, that's evil. That's animosity. It's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural yitzhara, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you mitzantzim someone, when you constrict someone, you know, that's evil. That's animosity. Incredible. How Gabra? Story. There was a guy, the mitzantzim, so Reuben had Shimon's animal, and what did Reuben do? Reuben tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure, the animal died. So what's that about? Rabbi said in his partner. Okay, so what's going on over here? Rabbi says, of course it's chayiv. Why? What's Kavaholder? Umar wrote the actual. Also, but show you can when it comes to murder or accidental murder, it's not the same as an intentional one. But always, and extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet, they will say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person, if Reuben keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too again, Ravina wants to suggest that halacha in this case over here, where Reuben tied up Shimon's animals, that Shimon's animal could not move out of the sun, and died as a result of heat exposure, Reuben's going to be chayiv. So the top of Einstein, Nezikin, Sha'asam and Shodi Kamezid, but only his Kiratzo. That was saying, I remember, when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages, now what's the talk about damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzo. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating, not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Mu'ad. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, oh, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Right? Oh, it wasn't always extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That's the thing that's covered, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, only and not so, yet you're chayiv for confining someone, right? If Reuben holds Shimon's head in the water, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Reuben's going to be chayiv for that. Says no, why? Why is it that ultimately Rabbi Misharshi why is that? So one said, so the Pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. So ultimately, the Sharshia This is fascinating. Sorry. The Rabbi's idea is like this. The din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by nezikin, by damages. Sorry, excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Rotzea. Ultimately, again, the din of mitzamtzim is not brought up by nezikin. Which is what I want to point out. Remember, we just learned how the murder's asked, how do you know that you're chai from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're chai for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Rabbi say? The Rabbi says, "O be'eva, he called the adult v'amos." Remember, they're not from "O be'eva." That's talking about a case of murder. So the Achor will say the concept of mitzamtzim is not brought down in the case of murder. It's not brought down in the case of nesikin, and therefore it doesn't apply. Whereas once I say this is really quite fascinating. Just understand that this one not machlokes over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're hired for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say, again, in this case, where Reuben takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the Rabbi is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. Obviously, Allah doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again, Rabbi understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies to both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. The Achor, it only applies by bloodshed, it doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Another example. I'll tell you this as we go along. Halach on my side. Halach on my side. The Rambam asking like Lavina that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, and the animal is going to die to heat exposure, and the animal dies to heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just understand, nugget number one, we paskin like what's not number one. I don't know nuggets so far, but nugget number whatever. But we paskin like Ravina. Paskin like Ravina, that one is chayiv from mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by rotzea, as well as by nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Kaf so umeis barav, Potter. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon had no food, no water. I don't know the first was Rabbi had food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuben is Potter. Reuben is Potter. They must say now, why? What? Which sounds very strange to us. What's the logic? We're about to take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso means Barav. The Bishash Kafso ain't kan Zivar Hariga. ועליו עבר מאליו, והוליך לצחזק, לאחר זמן כל שעה, ונתן לצמצם למים ובעור בבית מזימן. So let's listen to this. Essentially, that we're asking that mitzamtzim, holding someone in place, and them dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there in present. Right? So in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben ties Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he was okay, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. There wasn't obviously in the eyes of Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm sure that the Kodesh is not smiling upon Reuben for what he's done. But we're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Because he doesn't execute Reuben for what he did. So it's a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kafsa Bechama Umeis, Betsina Umeis Chayiv. If Reuben tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold, ultimate man, Reuben, and then Shimon dies, chayiv. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so chama lovo, so tzina lovo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night. And at night, it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's potter. Why? Same idea why. Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately again, Reuben is going to be potter. Because so Kamalavo, so Simamavo, potter. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kapsel with Miari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, potter. That's quite fascinating. Reuben is potter. Then let's say now, why is that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Kapsel with Miari, potter. Nami lo haya kapos, lo haya yakol ha'atzat o Miari. Now let's say, have to read enough answer this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because I was saying, the clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if you didn't put and let's say the idea here is we're going to see this. That I remember again with a wild animal. We saw this in the Mishnah about Shisabas citing the dogs. Those cases seem a lot more like grandma, like causation, because it's not Reuben killing Shimon, but rather it's the lion killing Shimon. So the fact that Reuben and tied Shimon up, okay, his chances would have been no better had he been untied. So how He's bug here. Let's happen to be. We're going to see the Rama Bashkins in a case like that, you actually chayiv. But again, we'll see from it. Rama says, because of the Harry Potter, the Yitushin chayiv. So this is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess we'll say, I guess a person could die as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yeah, something disease or whatever else reaction. So the next one said, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right, she pointed out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately again results in his death. So Rashi says, I feel maybe Tushin, but Rashi says no, even with Tushin, even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Hani ati the hani asu. Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? These gnats, this gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, so again, negative information over here, saying this before. In order to be chayiv from the Santis, now we've established number one, you're chayiv from the Santis both by Nizikin, by Nisa, by Oseh, as well as by Nizikin. Number two, you're only chayiv from the Santis if the death force is present at the time that you tied up the individual. Incredible. So let's go like this. Says the Gemara. If not, Kafala this is very interesting. If let's say Reuben took a barrel and he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. It actually says over here, actually right across to the right, Kafala Digis. And ultimately, again, apparently the issue with going ahead and putting a barrel over someone is they suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara says, or Shimon sleeping. And what does Reuben do? Reuben goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon's sleeping and ultimately kills him. Actually says over here, he opens up the sea and cold air comes in. So what's that? Ultimately again, Rabbi so it's not focus. One says Chayiv, one says Potter. What's going on here? He's starting to Rabbi the Potter. So it says the Parashtos Rabbi is the one who says Potter. Why? Because what did Rabbi say to Potter? Rabbi, Kavso means B'la Potter. Remember, Rabbi just said that if Reuben ties Shimon up, and Shimon later dies of starvation, that Reuben is puzzled. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of. So again, the conscious in this case as well. But Reuben puts then go ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon again. Right now there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now there's a draft. But to Lamaisa, again, one could make the argument that the death force is not present, and therefore again you can argue in this case as well. So Torah says not necessarily. This dying Rabbi, maybe not. Maybe this price is actually the house so. Even though it's a I'm sorry. To stand up zero, keep number potter. Maybe it's Rabbi Zero holds the Shapat. Why? What is it? So the Rabbi Zero, listen to this. The idea that Chavre is the base of the Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? He takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, let's say now, again, the Chavre over here is actually the base of the Shisha. Shesasubio, so they have a house that is made of marble to be airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? This is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Yeah, the Gemara stand out like Shraga. Now, the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in the airtight home, then Allah will say you're not chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he can find him. To which the Gemara says, "Time is the object of Shraga." The reason that it's chayiv is because of the candle. How no object of Shraga? No. If you would not have lit the candle, you would not be chayiv. So give Rabbi rice with flexibility. Like you it up. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. No Amri. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily compatible. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us still have one. In the case of the airtight home, the Shuvia Bosa is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also heats the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, the shimmer would have been just fine. I mean, for some prolonged amount of time, it would have been fine. But Maskal have the B'shai the other days. However, in the case over here, excuse me, of the barrel, the bias, the low struggle, many Maskal have the B'shai. So as I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, so the cases are not really compatible. Hasa below struggle Maskal, without the putrid air would not have started at that time, but over here, the Lord struggle, none must go out of the Shaita. But over here, ultimately, again, even without the candle, the putrid air begins. So, Lav Dafka, to compare both cases. There was an interesting enough, the way we pass there in this case over here is we pass now. So, what comes out of here is not focus. Right, so Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, in the case Reuben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, right, then it becomes cold. So what is the halacha? So it's machlokas. Now the only machlokas is ultimately who says what, but it's clear that there is a fundamental machlokas as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So we'll say, in this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens, because this case is a little bit different, because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate, it's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the battle, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Eretz Hashem, what we do with this case, because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we're going to loop back with the Rambam, we'll Eretz Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakha to do for us. But we'll just point out how incredibly striking this lashon over here is that kafa uses. Right, so what happened? So Reuben is putting Shimon in a barrel called so like the lashon was kafa gigis. Reuben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very reminiscent. Like why is it reminiscent? It's the same I think Gemara Masechah Shabbos uses for our Sinai, right? That the Gemara says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara. Baruch Hu lifted up the mountain over us, and what held it over us to eagles like a barrel. So apparently, what's fascinating about a barrel is you give information. Don't put it inside of a barrel. Why not? Because if it tips over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. They both want to tell us something very amazing. Sometimes a person could feel like they're suffocating in Yiddishkeit. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed, ultimately again by the responsibilities, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. And sometimes the eagerness of Torah could ultimately feel overwhelming. It's almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is validating that we all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming to me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, and at times it could be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the verse. It's in the verse. Like, sometimes when someone is struggling with something, there's a great phrase called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, go over to them. What do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I really want to kill you with my own hands, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not going to. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You're sweet, calm. It's going to be okay. You're so slow. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Don't I know it's going to be okay. I know it's okay. I know it's very strong. I'll remain standing. Just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me everything. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry for this predicament. Or is there something that I can do to help? Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Everyone looks like a godly person. Where do we learn this at? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just be empathy and just be there for them. Cover how you need this. I got it. This kind of thing, this Yiddishkeit thing, it's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. But you can do it, right? But it'll be great. No, I got it. Just know I'm right here along with you. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one who's Baruch says, I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back there. Said B'Gillah. Amarella. Duck fall apart is very Duck fall apart. The Sula Lavar. Listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. And what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to say what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a hevel, right? A pit, we've seen it before, since like in our Baba days, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimon stays in the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens? After the Silko, or what happens? Just understand the timeline of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. After the Silko, someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Who covered the Silko? Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? Because even at the Shachim, Yafallah Mosu. I will say the half of here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, Then what? Remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. Joseph, just to even illustrate the most traumatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder's dead. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben kicks out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be chayiv. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the mice of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kata the Sogo, calls him Mata of the people, should see from us as the Believe to grow up the Alcohol. So it's discussing since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there. Ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be high. Incredible. So it's Rabbi says, similar idea. Zarak hates with Trisbiado. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. But good news, Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Upa Acham took the shield. Afilu Kazavanapo, or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben didn't be Potter. Why? But even the shot Gilei Nifsan Psikin Gilei. For Vexel, there was remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Metzias? What was the Metzias? What was the Metzias? Shimon could not be harmed by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it could have caused bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv. Even if, as again, let's say Reuben is fighting fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone after he shoots the arrow, he goes and he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben is really butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. So the man says as follows. Another case. Good. On Rabbi, Zarek hates, listen to this. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon, the salmon and the Ado. But it's okay, because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. For an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was going to pierce him. He had a bandage, he had a set, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and he would have been just fine. Okay. After the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the or Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuben really got the why. Both it's all the same thing. In order to be kind of bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing, even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuben himself removed it, still going to be popular. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. Rashi says, I think someone of a shock. The truth is, even if, like, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. I'm going to back up to Rabbi Rashi. There's none more someone now. What happens if halacha so at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? In that case, ultimately again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv. Interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy, but since halacha saw, he did get the remedy before Reuben was brought to the Torah. So therefore, Reuben will not be chayiv. Let's have to stop over for today. There's much more again. We're just drawing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible, incredible tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
And then in person, we have this conference of tax and goods talking about, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's
all right,
and I'm okay, like football coaches in my life, like college, we had this head coach who was like a former NFL offensive lineman who was like super smart and like just an aggressive, nasty competitor. You know, he would get face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would like grab your face mask and so I'm used to
All right, say good morning, Baruch Hashem, an incredible schus. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tavshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha. Dedicating all the Shumer Shashos this year in the schus of the Saros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Habavim Lutova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Herschel Ben Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yahrzeit and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zechron Lebracha, Belkan, and Merit of Talmud Torah, all of them in the Shabbos Havanaliyah, families in the Challah, all of those who need our Jewish heaven together, called Cholays from there, should bring home. All of our hostages and their holy soldiers be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidei. Well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Vav on the base 76b, 12 lines down from the top. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Ha'oiv Hashchinov, person who loves his neighbors. On the Karibes Krovov, and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hanose as Bas Achoso, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. V'amalva Sarah La'ani, the Shas Goto, and he lends money to a poor person at a time that the ani is struggling. Allah Kasav Omer as Tikra V'Hashem Ya'aneh. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer. It was a really beautiful Gemara. Because so many times, right, we go through life and we're wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? What do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he answers. Right? I want to know that when I need something, that Ribono Shel Olam is going to be there. So, what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsivity? No, responsiveness. Right? Responsiveness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? And it's so beautiful. Sometimes Chazal give you these formulas. So that's the formula for success. Someone who loves his neighbors. Which means, what's interesting about your neighbors is, although to a certain degree you could try to choose them, right? Because you could choose where you live. Once you go ahead and move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you, right? What's after that? What's after that is Natalis Provo. Someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose relatives. You can't certain relatives. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. What's the common denominator here? The common denominator is a person who's able to get along with other people. A person is able to go to forge relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. Diagnosis is basa. So it's the same idea. I will say now, actually, the truth is, this you see more about Chazal's almost like focus on marrying one's niece, your daughter, or leaving aside the actual marriage of a niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and enemies. So you know this in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest. Like, those are the most challenging ones. You like to think, of course you get along with your family. Right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging in meaningful relationships with. So I could be the kind of person, and go right from outside the circle to inside the circle, who could get along with my neighbors, who could get along with my relatives, who could get along again with my spouse, right? Which Chazal is terming it as the sister of my neighbor. If I could do that, I will say, what does it take to go religion in life? What does it take? What does it take? I quoted this a million patients. I think there's no wrong answer to this, but it's a lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need that it takes to build relationships in life is about willingness to yield. a willing deal. Like Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's on Rabbi Nachman, Tov Lihios Latron. That's it. Tov Lihios, it's good to be mevater. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be mevater. You want good neighborly relations? You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? What do you need? You need to have a mevater. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to leave their trash out, or the trash is going to go into your lawn, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and finds itself, messes itself in your backyard for prolonged amount of time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So myself, if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, factual. If you want to have relationships with your family, you have to be mevater. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife, you have to learn how to be mevater. You have to learn how to heal. And the Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who could create relationships with others, the Rabbi says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the Ani. It was like, it's interesting because the way to read that Ani case is Hamalba Sela Ani B'Shas Dochko. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an Ani at a time that an Ani is having difficulty. So I was looking at this last night, and it was just late. I realized it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an ani who's struggling? By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamal as ani b'shas don't doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means is you lend money to shas don't even when you're struggling. Talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mevater, and it's all the semita of patronas. Because what's tzedakah? Tzedakah is yielding with your money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. And why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mevater. You have to have emotional patronas, and you have to have financial patronas. So if I'm the kind of person who is financially mevater, financially yielding, and I help another person out, even when I'm having a difficult time. Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mevater for people. You're mevater emotionally. You're mevater financially. You're yielding. You're giving. If that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredible divine. All right, let's go right there. No. We'll go back to straight. Also, that's that. So the part except over here, quoting. This is the Isha Sheika and Isha Ves Zimoni. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's Isnos. Vaishis wrote also Ves Hen. So this is interesting. They'll be burned by fire straight off. Also, him, the perpetrator, Ves Hen, plural. Now we'll say, now the pashtus, the first thing over here is, once you're married to Rachel, right, once you're married to Rachel, you can marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. Now we'll say, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't Rachel do anything, right? Rachel just married Ruvain legally. The fact that Ruvain then goes and marries Rachel's mother, that's on Ruvain and the mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Eshen and them, plural, both of them are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Eshen, also the Achos meant Rabbi Shmuel. No, Rabbi Shmuel means that Reuben is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. Rabbi Kiva says, also the Ashtan. Rabbi Kiva says, no. It means him and both of them. So what's going on over here? My man asks, what exactly is the machlokes over here? I'm not buying Mashmal's darshan to Kavinai. What's the machlokes over here is how the darshan the pasuk. How so? Rabbi Shmuel Savar also be'eshen. Because it says, right, that you say that we go ahead and we put to death Ruvain and them plural. Also the es achas mehem. The reading is eshen. doesn't mean both of them. Esen means achos means contraction. One of them, or one of the women. She came to Lashon Yevani, calling la'achos hina. Because apparently in Greek, the word for one is hina. Hina, so esen, one of them. Ve'em chamos. So midrasha asya, and I will say this pasuk is not, and ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from a different drasha. Rabbi Kiva Savar, Osovi esen. What does that mean? Osovi es shtehen. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean him and both of them? Ve'em chamos ha'chaksiva. And again, Rabbi Shmuel is learning out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Kiva is learning out the prohibition of mother-in-law. Mother-in-law's mother. Thank you, mother-in-law's mother from this particular passage. Rava says no. The point is the next word something else. So obviously, when he was married to Rachel, so Ruvain's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is prohibited to him. What happens when Rachel dies? Right? Does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So when Rabbi Shmuel says yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after death, right to the point that the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva suffered Isra Baba. Akiva, on the other hand, holds it's only an Isra. Now we see only an Isra. It's Asr, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, I will say that brings to a conclusion our sugya on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah, until a later topic. So we go from Sreifa to Herod. Herod, remember, again, is decapitation. Right, killing someone with a sword. So these are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for Herod is Saif. But again, classically it's called Herod, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Harotzeach, someone who murdered someone else. Okay, number two, Yer Nidachas. Remember, Yer Nidachas is a city which worshipped Avodah Zarah. So Halacha L'maisa, the city is put to death. It's killed by Saif. Rotzeach Shenika Esre'eu Be'evan Oba Barzon, or a murderer who killed someone, killed his friend, killed Ra'eu with a stone or with iron. The Kavash Allah Sochamayim. So we'll say these sugis are going to get very interesting. Now, Kavash also Sochamayim means he holds his friend's head under the water. Okay, so he holds his friend's head under the water, or he holds his friend in the fire. He's not his friend, but again, you understand the point. So the Gemara, it always struck me. Re'ehu could also mean fellow. It doesn't have to be a chaver. But it is interesting that the Torah itself also does this. That whenever there are so many other lashonos you can use for someone else. Someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see, in general, like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an avera, every avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Right? In the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in this mission of an avera. It's true interpersonally as well. Right? For every person that I harmed and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah is that for a person. So here Reuven's killing Shimon, he's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. So there's that duality. There's that obvious, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so it holds him into the fire. Now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately again, Reuven is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case, what happens if Reuven pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuven Pater. So Reuven said this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuven is not liable. She sabazakelas. if again Reuven goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. Oh, why? Because Reuven said this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuven is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though again Reuven riles it up. Here's Shikpas and Achash. What happens if Reuven took a snake? Right? Literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. There was an interesting enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuven. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuven is going to be chayiv. The Chachamim Poshner, let's come on the other hand saying that Reuven is going to be potter. I just want to say, a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel, if name Malo Ne'emra Yad the Darzal. So we'll say this is very interesting. Rashi, first Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo ne'emar yad, kimash ne'emar be'even yad or be'kli eitz yad. So we'll say in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon be'even yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be in a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is what yad means is you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halachas we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuven takes a pebble, it's a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon. And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get a ding, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies. Reuven's not going to be chayav for that because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by eight. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal and mishpachoshu because ultimately again Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. I was saying that what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabar Zolim is Bechoshu is the third white line on the bottom. That because iron could stab. So because iron could stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore the Torah doesn't use the lashon of yad. Yad means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. But this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be stable. Okay, the Kavash Shabbat listen to this. So now remember, the Mishnah said if Reuven goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer Abu Sakamash Malon. Both the Reish and the Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Reish Abu Sakamash Malon, in the first case, the Mishnah teaches us Afagav, the last Ihu Dafo, Kevan de Inyachal Lalos Misham, Umeis, Chayiv. So we'll say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is chayiv. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. But Reuven didn't put him there. Or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the Kiddush in the Reisha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put it there, but if Reuven comes up, right? Reuven didn't put Shimon in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sakmarshman, what's the Kiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the Dachfo, Kivan the Yachalanos, Misham Umeis Pater. The Kiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. Now again, and let's say Shimon dies, Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. Incredible. Kavash Minoah. They'll say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or really, Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water or holds him in the fire, that Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Aveva, Obe'eva hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. So Rabos is Hametsamse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamse. Now what does Mitzamse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzamse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head underwater, or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. Let's say there's tremendous hospital in this as well. But it's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzamse. Let's say, what does Mitzamse mean? Sometimes when you constrict the person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, but physically. Because sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural Yetzer Hara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's not what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's Eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy, the mitzamtzing someone who used to the Chabad B'Shem. So Reuven had Shimon's animal. And what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. He disposed of it. The animal died. So what's the halacha? Ravina says that the guy was potter. I call him Reuven. Rav said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Ravina Mechayev. So Ravina says, of course he's chayev. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. And extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as Ratzon. Yet I will say, what's the halacha if you keep a person in place? If Reuven keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too again, Ravina wants to suggest that halacha in this case over here, where Reuven tied up Shimon's animal, so Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and died as a result of the exposure, Reuven's going to be chayiv. So the top of Ein Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asav and Shogi Kumesis, but only Skiratzon. I will say, and I remember when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha about damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin, Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Right? Oh, it was only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That doesn't mean which is very interesting. So when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, yet you're chayiv for confining someone, right? If Ruben holds Shimon's head underwater, you're going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Ruben ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Ruben's going to be chayiv for that. Vachara says, no, it's your why? Why is it that ultimately Rabbi is poter? Why is that? Most you must so what's it? So the pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Sharshia's, this is fascinating. Sorry, Rabbi Acha's idea is like this: the din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by nizikin, by damages. I'm sorry, excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by rotzeach. Ultimately, again, the din of mitzamtzim is not brought up by nizikin. Which was I want to point out. Remember, we just learned out. We just asked, how do you know that you're high from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're high for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Gemara say? You must Eva he called Viamos. Remember, learn that from Eva. That's talking about a piece of murder. So the Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of murder, and therefore it doesn't apply. Those of us I said this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that this one knows my this over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say, again, in this case, where Reuben takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move, and the animal dies, the Rabbi is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. And we don't, obviously, the halacha doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokas. So again, Ravina understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Amar Rava, another example. I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha l'maisa, the Rambam passes like Ravina, that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure, and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just understand, nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, there's not a lot of nuggets so far, nugget number whatever, but we paskin like Ravina. That one is chayiv from mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, as well as by nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amar Rava. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon had no food, no water, and the person was allowed to have food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuben is pater. Reuben is pater. Rabbi saying now, why? What? Which sounds very strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso misparav. The bishasha kafso ein kan dvar hariga. V'arav ba me'ilot v'holich v'chazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lo dami l'tzamtzei memayim u'or d'hori mizuma. So let's listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi paskin that mitzamtzei, holding someone in place and then dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there and present. Right? Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Obviously, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm sure the Ribono Shel Olam is not smiling upon Reuben for what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Based on execute Reuben for what he did, it's very important principle. In order to be chayiv from something, for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kaf Sabachama Umeis. It's Sina Umeis Chayiv. If Reuben tied Shimon up, and you tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or you tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuben and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, still Reuben is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so chama lavo, so tzina lavo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's potter. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be potter. Because Sof Kamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, potter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kaf Solefneari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, potter. That's quite fascinating. Reuben is potter. They will say now, why is that exactly? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is very cross. Kaf Solefneari potter. The inami lo haya kafos, lo haya yakala hansa asal minari. They will say, we do not pass this way. Now this is fascinating. Why? Because clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's true. So Rabbi says, if Reuben put, and I will say, the idea here is we're going to see this, that the mice, I remember again, with the wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah, about Shisabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like Rama, like causation, because it's not Reuben killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. It's the fact that Reuben went ahead and tied Shimon up. Okay, his chances would have been no better had he been untied. So halach on the mice, he's bugged. It happens to be, we're going to see that I'm on Paskins and things like that, you actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it from later. Rabbi says, because of the Ari Potter, B'fnei Yitushin chayiv. This is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess a person can die as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Something maybe disease or whatever else, reaction. So the nice one say, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right? Rashi points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with Yitushin, even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Hani azli v'hani asu. Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So again, nugget of information over here, same idea as before. In order to be chayiv from the sun, number one, you're chayiv from the sun, same both by Nizikin or by Nisa, Rotzeach, as well as by Nizik. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from the Tzamtzim if the death force is present at the time that you tied up the individual. Says the Gemara, Itmar, Kafa love Gigis, this is very interesting. If let's say Reuben took a barrel and he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. And Rashi says over here, actually right across to the right, Kafala Digis, Umes Bahavla. And ultimately, again, apparently the issue with going ahead and putting a barrel over someone is they suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara says, or Shimon sleeping. And what does Reuven do? Reuven goes ahead and opens up a piece of the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is sleeping and ultimately kills him. Rashi says over here, so he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So what's the ultimately again, Rabbi Zera Chad Amar Chayiv, Chad Amar Pater. Machlokes. Rabbi and Rabbi Zera, one says Chayiv, one says Pater. What's going on over here? This time the Rabbi the Amar Pater. So I will say the Pashtos, Rabbi is the one who says Pater. Why? Because what did Rabbi say before? The Amar Rabbi, Kafso of Meis Berach Pater. Remember, Rabbi said Rabbi was the one who just said that if Reuben ties Shimon up and Shimon later dies of starvation, that Reuben is Pater. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the time of. So again, the Pashtus in these cases as well. When Reuben goes ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon, again, right now there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now there's a draft. But Lamaisa, again, one can make the argument that maybe the death force is not present. And therefore, again, we'd be Pater in this case as well. Kushimar says not necessarily. This time, Rabbi Zeri, maybe not. Maybe this price is actually Rabbi Zeri. How so? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. This time, Rabbi Zeri, he Damar Pater. Maybe it's Rabbi Zeri holds that you're Pater. Why? What Rabbi Zeri? Rabbi Zeri, to this. If someone takes his friend, right? Even takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, we'll say now again, the chab over here is actually the base of the shisha. A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuven puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. This is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is it chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuven do? What is Reuven doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is, had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home, then Allah, I say, would not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, time of the artically shraga. The reason Reuven is chayiv is because of the candle. How the artically shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So it could very well be that our righteous Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, Lo Amri. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily comparable. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, below Shraga Lamaskal Hafla, in the case of the airtight home, the issue of Rabbi is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, for some prolonged amount of time, but would have been fine. Lamaskal Havla B'Shaiti on the days. In the case over here, excuse me, of the barrel, of the vine, is below Shaganami Maskal Havla B'Shaita. So as I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, so the cases are not really comparable. Hasam below Shagal Maskal, without the candle, the putrid air would not have started the right time. But over here, below Shaganami Maskal Havla B'Shaita. But over here, ultimately, again, without the candle, the putrid air begins. So Lav Dafka that you can compare both cases. Now, both interestingly enough, the way we pass in this case over here is we find now. So the interest, what comes out of here is machlokes. Right. So Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right, Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, right, and it becomes cold. So what is the halacha? It's machlokes. Now the only machlokes is ultimately who says what, but it's clear that there is a fundamental machlokas as to whether or not, again, there is viability in this particular case. So in this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. In this case, is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate; it's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Meretz Hashem, what we do with this case, because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case. We're going to loop back with the Rambam. Meretz Hashem puts all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halachic view for us. We'll just point out how incredibly striking this lashon over here is. That kafa lein kedikis, right? So what happens? So Reuven is putting Shimon a barrel, right? So right, the lashon was kafa aleh dikis. Reuven goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very reminiscent, right? Why is it reminiscent? It's the same lashon that the Gemara Masechah Shabbos uses for Har Sinai, right? That the Gemara says, the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, who lifted up the mountain over us and what? Held it over us, like a barrel. So apparently, what's fascinating about a barrel? This is good information to know. Don't put it on the inside of a barrel. Why not? Because if it tips over in front of you, apparently you could suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside of a barrel. The Rosh Hashanah was telling us something amazing. Sometimes a person could feel like they're suffocating in Yiddishkeit. It can happen. It can happen. That a person feels overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. And sometimes the deepest Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. Almost as if that's the Shpar was validating that we both have us, so we all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming for me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, and at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of the verse. That's the end of the verse. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, saying that there's a great called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and you all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you go over to them. What do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? I like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not the right. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You're sweet. It's going to be okay. You're so strong. It's going to be fine. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time, it's just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Don't tell. I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it right. I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or is there something that I can do to help? Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Everyone said that God was spoken here. Where do we learn this at? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just good old empathy and just be there for them. Kava and Hakigigis. I got it. This Torah thing, this Yiddishkeit thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But you'll be great. No, I got it. Just know, I'm not here alone with you. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one of Baruch who says, I'm the one who's holding the barrel. It's not someone else holding the barrel. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, holding the barrel. So because I'm holding the barrel, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. Amarava, Zachval Labar is a very interesting case. Zachval Labar is Sulam Labar. Listen to this. Reuven pushes Shimon into a pit. pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to say what's happening over here. It's now, interestingly enough, remember, pit also has a hevel, right? A pit, we've seen this before too, it's like in our Baba Kama days, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimon stays in the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happens? Upa Asar, the silko, or what happens? Now, just understand a comment of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Upa Asar, the silko. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Afilu who Kadam Misilko. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even the Shajay Yochalalos. Listen, the top over here is as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So it says, just to even illustrate this most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be tied. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore, this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the mice of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And please catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so go, Kadam Mifilaso shows that, but even if the Shaji Yachalalosu, Upatra al Dikyo, Mishum Siluk Lamazas the Kiyuve, the Krama Baalmo. So I'm saying, since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv. Incredible. So as Rabbi says, similar idea. Zarak hates the Trispiazo. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. But good news, Shimon had a shield. Uba Achar v'Naklav, but someone that after Reuben shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Afilu or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben's going to be Potter. Why? For vessel, there was others. Remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Metzias? What was the Metzias? Shimon could not be harmed by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben's not going to be chayiv. Even if, as again, let's say Reuben's lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and somehow after he shoots the arrow, he goes and he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben's going to be butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Another case. Good. Zarek hates to this. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Salmon and Biado. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was could have pierced him. He had a bandage, he had an antiseptic, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and he would have been just fine. Okay. So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. Or Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter, ultimately Reuben is going to be Potter. Why? Both says all the same theme. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow, and even if Reuben himself removed it, still going to be punished. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. Rashi says, the truth is, even if, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens in Halacha L'Maisa at the time that Reuben shot the arrow? Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be chayiv. It was an interesting enough. This is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since halacha l'maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuven was brought to Din Torah, so therefore halacha l'maisa, Reuven would not be chayiv. We have to stop over here for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Shkaya, everyone.
Now we can hear well. Sorry, so what was your favorite bit from our copy?
I think I like when he makes his eye go like this.
Yeah, the COVID stuff is good.
You do stand up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, mostly I am the head coach for my son's team.
All right, Joe, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, for our annual commentary sponsors, Dafshin Day, Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemar Drashos this year. Wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tosin on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov to the Chazan Academy, the Zorka Messenger, to build a Bais Neman, the Israel, which endures at Neh V'Asim Shana Tovas. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Hava Alinu Tova, Stephen Terry Zinn, and Rabbi Navi Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Bernie families, and Maria, Mr. William Ziv, Zev, and Shmuel, and Israel to hold the bracha. All of them shall stop in the families and Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat, and Kol, Torah, Sauce, and Shvar, Shemir, Shem, home. All of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kol, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Kol Maaseh Yedei. Most of that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. 76, and we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is on 76a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So just remember again, we're introduced over here to the topic of straight love. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by straight love. And now, by the way, we've seen already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by straight love, generally again are infractions due to immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're doing with over here. So remember again, as you learned yesterday, that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework. So what you say, man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So the Gemara is right. In other words, the same way he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law to his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, Amakra, Ashes bin Chobu. Ashes bin Chobu. So the Pasuk said, no, it's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So now the Gemara said, okay, so when we say the parallel relationship, again, your wife's son's wife should also be asur too. I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shaila is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur d'Oraisa. So the son's wife also asking that I switch the message to say no, because the process of Asian being called. Rabbi says, Beiman Domino, Beiman Domino, Basra, no Asra. So Rabbi says like this. The truth is, we saw this goes back to yesterday. Remember again, the fundamental machlokes in general. How do you darshan Gzeirah Shabbos? How do you darshan Gzeirah Shabbos? Do we say Domino, which means again, I will say, remember that the ikr, like the target of the Gzeirah Shabbos, I should say, the defining definition of the Gzeirah Shabbos comes from the source item, or no, Domino, Uki Ba'asra, means ultimately the resulting really focuses on the destination of the Gzeirah Shabbos, or the second half of the Gzeirah Shabbos, we'll see inside in just a moment. So the Rabbi says, in reality, either way, Rabbi says, the truth is, you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Because the one who says ultimately I will learn Gzeirah Shabbos, focus on the initial halacha, and that really determines the defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kalas Asura, just as a marriage. So let's just go with a typical case, right? Reuben is married to Rachel. Right, so remember again, Reuben's Kala, who's his Kala? His Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right, so remember again, his son's wife. Maru Kalas Asura, just as Reuben, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. Apinan Kalas Asura, so we should say so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Reuben. Gemara says if that's the case, Mahu Biskila, Apinan Biskila, then you should say the same way if Reuben has relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Skila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by Skila. So the Gemara says, okay, reminder Amar Skila Chamura Ikar Nifrach, but according to the opinion that says that Skila is the most common form of death penalty, there's a problem. What's the problem? The first wide line, I involve on the $76A. What's the problem? Again, let's say for Reuben himself. So remember again the thought. So the problem is they see the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relationships. Immoral, right? Probably relationships on his side versus her side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so to again on his wife's side, he also is pregnant to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is we see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Skiba. If he has relations with her mother, it's Sreifa. It's Sreifa, right? That's one of the explicit something that we saw yesterday. Now, that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by Sreifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Furthermore, second wide line, beat up is Sreifa, the Kalas of Skila. Furthermore again, if this construct would remain true, it means that if we were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, we're punishable by Sreifa. Again, that's an explicit cost, like a woman and her daughter. That's Sreifa. And yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you would have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife, it'd be like Skila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. To which the Gemara says, it's not a problem. The truth is, that's not such a kasha. Why? The beat of Israel, the kalos of Skila, we already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's Sreifa, and yet if we're going to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is Skila. The issue just is that, at least from Reuben's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both the straight from. So Alamahu Rokalakta both. bein imo lekaloso. So just like for Reuben himself, again, I will say, because remember we saw yesterday that so much of what we're doing in these privileged relationships is creating the continuity with generations above and generations below. So when you look from Reuben's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, really on her side, it should be the same thing. We should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son. The Gemara says, according to the opinion that says that Sheifa is more chamor, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to dash in this entire thing. Okay, so that's the first side of this. The second side of this, and according to again, this is all Rabbi's construct. It's all Rabbi's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have a relationship with his daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law defined by his son's wife, Reuben wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara suggests that I love to say the truth is, whichever way you dash in Xer Shabbat, it's not going to work. And this lima is not going to work. So, for example, Landamar, don't love what we keep the Asra. So again, according to the opinion of that, there's a couple by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Xer Shabbat are going to be defined by what we call the destination of the Xer Shabbat. So he said this. Mahu Kalosa Asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben is going to pregnant him. He's not having relations with his son's wife. Abi Kalosa Asura, so we should say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. So you are saying, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Xer Shabbat. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. But over here, if you would have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, straight up. The Gemara says, so according to the opinion that says that skila is more chamor, we can ask the following question. Right? So when it comes to right, so with his mother will be skila, tomar bihi, she'ima b'streifa. But yeah, with her, with Rachel's mother will be b'streifa. Lo, mahu chalak debo ben bito lakalaso. So you say the same thing, the same way that there's a distinction in the prohibition for Reuben between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So from Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. And according to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, from this point, based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Like, remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to do? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is punishable by Sreifa. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e., his son's wife is punishable by Sreifa. So there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be punishable by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abai and Rava agree that that is not halakha. Abai says it based on a pasuk. Rava says either way, the Xer Shabbat is not going to work. The Xer Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. So once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still also. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called bitomer anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of woman that he violated, meaning how do we have a fifth relationship like that? It's punishable by sreifa. To which the Gemara says, I'm not buying the kabachomer. It's kabachomer. I want the kabachomer. Al das bito onush al bito lakoshiki. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Alakas Kama all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation, of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so with the ocean, I didn't go on saying you can't do that. You can't create, once we have this concept that you can't create kavachomers, through you can't create capital punishment through a kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right. Give him this to No, it's not really a kavachomer. This is obvious. It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's punishable by sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, Amali Yitzchak Baratini, Asya Heina Hina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand disagrees. You know what is that? From the double Zera Shava, Heina Hina, Zima Zima. Okay, Tanya Abua de Rabbi Adam, the Vishalo Lamanu, the Itamer Sasso, Hutzra Hakasov Lomar, Ubas Ish Coin. So let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we do not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit pasuk that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is chayiv sreifa. Because there's no explicit pasuk that says that. Hutzah hakasav lomar, the pasuk needs to say ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen he b'sreifa, very ball of a sreifa. So listen to this, as I said, remember the pasuk over here is talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits znus. So remember, we had this sugya a while back. Is it talking about irisin? Is it talking about nisilin? So the Tashlis is talking about an arusa, right? And if a bas kohen who is an arusa commits adultery, halacha is she is judged with sreifa. That is a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen he b'sreifa being born of a sreifa. So now bas kohen she herself is judged with sreifa, but the nice thing interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is sreifa, she is judged with sreifa, the is ball of the sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. I'm not by it says, I'm going to go to the pasuk. It says, as Aviha, she mechaveres. She's profaning her father. She mechaveres as Aviha. So who is judged with sreifa? One who profanes her father. Yotza sazu she'Aviha mechallah. This would come to exclude one, not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi Amarav is a dushlam achasam afixim yidin the bas kohen, but ukimta adin the bas Yisrael. So Rabbi says, okay, in that case you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a bas kohen, and she's being judged according to the standards of a typical bas Yisrael. Haka, adin the man muklas law, adin the pnuya muklas law. Here in the case of Bita Manasaso, so again, when the daughter of a woman who is violated, so the mice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman? That doesn't make any sense. So it's different again. The Gemara learns that just as a man is chayiv sreifa for violating his daughter, for having relations with his daughter. So too, a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As hard as we tell ourselves, where's the law? Where's the law? Let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a law, right? And else, right? There needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be ownership. So where's the law? Where's the law? As hard as we tell ourselves, So according to Rabbi and Rabba, so according to Rabbi and Rabba, the same pasuk that teaches us the punishment is the very same pasuk that teaches us the law. Ella, the tiny dabble Rabbi Avin Mai. But I will say, what about the time of Babur Rabbi Avin? Where does he learn from? On the scroll, after Halal as Bitra, the has no saw. Pasuk says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Or literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter, have no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that pasuk is going to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So Maskeh for Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Acha by Yaakov, Hi al techala es bin chalaz nosal lahahid asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. It would say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, listen now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out when we establish that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates of his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he's chayav misa for that. He's chayav streifa. It's the same. The law is the same source as the actual onesh. Okay. According to the other things, what's the law? The law is the as Bitchala has no saw. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this nos? Relations with her father. To which one says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. I won't say totally detour now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So the Gemara says, hi, no. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need? Here we go, look at the Sanya. As we learned, Al-Shekhalas has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in an act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yochel the Kohen, Hamasi Vito Levi, the Israel Hakatz Medaber. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have in bred and marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of Yichus. Then maybe again to preserve proper Yichus, a Bas Kohen should only marry a Kohen. And marrying a lady or a Yisrael, the Chas V'Shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Kamaloma lahaz no saw. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not take control over lahaz no saw. The chilo shabiznus hakasav medaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the something much understanding over here that Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in znus. So what does this refer to? The most is the shalom issues. He's giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The Allah again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, in King, Lema Kra al Tachel, and that's the pasuk just say al Tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter, singular, by giving her over to a non-marital context. So my al-Takhala, what does the plural mean? Shnami Natar. This will teach me two things. So I say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, it also teaches me that what? Now Allah a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. It will be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay. So Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. We're going a little bit of detail here. Rabbi Rabba, hi al techalas bitcha lahaz no samati. Now let's remember again. Rabbi Rabba, they learned out Bito Me'anasaso from a totally different source, right? They learned that Bito Me'anasaso from the same place where they derived the Onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this passage. It's very interesting. So Rabbi and Rabbi al-Techalas bitcha lahaz no samati. Fascinating. I'm Rav Money. Zeh Hamasi es Bito Mizaki. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the case here? Let's say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Masi Bito Zakin, it's not about him. When we talk She'ena Mekabla, so Mizana Alohu. Mizana Hialov. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue going to be? The issue going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. He's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of her marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. Obviously, God created us. So the Torah understands that people crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah telling your father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a listener either. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek out that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So remember that Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zahamasha is Bito Bogeres. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeres. The idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delayed marrying off his children, that's ultimately, again, setting her aside for a life of tznius. So this is very interesting. Look at Rashi here as well. Actually, Masha Bito Bogeres. Sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look 200 from the bottom. So it's actually a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizana. So let's say, so the wording in Rashi itself is very interesting. Shemisada means desires, what it means, goes with Siyuni, they change it by the letter Pei, quotes to Rashash, who says, Rashash, Magia, lahafkida. Or Rashash, lekidasa. So let's say, we're going to see on the base a little bit. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because he has free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. He delays marrying her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so it's interesting from my perspective. What that's also going to do is set her up possibly for tznius. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and therefore, is setting her up for tznius. We'll see more about that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, I'm not kind of sure Rabbi Akiva. Last two lines on so it's not like that from the same pasuk, right? So Al-Takala is Bikala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of tznius. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of the marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to tznius. Incredible. I'm not trying to Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. So what's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So the Gemara says, I'm actually going to now listen out, what does this mean? It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russian. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes an ani, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, we won't clear this moment. Gemara says, Atu, Hamasha Ito against Rabbi understand. A guy who delays marrying off his daughter, isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about here? Talking about a guy, the father believes, I haven't found shidduch, my daughter's strong. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'meisa suit his needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, what's the Amr base? Rabbi, how you used to say? What's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, just want to point out just how profound this is. What does this mean? As someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, right, is going to go and become an ani. Or someone who's a cunning Rush is going to become an ani. What's the pshat? What's coming down here to people? Coming down here is putting your own needs before the needs of the other. Right? So the father who goes ahead and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off yet because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So it's like that's putting your own needs before your child's needs. Who is the cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is the person that we'll see in just a moment. It's a person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. Because what he says, you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child or in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? They become impoverished. They become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how a Baruch Hu wants a Yid to act. The Virgin does not want us to be self-serving. And the both say, this is incredibly important in general. First of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, without even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Right? We have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And I need them to become educated like this, and I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this threshold or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great, but sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's needs. And again, listen, it's one of the hardest things I like to figure out. Am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs kind of become intertwined and intertangled. But you see from here, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say, one of the greatest things that are in parenting, what's one of the greatest things in parenting is often in parenting you think like, our kids represent a do-over for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not doing it. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different cohorts, different abilities, and a different destiny. So we have to be so careful. I see if all the parents have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of freedom? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? The parent is all correct. This is what the kid's going to do. They just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child. And that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum puts his own needs, for the needs of others. You can try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. The lesson that you say of parenting is make sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child. and not the ones that simply benefit you. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So the Gemara also kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you ROTHSCHILD. Someone gives you Eitzah, you feed their code according to the Shabbat side. So this is an incredible caveat. Like what does the Rasha Arum do? The Rasha Arum is not someone who just stuffing chazir into your mouth. The Rasha Arum is a person very often who could be giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know who is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The chidduch we give to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us. Benefits me as the parent, not dafka that benefits my child. So let's say, so Rabbi Akiva, this is kind of the follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their derech. Let's say, by the way, it's also very profound to hear this from Rabbi Akiva. Right? Remember again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Rabbi Akiva's life, there were two different groups of people. Really just one group and then one person. There was one people from Rabbi Akiva who constantly and actually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you were, that's what you will be. Just be the best shepherd you could be. Right? And those are people. And Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear. That one person happened to be his wife, Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, you can be whatever you want to be. Right? You want to become the good Rabbi, you want to become the best of the best, you can do that. You can do that. So the Akiva said, and so he essentially said, just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. And that's it. But Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yudah. I'm not saying Bito, okay? If a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. A man marries up his daughter to a much older man. A man marries a woman to his minor son. In other words, he goes that minor son is not to keep you above less, right? But minor son represents again a child. So he's married off again an adult woman to his minor son. So let's say, remember again, common denominator in use over here. It's again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? In the first, the daughter's married to a much older man, they don't have the same drive. Again, in the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Or listen to this. If somebody goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew, what the Gemara says, about such a person, the Pasuk says, They will say now, the way the Pasuk is patched, that's kind of the way that the Gemara's understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound. Means that look at Rashi. Rashi says Laman suppose lichbar. Rashi understands suppose means to connect. Now what's being connected over here? Rashi says last part of Rashi on the top. Rivos hatzmeya saveh b'davar in summer b'davar. Zaki v'yod zosmeya tashmish. Zaki v'sei v'yod kasha. So listen to this. According to the Gemara understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So in other words, so the idea over here is, right, so the young woman is thirsty, she wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maisa again, it doesn't work. I must say, by the way, if it happens to be that this is a profound yesod, not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. As well as saying, in order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in the marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that could happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashkiach. Right? You know, if a wife is kicking her husband out of bed in the morning, get up to shit, get up to shit, get up to shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a chatzos lady, you need to be starting Shabbos, you know, you need to be ready for Shabbos at midday on Friday, that's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the mindset that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of shalom bias issues. So one is like, what about the max shabbing the Kusi? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's see, look at Rashi. Rashi says, max shabbing the Kusi. השווה בחיבה כוסי לישראל ומראה בעצמו שהשבס אבי דאין הקשור בו סליסליס. It's incredible. But of course you should return lost objects to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. We're saying like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Hashavas Avi, that's wrong. That's wrong. But as I will say, we're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. You have to have respect for a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the Lord said we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. For one simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And the Lord said, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, the anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, and tikkun olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and that's Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael and there's everyone else. It's Am Levadad Yishto. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation, but we're not alone as individuals, because we have each other, and we always have each other. And this is what this message says. If you think just like if you're a bunch of Shabbos Aveda, the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And I want to say again, to be clear, the evolution of dignity, the evolution of respect to every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment that we have to one another, because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. So that's the Gemara. Should you return a lost object to a person? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% of us say. Yes. And don't tell if you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Hashava Savedi, which represents the interpersonal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's amazing is a kasha. How does Ishtoki Gufo? A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who gives her cover more than herself. Once you hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? But you have to honor her more than yourself. And once you know, what does that mean? Why doesn't it say you have to go ahead and so many goals? And I have something to say about Shabbat brachas. And so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? Let's say the framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Why? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechabed? Now, because love is an emotion. So, from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. Mechabed, covered, is our physical behaviors. Right? So then, when it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say that's on a very like individual level. So if you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so you actually get a present on your birthday, which is you get a present multiple times, whatever covet you take for yourself. You like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So ava, which is an emotion, chazal, if you could care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, you go. That's fantastic. But cover that you give, that's behavioral. The cover you give to your wife has to surpass the cover you give to yourself, or you love to yourself. Now, imagine one of the notes of Derek Yishara. I will say it again. This is so beautiful. And one who leads his children in a proper path. So I'll say he's actually saying he's giving. That you could spend a week on these gimmahs. What does it mean, magic? What's the magic? The guy. What does the guy do? Shows you the way. Leads. Right? What's it? The most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk. Right? Same thing in parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Be a magic. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. But listen, I'm talking to everyone over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to daven with tzibur, that you're most getting up asleep is about it. It's tremendous nesias nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night or getting like a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine. It's all about the hadraka. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice work at the table. You can sing. You do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a derech yishara, that's parenting. Incredible. This is really early. Means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So marry them up a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love a cousin Omer, so that's such a person will say, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids. It's like, calm down. Right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. Right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more cover, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more cover than the cover you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a madrich. Be a good guy. Be a good leader. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. About those things the Pasuk says, V'yadata, ki shalom alecha, v'pakaratan avecha, v'lo kachta. Pasuk says, know that in Hashem everything is going to be good. There's going to be peace in your tent. V'pakaratan avecha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin. So someone says, why is all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before that the Gemara said that you shouldn't marry off your kid before adulthood. So what's happening over there? So the Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, someone put their sun shiny. No. Ultimately, again, this is what we're talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the mice again, that's not a big deal. And speaking about not marrying off a child as a couple, that's mamish when you're still very young. It's incredible. I don't want to say that. I'm going to stop over there for today. We'll find tomorrow is a very short daf. And it's Hashem. Kind of short daf. It was a tremendous way to start the week. Shkayach, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day, everyone.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like, no, it's not. We had them. And I'm like, oh, shit. And that happened to me the first couple times I used it, too. But it's super effective.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. You might say, all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tashin Teheri, Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemir Drashos this year. Wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov to the Chazan and Kal, maybe these welcome messages to build a Bayis Neman B'Yisrael, which endures at Manda Esim Shanim Tovos. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Avinu Latova, Stephen Terry Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sav and Aliyah, the families and Nechama, all of those who need reflection, have and give the Kol Kol Yisrael to 12, should merit to Shem home. All of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Those with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. And we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is on 76A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So let's remember again, we were introduced over here to the topic of streifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by streifa? And now, by the way, you've seen already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by streifa, shown again are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're dealing with over here. So remember again, as we learned yesterday, that explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from there. So the Gemara says as follows: mahu kalas asura, afi kalas asura. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so too he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So the Gemara is right. In other words, the same way that he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, Amakra, Eshes bin Chohu. I'm sorry, Eshes bin Chohu. The Pasuk says, no, he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So now the Gemara said, okay, So why do we say the parallel relationship? Again, your wife's son's wife should also be asura to you. Listen, I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shaila is, are they asur midrabanan or are they asur midaraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur midaraisa. So the shaila is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur midaraisa? Which Gemara seems to say no, because the pasuk says Eish is being called. Rava says Bein leman damar domina umina Bein leman damar domina va'oki ba'asra lo asya. So Rava says like this. The truth is, we saw this goes back to yesterday's stuff. Remember again, we have fundamental machlokes in general. How to darshan gzeira Shabbos? How do you darshan gzeira Shabbos? Do we say don't mino, which means you're going to both say? Remember that the ikr is like the target of the gzeira Shabbos. I should say the defining definition of the gzeira Shabbos comes from the source item, or no? Don't mino uki ba'asra means ultimately the result of the part really focuses on the destination of the gzeira Shabbos, or the second half of the gzeira Shabbos. We'll see inside in just a moment. Rabbi says in reality, Rabbi says the truth is you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? The one who says ultimately I will learn Gzeira Shava, defining characteristics and qualities. So it's like this: Mahu kalas vasura, just as a man. So let's just go with our typical case, right? Ruvain's married to Rachel. Right, so remember again, Ruvain's kala. Who's his kala? His kala is his daughter-in-law. Right, so remember again, his son's wife. Mahu kalas asura, just as Ruvain, his daughter-in-law is asura to him. So we should say so too. Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Reuven. Gemara says if that's the case, Mahu b'skila, afinam b'skila. Then we should say the same way if Reuven has relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by skila. So too again if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by skila. So the Gemara says, okay. But according to the opinion that says that skila is the most chomer form of death penalty, there's a problem. What's the problem? We'll say first wide line, Ayin Vav Amud Aleph 76a. What's the problem? Malahu Shikin Imo B'skila. Again, let's say for Reuven himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother punishable by skila. Tomar Bihi Shikin B'Sreifa. So the problem is they see the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. We bet it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relationships, between moral private relationships on his side versus her side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is prohibited to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is we see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila. If he has relations with her mother, it's sreifa. It's sreifa, right? That's one of the explicit psukim that we saw in yesterday's daf, that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by sreifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Furthermore, second wide line, bita b'sreifa. Furthermore again, if this construct would remain true, it means that if Reuven were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, in punishable by sreifa, again that's an explicit pasuk, a woman and her daughter, that's sreifa, and yet again kalasa, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife, it would be like skila. So again, just the punishment don't seem to line up. To which Gemara says it's not a problem. The truth is that's not such a kasha. Why? The beat of the same of the kalas of the skila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's sreifa, and yet again if we were to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that would be skila. The issue just is that at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both b'sreifa. So alamahu lo chalakta bo bein imo lekalaso. So just like for Reuven himself, again, remember we saw in yesterday's daf, so much of what we're doing in these prohibited relationships is creating the continuity with generations above and generations below. So when you look from Reuven's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, really on her side, it should be the same thing. We should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son. Gemara says, according to the opinion that says that Sheifa is more chamor, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to action this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, and according to, remember again, this is all Rabbi's construct. This is all Rabbi's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, the Gemara is trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, his daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, the Gemara wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting over there, Rabbi, the truth is, whichever way you fashion it, Zera Shav, it's not going to work. This theme is not going to work. So, for example, Man Damar, don't mean up Uki Basra. So again, according to the opinion that the actions are covered by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Zera Shav are going to be defined by what we call the destination of the Zera Shav. So he's like this, Mahu Kalasa Asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law is prohibited. He does have relations with his son's wife. Afi kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. You can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Muki ba'asura. So the Gemara says, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Gzera Shava. Hasam would be the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generations down, same punishment, sreifa. Sreifa. The Gemara says, Laman Damar, Skila Chamura Ikal Mifrach. So according to the opinion that says that Skila is more Chamur, he asks the following question. Right? So when it comes to it, right? So with his mother will be Skila, Tomar Bihi, Shima B'Sreifa. But yeah, with her, with Rachel's mother will be B'Sreifa. Vod, Mahu Chalak the Bo, Bein Bita La Kalaso, Afi Tachlo Bein Bita La Kalaso. So we say the same thing, the same way that there's a distinction in the prohibition for Reuven between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So on Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. And according to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, from this, based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Right? So remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to prove? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuven's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is punishable by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuven's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is punishable by Sreifa, so there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be punishable by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abaye and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Abaye says it based on a pasuk. Rabbi says either way, the Gzera Shava is not going to work. Gzera Shava doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. So once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Bitam and Asas Minai." Here's an interesting case. What happens if Reuven violates Rachel. He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halach l'maisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called bitome anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of the woman that he violated. Mina, how do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by sreifa? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi kavachomer. It's kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Abbas bito anush abito lokoshakim. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has kama v'kama, all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately, again, is the result of a violation, of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, you can't do that. You can't create, once we have this concept, that you can't create kavachomers through you can't create capital punishment through a kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right. No, it's not really a kavachomer. We'll say this is obvious. It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's punishable by sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, Amrli Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, disagrees. And Rabbi learns that from a double Gezerah Shava of Heina, Zima. Okay, Tani Avua de Radiatim. The fish shelo lamadnu, the pita menasasu, putzrach hakasav lomar ubas ish kohen. So let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit pasuk that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is chayiv sreifa. Because there's no explicit pasuk that says that. Putzrach hakasav lomar, the pasuk needs to say ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, "Ima bas kohen he b'sreifa, vein ball of a sreifa." So listen to this one. So remember, the pasuk over here is talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits znus. So remember, we had this sugya a while back. Is this talking about irisin? Is it talking about nisuin? So the Tashkos is talking about an arusa, right? And if a bas kohen who is an arusa commits adultery, the halacha is she is judged with sreifa. Not just a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, "Ima bas kohen he b'sreifa being ball of sreifa." So now bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa. But the Maisa, interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. Af bitami anasader he b'sreifa, she is judged with sreifa. Ve'im ball of sreifa. But also, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. Rabbi says, the pasuk says, "Es aviha he mechaleles." She's profaning her father. Misha mechaleles es aviha. So who is judged with sreifa? The one who profanes her father. Yotzas azu she'avia mechallah. This would come to exclude one. It's not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rava says, "Bishlam achasam afixing din of the bas kohen, v'ukimta adin of the bas." So okay. In that case, you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a bas kohen, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of a typical bas Yisrael. Hacha adin de man mukmasla, adin de pinuya mukmasla. Here in the case of Bita Manasasa. So again, when the daughter of a woman who violated, so the mice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category as just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So says, therefore, again, the Gemara learns that Allah Maisa, just as a man is chayiv streifa for violence, so too a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway. But let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lav, Right? And that's right. There needs to be a prohibition and there needs to be an onesh. So where's the law? So according to Abai and Rabba, mehechad binafkalu onesh mehasam nafkulasar. So according to Abai and Rabba, the same pasuk that teaches us the punishment is the very same pasuk that teaches us the law. Ella, the Tani Davod Rabbi Avin mind. I will say, what about the Tana of Avod Rabbi Avin? Where is it from? Rabbi Loi, Amrapra, Altachalal as Bitra, has no son. Pasuk says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Or literally again, it's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that pasuk is going to teach us that halacha l'maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So now skip for Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov. Hi, also halal is bin halal asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv nisa for that. He's chayiv streifa. Where's the law? So according to Abai and Rabba, it's the same. The law is the same source as the actual onesh. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is on the pasuk of Atachalal es bitchala has no sa. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this? Those relations. Look at the father. Jewish Gemara says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We'll say total detour now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So the Gemara says, "Hi, al techalas bitol. No, we actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need it for? Here we go. The chidisanya. As we learned, al techalas bitol has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yachol b'kohen hamasi es bitol levi. The Israel Hakas Madaber. So I said this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of yichus. Then maybe again to preserve proper yichus, a bas Kohen should only marry a Kohen, and marrying a lady or a Yisrael, the chas v'shalom be like an act of harlotry. To which the Gemara says, Tamalomar lahaz no sa. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not give it to Rabbi lahaz no sa. The chilo shebiznus hakasav ledaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the something Gemara's understanding over here. That Allah Almighty it's giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in znus. So, what does this refer to? The Moser espito l'shalom l'shem issues. He's giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. And Allah again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, Im came, lemakra al tachel. In that case, let the pasuk just say al tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter, singular, by giving her over to a non-marital context. Gemara says, my al tachel. What does the plural mean? Shma min atar. It's going to teach me two things. So I'll say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And I'll say also, number two, it also teaches me that Allah L'maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. Right? It will be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay. So the Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. The Gemara goes on a little bit deeper over here. Abai v'Rava, hi al techalas bitchala has no sama'atin. I will say, remember again, Abai and Rava, they learned out bitomi anasaso from a totally different source, right? They learned out bitomi anasaso from the same place where they derived the onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this pasuk. It's very interesting. So Rabbi and Rabbi very fascinating. Rav Mani Zeh Hamasi Espito Lezakin. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her over to immorality. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Zahamasi Espito Lezakin. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? The Rabbi said, Rashi says, Masi Bito Lezakin. It's from the bottom. When we talk Sheina Mikavaso, Mizane Alofu. Mizane Hialof. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what she's going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. He's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She is going to seek fulfillment outside of her marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. Obviously, God created us. So the Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that that is the way people work. So therefore, again, the Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little either. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek out that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So Rabbi Kiva differently. Kiva Omer Zahamasi. Zahamasha Espito Bogeras. Fascinating. This refers to someone who delays marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeras. Right? The idea is you should marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of bliss. So this is very interesting. Look at Rashi here as well. Rashi Masha Bito Bogeras. Not yet. Actually, take a look. 2 lines up from the bottom. So it's actually a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemis Ava Lahafkira Umizana. So the wording in Rashi itself is very strange. What does it mean? Shemis Ava means desires Lahafkira, to make her hefker Umizana, and therefore she commits znos. What does that mean? So if you look, by the way, at the Hagos B'tziyunim, they change it by the letter Pei. Quotes to Rashash, who says Rashash Magia Lahakida Ubrasharif Lipkida Sa. So what says we're going to see on this a little bit. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. When there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? Suddenly now, he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. So he delays marrying her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so it's interesting from the mother's perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up possibly for znos. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and therefore, he's setting her up for znos. We'll see more about that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, Amrav Kana Mishum Rabbi Akiva. It's the last two lines on the. So I just want to point out from the same pasuk, right? So Al Techala es Bitchala has no sa. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of znos. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside of the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to znos. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Ein lecha ani b'Yisrael ela rasha arum v'hamasha bita bogeres. This is fascinating. There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a rasha arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So the Gemara says, and listen now, what does this mean? This doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes an ani, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, we'll clear in just a moment. Gemara says, I understand. The guy who delays marrying off his daughter, isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about over here? Talking about a guy, father, I haven't found the right shidduch. My daughter just wants, meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi will say, Rabbi, how does needs to say, Eizuhu ani Russia arum. What's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, just want to point out just how profound this is. What does this mean? That someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, right, is going to go and become an ani, or someone who's a cunning rush is going to become an ani. What's the shakla? So that's common denominator between the two people. Common denominator is putting your own needs before the needs of the other. Right? So the father who goes ahead and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off yet because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So it's like that's putting your own needs before your child's needs. Who is the cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is a person, as we'll see in just a moment, is a person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. It was like, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The world says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child and in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? Become impoverished. They become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants the Yid to act. But He does not want us to be self-asserting. And I will say, this is incredibly important in general. First of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, without even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Right? We have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And I need them to become educated like this. And I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this threshold or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's needs. Anybody else say it's one of the hardest things I like to figure out? Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs kind of become intertwined and interchangeable. But you see, for me, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure. Let's say, one of the greatest Saharas in parenting. What's one of the greatest in parenting is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a do-over for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different cultures, different abilities, and a different destiny. So we have to be so careful. I see us also parents like have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of, does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? The parent is okay. This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, Chazal say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Rasha Arum puts his own needs before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become ani, you become impoverished. I will say, but the soul of parenting is making sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit you. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So the Gemara will say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you atzchal. Someone who gives you itzah, the feed their code according to the Rabbi. So this is an incredible caveat. Because what does the Rasha Arab do? The Rasha Arab is not someone who's just stuffing chazer into your mouth. The Rasha Arab is a person very often who could be giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The chidduch we give to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us, benefits me as the parent, not dafka that it benefits my child. So we'll say, so Rabbi Akiva is kind of a follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their declaration. We'll say, by the way, it's also very profound to hear this from Rabbi Akiva. Right? Remember again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Rabbi Akiva's life, there were two different groups of people. Really just one group and then one person. There was one group of Rabbi Akiva who constantly perpetually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you were, that's what you will be. Just be the best shepherd you could be. And those are people, and Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear. That one person happened to be his wife, Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, you can do whatever you want to be. Right? You want to become the good Lador? You want to become the best of the best? You can do that. You can do that. So Rabbi Akiva said, and it's so funny, Rabbi Akiva essentially says, just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. And that's it. But Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, Amasi is Bito Zakin, and a person goes and marries, so back to this. A man marries off his daughter to a much older man. V'amasi isha no katan, or the reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents again a child. So he's married off again an adult woman to his minor son. So we'll say, remember again, becoming nominated in these over here. Is again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? In the first, the daughter's married to a much older man, they don't have the same drive. Again, in the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Well, listen to this. If someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew, what's the Gemara says? About such a person, the pasuk says, "L'man safos harava esatzmeya." I will say that the way the pasuk touches us, the way that the Gemara is understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound. The man suppose harabas had means that look at Rashi. Rashi says the man suppose lichtbar. Rashi understands suppose means to connect. Now what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last white line of Rashi on the top, Revos had smeya, Savea b'davar, in Samei b'davar. Zakin v'yalda zol smeya b'tashnish, Zakin say v'gagod kata. Listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So in other words, the idea over here is, right, so the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maisa again, it doesn't work. I will say, by the way, it happens to be, but this is a profound yesod, not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. As you were saying, in order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in the marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashkiach. Right? If a wife is kicking her husband out of bed in the morning, get up for shir, get up for shir, get up for shir, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. It's the same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be starting Shabbos. You need to be ready for Shabbos at the midday on Friday. That's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the Lamaisa, that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated. A lot of shalom bayis issues. So what about the max Rabbi? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know. That sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi says, "V'ya max Rabbi lo kusi hishva v'chibar kusi liyisrael." It's incredible. I said, of course, you should return lost objects to non-Jews. That's what Gemara is saying. Gemara is saying like this: that a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbos Aveda, that's wrong. That's wrong. But as Rabbi said, we're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all of humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And Rabbi said we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give this world the chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and it's rampant. And it teaches us one simple lesson: circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and tikkun olam, and everything, yes, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be v'yasu kulam aguda achos. Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's Am Levadad Yishkom. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals, because we have each other, and we always have each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you approach a Shabbos Aveda, again, we love the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And I want to say again, to be clear, the obligation of dignity, the obligation of respect to every single person, but just understand that there is a different system of conduct and a different system of allegiance and a different system of commitment that we have to one another, because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. So that's the Gemara means. Should you return a lost object to a kusi? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000%. Yes. And don't tell us, you get extra money, right? You fight. You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Hashava Savedi, which represents the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. Gemara is like ridiculous. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who gives her covet more than herself. Let's see, hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? But you have to honor her more than yourself. What does that mean? Why doesn't it say you have to go ahead? I'm so close, and I have something to say about shadow brachas. Hey, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. This is important. You sowed, right? In other words, we'll say the framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. In other words, the strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Why? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be machabed? Now, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you could feel that sense of love to your wife, and you could feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. Mechabda, covet, is our physical behaviors. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say that's on a very individual level. So if you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so your wife should know you get a present on her birthday, but she should get a present multiple other times. In other words, whatever covet you take for yourself, you like certain new things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So ava, which is an emotion, Chazal felt, if you could care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, you're golden. That's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife has to surpass the covet you give for yourself. Or you want for yourself. One of the benos of Derech Yishara, I will say it again, this is so beautiful. And one who leads his children in a proper path. So I will say, these gemaras, like we could spend a week on these gemaras. What does it mean, matrich? What does it mean, matrich? What does it mean? What's a madrich? What's a madrich? A guide. What does a guide do? Shows you the way, leads. Right? We'll say the most annoying guides are the ones who talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Be a madrich. Don't tell your kids what to do. I mean, tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. I was like, I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to daven, to tzibur, that you're moser nefesh. Giving up sleep is true. We joke about it, but it's tremendous mesiras nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're getting a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Magic. It's all about the hadracha. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice vart at the table. You can sing zemiras. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a derech yishara, that's parenting. Incredible. Marry them off early. They both say, okay, this is really early. Samach Lapirkan means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So nice, right? So marry them up a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love Akasav Omer. So about such a person will say, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. You can reach out to people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids. Because I'll say, calm down. Like, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. About those things the pasuk says, "V'yadata ki shalom alecha u'fakaratan abecha v'lo tefta." Pasuk says, "Know that in Miras Hashem everything is going to be different. There's going to be peace in your tent, right? Fakaratan abecha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately, again, you will not come to sin." So the pasuk said, by the way, why is all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before that the Gemara said that you shouldn't marry off the kid before adulthood. So what's happening over here? To which the Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, someone flip your and shine. No. Ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So Lamaisa, again, that's not a big deal. And speaking about not marrying off the child as a kafan, that's mamish when they were still very incredible. I don't want to say, no, we're going to stop moving for today. We're fine. Tomorrow's a very short class in this session. Kindly short class. But it's like tremendous way to start the week. Shkayach, everyone.
Actually, one person did say that it might just tone of it because they don't like vampire shit or something. But I don't agree. Yeah. So is that your takeaway? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, that movie is fucking shout out to all the people.
All right, so it's like good morning, a great source for Hashem to be able to give again a new week of learning together. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor of Tav Shin Pei Hey, the Tosu Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shema Drushos this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen, Mazel Tov. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alina Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levine, and Vernon families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our Day of Learning sponsors, Maya Hapman, in the schools of Avram Ben Yazina, Shulamit Bas Ibrahim Amina, Baruch Ritfael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Daf Yomi today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Yisrael Tzvi Zechariah Rafa, and as Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl, to Zazi and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazi's grandparents, Chaim and Chaim Rothschild, and sister Rebecca Moshe, and Yardina Garden and family. Mazel Tov. She was open to continue Yisrael's tumbles for Cloud Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's topic is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We have to end the shira a few minutes early. But thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. So let's up over here, packing a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. My son Avram gave shira yesterday. Did a great job on something very, very little notice. I'm sorry? He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel days to the middle of Ayin Hey Amud Aleph. So he was showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. It's good for young kids. All right, so just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey Amud Aleph. 75 days. I'm going to do the morales. I'm not using that. There was once a certain man who set his eyes upon a woman. The and what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out ultimately again, he became lovesick. Probably better stated, lust-sick. But ultimately, again, he becomes infatuated with this woman. By the way, tremendous much hospital just in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Shenasam enough. I would say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Hayinayim, what we look at, is because as the Gemara says, Hayinayim rolls in the eyes, see Mahalei Cholis. once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan Einav Bi'isha Afas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmeras Hainayim? Why not be a bit more visible? Again, listen, we all know this Nisan. We know this Nisan incredibly well. But Lamais, it's fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure like where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So you might say, Bob, they came and they asked the doctors, Va'amru, Eilo Takana Acheti Va'el. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish definitely ill. The only possibility, the only refuah he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm a Chachamim. Chachamim said, no, you can't do that. Can't do that. So again, I will say, so consciously you might be making the assumption over here that it must be some type of a rayos situation. So okay, so rayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay. So okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. And if he can see her unclothed, ultimately again he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So the Gemara says, So Chum said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, so let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting, at this point the doctor's already understood that there was a tznius issue here. So he said, she didn't have to speak with her even face to face. Because like there could be a wall between them. Ultimately, let him die, but let him not go ahead and have this conversation. Everyone say, now, what's the shot? What's so bad about the conversation? Because remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was an illicit, immoral urge. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? So once she was a married woman, so once that makes a lot of sense. If we turn a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Rebbe says, no, she was single. She was single. So this Shloman Gomer so according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shapir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. But if she was single, I don't understand why this severity? What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi said ultimately again, because of Pegam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pegam Mishpacha? Rashi said, Pegam Mishpacha, Ha'isha Shehayiboshin B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead. Okay, oh, shift over. That might maybe shift over. Okay, now imagination. Okay. I've been drinking a lesson through this, so just trying to figure out, which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right, it's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very wide. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, so Yuma says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa. There is begat mishpacha. If this girl would get engaged, or even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it could have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So Rabbi says, look, this is about setting an example. Let's say, one of the things, and we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be that the pendulum may be swinging back the other way, but where there's no code of morality. And whatever you feel, or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's fluid morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. So Chazal, so the rabbis in this case understood over here that in halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though could one make the cogent argument? Just let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to die. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman and suddenly against us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. Don't cater to it. We don't pander to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to be always outweigh the needs of the few, that is the cloud guzzle. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that as a society there's a code of conduct, and that has to be preserved at all costs, even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. Guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, so what's saying? Hold on a second. If she's single, so there's a much easier remedy. What's the much easier remedy over here? Let me get married. Let me get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsa, no, because if they get married, then all the fun out of it. In other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? After all, you must give the Yitzchak, the Yitzchak, the Yom Shechar of Yisrael, Nitla Kambiyah, and Nitla Over Avera. The Yitzchak said, listen, it's a fascinating step. Between David and English was destroyed. Literally, Nitla Kambiyah, which means the full pleasure of Biyah was the full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shene'emar, Mayim Gimudin Mitaku, the reference starting on. Again, stolen waters are sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So let's say, so the idea over here is part of what drove this lust is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. Right? It wasn't. If you married her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen waters are sweeter. So let's say, so this idea is actually, even though Rabbi Yitzchak is saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nitla kanbiyah, the nitla over avera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of biyah has been removed since the time the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over avera. So it says actually this morning. It's a beautiful idea that we say for Rabbi. And he says this, so listen to this idea. He says, Kasha Beis Hamikdash hayakayim. When the Beis Hamikdash stood, Vashchina hayashor b'Yisrael, hayashor b'Yisrael, Shchina was in the Tal Yisrael. Efshari haya ad mekadesh atzmam kiroi be'es hazivon. We'll say, it's interesting. I've always found fascinating. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being mekadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think for many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's a strange concept. I think it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. It should be holy. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future doros. But you know what Rabbi says, when Beis Hamikdash stood, there was the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness even into intimacy. He says, in Churban Beis Hamikdash, Kasha, listen to this, Kasha na'od l'kayim shnei hadvarim hanizkarim la'el gam yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure, but there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, said the Noam Rabbi, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. It will say such a profound use. So now again, when we talk about pleasure and holiness, he's got to talk about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard. to distinguish, it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shecharav Beis Hamikdash, the day Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nikla Tam Biyah, the Nikla La'ovei Avera. What does that mean? That somehow that the enjoyment of Biyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more like in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because because part of his lust and part of his desire was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, we know this in life. What is it? That's like the forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So I say, where does it come from? What's the origin of this? It's Adon Rishon. Right? Again, this is not. It's Adon Rishon. Adon Rishon had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The Eitz Das Tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? I'll say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world, yet we are constantly and consistently drawn to our favors. What's the pshat? There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to our favors? So deep down, it actually comes like everything. I've been having about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Let's say, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom. She spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Vineland, New Jersey. And my grandfather's growing up was Baruch Hashem, had a hand really treating the Jewish community. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, my mother actually came to Big Sackle of Baltimore. My family was from Baltimore. She came to Big Sackle of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was anyway, so she was speaking about, I'm not going to do the whole drush, it was beautiful, much shorter than my drushes, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness. It was so beautiful. Homesickness, relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And, what's homesickness? Where does homesickness come from? The Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama always yearns to go home. Like Rabbi Yitzchak says in the Pasuk in Tehillim, call the Neshama to Hallel Ta. Right? Every Neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call Neshima Neshima to Hallel Ta. With every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes Baruch Hu keeps the Neshama inside of the body. So that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the Neshama in your body. Why? Because the Neshama is homesick. So what happens? The Neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's how we experience it. You need to go on vacation. So what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After 2 days you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially when you're kids. Right? In other words, after it's fascinating to be having the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. But why? Like, it's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because it's something that comes from the Neshama. The Neshama says, I want to go home. Every Neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to listen. You see this, so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand that right? People enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul. The Neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, if I can't. It actually comes from a place of holiness. And the Neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the Neshama. So the Neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind of the living taco, to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the Neshama for more. And I want to say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. And sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the Neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I want to say, incredible. New Mishnah. Very instructive. All right, on to later topics, like Sreifa. So let's say, so again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now, we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten lead. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the minute to come. So let's go back to these are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the Bas Kohen Shizisa, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now, there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bita, who's included over here? His daughter, Bita, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Spinel, the daughter of his son, Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife, Bas Bita, the daughter of his daughter, the mother of your mother-in-law, the Chamav, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. I have to break out these categories into a little bit more depth. But bottom line, all of these alayos are forbidden, and the penalty is straight. So let's analyze. Now, it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, right? If you have relations with the woman whose daughter you married, which is actually his mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Right? The Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and you learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately they learn that from the Drasha. So according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that through fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. According to Rabbi, he says that it's coming to prohibit your mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So let's say when he's married to Rachel, so obviously when he's married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. Then Rachel dies. Is Reuven permitted to marry his former mother-in-law? So apparently that's a point of contention.
and then tries to think you're calling it.
Tani Haba Isha Shena Sabita. So according to Rabbi, Rabbi would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following Haba Isha Shena Sabita. One who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which is a representation of the again to mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh Bechlal Isha Ubita Chamosa Ve'im Chamosa Ve'im Chamot. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your and the mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, La Abaye, I eat the kabbalah in the Mishnah Ein Chamot, Tani Nami Chamosa Ve'im Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of Ein Chamot, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since it said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I read it wrong. According to Abaye, what's the Shein Chama? The Chiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Chiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I do the Kabbalah with Mishnah in Chama, the in Chamoso, Tani Nan Basu, Tani Nan Chamoso. Rabbi said, no, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me the mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamosa, mother-in-law, and, mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So, where do you know all these prohibitions from? The Tan Rabbanon, Ish Ashayika as Isha Vesimo. So the pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and yikach marry a woman and her mother. So let's say, so remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. Isha Ashayika as Isha Vesimo, Zima Hi, but Ishis Rofu. So again, here this is an explicit pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother, so Reuben Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says Zima Hi, it's Znus. By Ishis Rofu, ultimate against Sreifa. So this is one of the explicit psukim about Sreifa. So the Gemara says, I do know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha Ubas Bita. How do we know about the relationships? What about Bas Isha? So let's say, so again, the pasuk teaches me that what? If Reuben marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Eli in Bishalima, Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter, Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minayin. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So the Gemara is very simple. Ne'amar kan zima, it says over here zima, and it says again, it will say later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigara. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita, Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So to over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bina. Incredible. Minayin Lasos Zachar Kinekebos. How do we know they treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. We're going to explain it just a little bit. How do you know they have to treat men like women? Namar Tanzimo, the Namar says over here, Zimo, again, by Chamoso, and by Bas Ishto, it says Zimo. Ma'ala is Cham Kinekebos, Afkan Cham Kinekebos. Just like over here, we treat this Cham like Kinekebos, so to over here, we treat this Cham like Kinekebos. Okay, well, like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to this today. Minayin Lasos, not to kill him out. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. I will say, it's interesting, by the way, stylistically, that the Gemara does this. If you know the Raisa, and we read the Raisa, we have no idea what it means. We have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. When you think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Chazal teach us so many profound pieces of life Musar, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand something. Things happen in life, we have good conscience. But the danger of good conscience is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobilized. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. I can't move forward. I can't move forward. But it says, no. Do you know what you do when you read through a brisa that you don't understand? You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. Keep going. But I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. Or not. But anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where, like, what is going on over here? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it's so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questioning. If you have opened up life news and you get to that life price that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you'll find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? So again, just to understand over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the lamala and lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're trying to do over here is the Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikach es Isha Ves Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erevas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else, we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is not going through the process of extrapolation. Extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, Okay, there you go. So the Gemara says as follows. It was like 6 times up on the bottom. So how do we know? Excuse me.
Only best foods. You know what's funny, Mom, is I was telling somebody the story.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below to that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Gzeir Shalom, Zima. Mala halon, lamata kilamala, adkan lamata kilamala, umakan lamala kilamata, adbalon lamala kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. Armar. Okay, so let's say now let's unravel this brisa. So the first thing the brisa said was we have to make zecharim like nekevos. They make men like women. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? So the Gemara says, what in the world does that mean? It means bas bina kebas bita. So maybe we'll say like this. Maybe it's like this. That's the son, right? So now let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. Right? Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben.
That's true.
So the Gemara says, so your mind's not going to even the bas bita. Right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? Rather, it's coming to include instead the mother Eim Chamav, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So the verse is 1 second. Hashta Eim Chamoso lo Kamalon, Eim Chamav mehadrallah. We haven't established, so we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can we go ahead and now start adding on additional isurim, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we were firmly established as the mother of my mother-in-law on the base? So Rabbi says like this. No, Hagikam is what it means to say. You know what it means is like this. How do we know the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well. It says over here, Zimo, okay, when it comes to his own relatives, there is no lashon of Zima that is mentioned. Asya Heina, Asya Zima. Okay, so once we make almost like a double Gezerah Shava of Heina and Zima. So beforehand we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above? So once again, my bas bina bas bita kibita. So maybe say like this. Maybe I will say, so I'm trying to figure out the lashon of lemata kilamala. Right, you're trying to equate arayos that are lemata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's going to teach me that right to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter of Reuben. Okay, so the says if that's the case, it's all in there from the same source. Ella, rather, it's coming to say it like this: the same way that Reuben can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. But if that's the case, then we'll say the lashon is wrong. Because we'll say the lashon of lemata kilamala sounds like, if you understand that, we'll say, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayas relationships? Right? Who's like the middle? The wife, Rachel, right? So lemata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and lemala would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to learn out mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, then I both say that's not lemata kilamala, but rather what? That's lemala kilamata. Because remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, tiny lemala kilamata. Yeah, you're right, change the lashon, and rather it should read lemala kilamata. So Moses says, then the Gemara saying this: how do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuven. That essentially, Reuven's relationship to Rachel's, it's like this. Reuven's relationship, this whole thing is just one big mess. Reuven's relationship, what? No, here it is. Reuven's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make lemala? Lemala means, again, the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like lemata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yaki, that's the case. It says over here, Zima says over here, Zima. Mahashta, we'll say first white line, Umahashta in he log Siva Zima. He dog Siva, but it doesn't say Zima over here. I can be referring to her. Rabbi Yahya, what it means to say. Minayim Lasos, here it is. Minayim Lasos, Shlosha Doros Lemalo, Kishlosha Doros Lemata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above like the 3 generations below? So I'll say, so remember again, if you look at Rachel, if you make although all this, I don't know how long it is in Rachel, right? I've words Rachel. So how do I know I'm going to say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? And just like they say, the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to Reuven, her husband, so too again the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to Reuven, her husband. To which the Gemara says, Ne'ema lemata zimo, ve'ne'ema lemala zimo. It says lemala, right, which are the generations above Rachel. says Lashon Zima, and it says ultimately the generations below Rachel Zima as well. So the Gemara says, "Madamata Shlosh Doros, Aflamada Shlosh geometric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well." Uma ba'onesh, I'm sorry, Aflamada Shlosh Doros, Uma ba'onesh, Asa lemata kilamalo, and just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. Sreifa, we made again about say lemata kilamalo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too, when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again lemala kilamata. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midaraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and in other words, we can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, what we say, Asaba Lamala Kilamata, Lamata Kilamala, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So she says, no. The only kid come. My lamata the isser. So I say, no. What lamata means is not going down in Jewish. Lamata means a lesser isser. The Gemara says, So so it says, so just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of her mother is Asur. So too again for Reuben, right? The mother of his mother is also going to be Asur. I'm Rabbi, I'm a Kra. Sabai says, the pasuk says, it's your mother. Because his mother will be Chayiv. But the same biblical prohibition does not apply to grandmother. Rabbi says, so I'll say it's very interesting. So Rabbi says as follows. So also we've seen this many times throughout our journeys in Daf Yomi. In general, when you make Gzir Shabbat, so the shaila is, what are you focused on when you make Gzir Shabbat? So don't means that Allah wants to make Gzir Shabbat. So really, halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of limud. Versus don't means that ultimately the real limud is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara, listen to this. So so whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Gzir Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? That Allah you're not going to be able to learn the Isser about Eli Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one who says ultimately, and don't know, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of Limud. So the Gemara says, Mahi. Just like by Rachel, ultimately again, her mother's mother is going to be Asur to Reuben. So to Reuben, his grandmother, right, the mother of his mother is also going to be Asur. And we learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Just like again, if we're going to have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother, in counsel by Sreifa, so too if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it'll also be also the Sreifa. L'mandamar says, but L'mandamar Sreifa Chamura Idol Mitra. But according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common than Skila, you can ask Kapircha. She came Ima of Sreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, there's another special like Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima Beskila. If Reuben has relations with his mother, special by Skila. Though, Ima Beskila, Ema Beskila, doesn't make sense that if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Skila, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother, it's with Sreifa. So what's Va'od furthermore? Mahi lo chalakta, ba, bein ima le'in ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. Apuna milotaklo bo bein imo le'in imo. So too by Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately, again, that skila is more chamer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, so that's part one. Part two, and according to the opinion that says when it comes to a Gzeira Shava, we're much more focused. We model the entire Gzeira Shava on the result of the Gzeira Shava. So the Gemara says, Mahi Eini Masura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur, Afu Nami Ein Imo Asura. So to again, Ruben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur, V'uki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasam Hudi is Sreifa. So everyone said, yeah, the halachas by Sreifa. About Hacham is Skila. But ultimately, here should be Skila. Kida Ashkechan B'imo. As we find is the punishment by his mother, the skila. So the man does. The man does Sreifa Chamura, Igamifra. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Chamura, we have another Sreifa. Once again, holds the top of by above 76a. Maliki Shekini Mother Sreifa. Or not by Rachel. By Rachel, relations with Rachel's mother is going to be by Sreifa. Tomar Behu, Shiel the skila. By him, relations much to be by skila. Furthermore, again, I'm saying, why should his halachas be different than hers, or his eyes different than hers? Mahi lo chalaktaba baby tal ve'enima. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's daughter or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be Sreifa. Afu lo tachlot bo baby tal le'enimo. So to by Ruben, there should be no conflict between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. But according to what it says, that skin is more hammer. Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the issue of aim emo. All right, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to this is your big stuff. So I'll say, okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? So maybe stay from family gatherings. I don't know, maybe that's the takeaway, right? So what's the so just understand, to really simplify this, because actually, remember, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working to it. There is a profound so. Let me first take that look and we'll talk about profound so then we'll end. So as it says what we know, right? Midaraisa, two relationships we know that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That we are explicit. What our mission is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately, again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lamala Kilamata, Lamata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here, what we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially all going to have the same framework for Arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get this. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately again how to get to this conclusion. But what I will end up with is a tremendous amount of asking all of this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this, went through a lot of Gemara, or an amount of Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reached any significant conclusion. So let's say, saving a tremendous sort of life. And in life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. And sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out. Why? So let's say this happens in marriage all the time. It's important you sort of marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk out. So you're like, okay, let's talk it out. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly, by the way. Right? You all know what I'm talking about. You look at it blankly, right? You talk it out, and then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Now, listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their neshama, even if in your mind you're like, I think I'm just getting more confused, and I think I actually have less clarity than when we started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why we focus so much on Gemara, Because anything and everything you need to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, what? Like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? So sometimes giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves, to talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationship, because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and retalking and rediscussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how to get to the complete list of Sreifa, but rather again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build some relations. So let's say, Shkab something for today. Let's say maybe if we could get a couple of comments just to help out. Can we just resize this here? This is straight, so what's off? What's off? Look at that island.
He was trying to be he made a really stupid, like, NBC, there's the peacock. I think he made a really weird cock joke.
All right, fellas. Good morning, a good talk. A great Tzvot Baruch Hashem to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor of Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tulsa Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shir Midrashos this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alinu L'Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our Day of Learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schus of Avram Ben Yardina, Shulamit Bas Ibrahim Rino, Baruch Rafael Melech Ben Shulamis. May they all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Tafyomi sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Yisrael Tzvi Zichron Bracha, and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild. Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Chana Rothschild, and sister and brother-in-law, Moshe, and Yardina Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Result to continue Bisaros Tabos for Cloud Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We're going to have to end the shira a few minutes early, but in there. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned, but thank you. So let's but we're going to pack in a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. My son Avram gave shir yesterday. Did a great job. Baruch Hashem with very, very little notice. I'm sorry? He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel Amud Beis to the middle of Ayin Hey Amud Aleph. So he's showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. It's good. It's all right, so we're just going to, just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey Amud Aleph. 75A. I'm going to do the Marav. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out, ultimately, again, he became lovesick. Probably better state as lust and sick. But ultimately, again, he becomes infatuated with this one. By the way, a tremendous Musar Haskell just in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Shinasan enough. I will say, one of the reasons that we have to be so careful, Shmiras Einayim, what we look at, is because as the Gemara says, Einayim rolls, the eyes see, V'halei chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan einav bi'isha achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Hainayim? Why not be a bit more attention? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisan. We know this Nisan incredibly well. But Lamais, it's fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So much of the Baal V'Shal they came and they asked the doctors, Va'amru, Ein lo takana ad shetibail. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish deathly ill. The only possibility, the only refuah he could have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, Chacham said, no, can't do that. Can't do that. So again, we'll say, so the Pashtos, the Gemara is making the assumption over here that it must be some type of arayos situation. So again, so arayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go out and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, so okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. And if he can see her unclothed, ultimately again, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So the Gemara says, so the Chacham said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, so let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting, at this point, the doctors already understood that there was a tznius issue here. So he said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. Let us speak, like there could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's so bad about the conversation? Because remember, again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was an illicit, immoral urge. Nasan einav ba'ose isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Ishes Ish Haisa. So one says she was a married woman. The one says, that makes a lot of sense. If you're talking about a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chad Amar Pnuya Haisa. The other thing says, no, she was single. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shapir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. But if she was single, I don't understand why this severity, or what is it exactly that's unfolding over here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi said ultimately again because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pigam Mishpacha? Rashi said Pigam Mishpacha Ha'isha Shahayu Boshin B'Davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead and take a shift over. Is that they did shift over? Okay, no imagination. Okay, I've been drinking a lot since Thursday, so I'm just trying to figure out, which way we're going. Okay, got it. It's right. It's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very wide. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa. There is Pigam Mishpacha. If this girl would get engaged, in other words, even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it can have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her Mishpacha. So Rabbi says, no, this is about setting an example. Let's say, one of the things, and we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be that the pendulum may be swinging back the other way, but where there's no code of morality, and whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's fluid morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. And so Chazal and the rabbis in this case stood over here that if halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, the one make a cogent argument, just let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to drag. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman and suddenly against us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't cater to it. We don't pander to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, let's say, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the klal gadol. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There is a system, there is a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to be preserved at all costs. Even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. The guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, one second. If she's single, so there's a much easier remedy. What's the much easier remedy over here? Let him get married. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsav lo miyas v'daite. No, because if they get married, then all the fun's out of it. In other words, right? So in other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? After all, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak, Yom Shechar Beis Hamikdash, Mitla Tambiyah, Nitna La'ovre Avera. Rabbi Yitzchak said, what's this fascinating statement? When the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, literally, Nitna Tambiyah, which means that the full pleasure of biyah was removed, full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shnei Amar, Mayim Ginuvim Yimtaku, V'lechem Stardinai. Again, stolen waters are sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So the idea over here is part of what drove this lust is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. It wasn't. If you married her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen waters are sweeter. So this idea is actually, even though Rabbi Yitzchak is saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nitla tambiyah, the nitla over avera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of biyah has been removed, the time the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over avera. So actually this morning, it's a beautiful idea by the Sefer Noam Negadim. And he says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kasher Beis Hamikdash hayakayim. When the Beis Hamikdash stood, Bashchina hayashora b'Yisrael, the Shechina was in the Kal Yisrael. Efshari haya az lekadesh atzman kiroi beis hazivos. It's interesting. I've always found it fascinating. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being mekadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think for many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's a strange kind. I think it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. That it should be holy. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future doros. But Noam Negadim says, when the Beis Hamikdash stood, there was the ability to use a dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Chorban Beis Hamikdash, kasha, listen to this, kasha ma'od l'kayim shnei hadvarim haniskarim la'el gam yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There could be pleasure, or there could be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noam Negadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say such a profound use. So now again, when he's talking about pleasure and holiness, he's talking about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shechar Beis Hamikdash, the day the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Tam Biyah, Nitla La'ovre Avera. What does that mean? That somehow that the enjoyment of biyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says that again, Why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because because part of his lust and part of his desire was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, we know this, right? We know this in life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So we'll say, where does it come from? What's the origin of this? It's admiration. Like, remember again, this is not, it's admiration. Admiration had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. He ate das tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? So let's say, by the way, it's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world, yet we are constantly and consistently drawn to Averos. What's the pshat? There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to Averos? So I think deep down, it actually comes like everything. Like Menachem speaks about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, we'll say it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's say, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom. She spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in Vineland, New Jersey. And my grandfather's girl, the Rachos Baruch Hashem, had her hand in really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to Beis Yaakov of Baltimore. Started with my family in Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like she never had any shyness about. Anyway, so she was speaking about. I'm not going to give you the whole talk. She was beautiful, much shorter than my mother, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness. Again, it was really so beautiful. Homesickness. Relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And what's homesickness? So where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. Like the Rabbi says in the Pasuk Killer, called the neshama to halel ka. Right? Every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call neshima uneshima to halel ka. With every breath, you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes, wow, the neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping your neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. It's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, let's say what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially for your kids. Right? In other words, after it's fascinating. You could be having the most incredible vacation in the world, but there is a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. Why? Like it's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because just understand that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to say, by the way, you see this so many things in life. I want to say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. I can't understand. Right? People enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? it doesn't come from a bad place, fakir. It actually comes from a place of holiness. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more, and it's constantly broadcasting to the body, give me more, give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah, I want more mitzvahs, I want more Kiddusha. But all too often what ends up happening, the body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind of the to the forbidden water, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I must say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts. That may be true, but sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I would say, Hadra Ben Sarah Mora, incredible. The Mishnah. All right, on to later topics like Sreifa. So let's say, so again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten light. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara to come. So let's go back there. These are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, Ubas Kohen Shizimsa, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery. We saw that extensively. Now we'll say there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Bas Ishto, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamav, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Into a little bit more depth. Rabbi said, but bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is Sreifa. So let's analyze. Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, right? If you have relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which essentially is a mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Elo haba al isha ubita. Right? The Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Michlal v'tarvayu v'isura, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. Umaninu. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. V'katani, and we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So we'll say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Im Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. Bahana Midrasha Asya, but ultimately they learned that from Midrasha. Sahani Chalad La'abayit Amar Mashmal's Darshan Ikabenahu. So according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisi mani Rabbi Akiva el Rava Damar Chamoso la'achar misi kidem. So masnisi mani. According to Rabbi, who says that no, it's coming to prohibit your mother-in-law, even after the death of a wife. So let's say Reuben is married to Rachel. So obviously when Reuben is married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel, so he's permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's a point of contention. I'm going to say one has to read the Mishnah as the following: one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which is a reference ultimately again to mother-in-law. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again. Chamosa, mother-in-law, Aim Chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, Veim Chamav, and the mother of your your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, La Abaye, I eat the karbayim the mitzvah Aim Chamav, Tani Nami Chamosa, Veim Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of Aim Chamav, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since it said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I read it wrong. According to Abaye, what's the Chamav? The Chiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Chiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I use the Trabayu the Misna in Chamav, the in Chamoso, Tani Nan Basit, Tani Chamoso. Rava said, no, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamosa, mother-in-law, and mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So where do we know all these prohibitions from? The Tan Rabbanon, Ish Ashayikach es Isha Besimo. So the pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and yikach marry a woman and her mother. So I'll say, so remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. The Isha Shayikach es Isha Besimo, Zima hi ba'in shisrofi. So again, here this is an explicit pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says, Zimahi, it's Znos, but Eishi Srofi. Ultimately against Sreifa. So this is one of the explicit psukim about Sreifa. The Gemara says, Isha Sheikach es Isha Besima, Eini El Isha V'ima. I know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha Ubas Bita. How do I know about the following relationships? What about Bas Isha? Reuben marries, so again, the pasuk teaches me that what? If Reuben marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Eli in Isha V'ima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So the Gemara says very simple. Ne'emar kan Zima, says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar lahalon Zima. And it says again, Rabbi said later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigala. That's an explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So to over here, Bita implies the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. Minayin Lasos Zechar Kinekevos. How do we know they treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. We're going to explain it in just a little bit. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Ne'emar kan Zima, v'ne'emar la'alan Zima. Says over here Zima, again by Chamoso, and by Bas Ishto it says Zima. Ma la'alan Zechar Kinekevos. Afkan Zechar Kinekevos. Just like over here, we treat the Zechar like the Kinekevos. So over here, we treat this Zechar like the Kinekevos. So, okay, well, so like I said, we don't know what that means yet. Well, we'll get to it for this. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. We'll say, it's interesting, by the way, stylistically, the Gemara does this. The Gemara will quote a Brisa, and we read the Brisa, we have no idea what it means. We have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You think about it stylistically. Why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Chazal, even in very nuanced ways, so much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand this. But the danger of good consciousness is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobilized. So then forward. Okay, we have to wait. Says, no. Do you know what you do when you read through a brisa that you don't understand? You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. Keep going. But I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. Or not. But anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, what is going on over here? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it is so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questioning. But the avodah of life is when you get to that life brisa that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you'll find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Nemar kan zima, v'nemar lahalon zima. Ma lahalon kilamata kilamala, af kan lamata kilamala, uma kan lamala kilamata, af lahalon lamala kilamata. So again, just to understand over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the lamala and lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're trying to do over here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately again are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikach es Isha Ves Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Ervas Isha Upita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is not going through the process of extrapolation. I think extrapolation is the word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Extrapolation. Yeah, like I said, extrapolation. Right, correct. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation. That's, Okay, in any event. So the Gemara says as follows. On both sides. 6 lines up from the bottom. So how do we know? Excuse me.
What is it called? Difficulty. Nah, QT, you're not about it.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below to that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Gzeir Shalom. Zima. Ma lahalon lamata kilamala, avkan lamata kilamala, umakan lamala kilamata, avla lamala kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. All right, Mark. Okay, so we'll say now let's unravel this brisa. So the first thing the brisa said was we have to make secharim like nekevos, to make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that mean? So the Gemara says, Amar Marminayin lasos secharim kinekevos. My secharim kinekevos. What in the world does that mean? It means secharim like nekevos. Ilema. Bas binor kibas bita. So maybe you'll see like this. Maybe it's like this. That's the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. Right? Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay?
But
so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter.
I know who you are, so I know that you're not about.
But Catch, how can I help you? How can I help
Good
you?
evening, sir.
Yeah,
Good
hey.
morning. Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you? How can I help you?
I just saw the light. I saw the light going on, so I decided to join.
Okay, you're always welcome. I'm just restarting my stream, so feel free to just chill. We're chilling.
No, but when I did walk him out,
Daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben.
yeah.
So the Gemara says, so the Gemara right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? Rather, is coming to include instead the mother Eim Chamav, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Hashta Eim Chamoso lo kamalan, Eim Chamav mehadrala. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and now start adding on additional isurim, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly established the mother of my mother-in-law? On the base, So Rabbi says like this. No, Hagi comes. What it means to say. Minayin lasos she'er haba mimenu kishe'er haba mimeno. What it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so too again his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Ne'emar kan zima, it says over here zima, ne'emar lahalo zima. Okay. I baha b'shar b'dei lo ksiva be'zima. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no lashon of zima that is mentioned. Amirava Amir Yitzchak Baradumi Asya Heina Asya Zima. Okay, so also you make almost like a double Gzer Shava of Heina and Zima. Amar Mar Vinayin Lasos Lamata Kilamala. So also beforehand we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So he says once again, my lamata kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema bas bina ubas bita kibita. So maybe he's saying like this. Maybe I will say so. Again, I'm trying to figure out the lashon of lamata kilamala. Right, we're trying to equate arayos that are lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's going to teach me that right, Rabbi's married to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so the Gemara says if that's the case, these are all learned from the same source. Elo, rather, it's coming to say it like this. The same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. But if that's the case, hi lamata kilamala, lamala kilamata. Then you also say the lashon is wrong. Because what's the lashon of lamata kilamala sounds like, if you understand the Rabbi, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayos relationships? Like who's like the middle? The wife, Rachel, right? So lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and lamala would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to learn out mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, then I will say that's not lemata kilamala, but rather what? That's lemala kilamata. Because remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, "You're right, tiny lemala kilamata." Yeah, you're right. Lashon, and rather it should read lemala kilamata. So Moses says, how do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. That essentially, Reuben's relationship to Rachel's, Reuben's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. I'm sorry. That Reuben's relationship, mother to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make lemala? Lemala means, again, the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like lemata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yaki, that's the case. Ne'emar kan zima v'ne'emar la zima. Says over here, Zima says over there, Zima. Ma hashta, I will say first white line, Uma hashta in the lo ksiva Zima. The dog ksiva.